Chat, what's up? Good morning, good morning. Are you done? Yo, what's up everyone, what's up? Prediction here? Yeah, this is a hard one. What are the maps? I think I just missed them. Buy coffee, man? I don't like coffee. We literally just got onto hot water and honey. Like the only hot drink that I can do. Hot chocolate also I like, but I don't like tea or coffee. How much sleep did we get? Like 3 in a little bit. We had some earlier before that. So. Was NRG? I mean, the game was good. The game was good. They just they have an issue, in my opinion, about going up against newish stuff or going up against people when there's no demo. In the beginning of the year, that you're going to struggle against that if that's your weakness.
Elimination continues at Pacific Kickoff. Not only is TALON our
Will I watch Liquid Academy? I'm honestly not sure, Lexi. I'm honestly not sure. I might be sleeping.
They placed 4th last year going into
like
champions,
a 50-50.
and they're fighting for their lives to stay in the game for Kickoff. Meanwhile, NONGSHIM is hitting their stride, and we're starting to see the spark that started the fire we saw during their Ascension run. And we cannot
Recruiting used Teo? No, but they used the new comp on
they use the new comp on. They have no signs of slowing down here in Pacific.
No, I think for both teams
and
in this
looked
matchup,
like
they have question marks and
it looked like they hadn't played against
that game against T1 showed they could
it looked like they hadn't played against the Vice Unbind much, or at least let alone a Vice.
Look how good DRX is right now when they
Viper.
played them so close. But also some of the games from NONGSHIM.
Adverso? Dude, Adverso fragged heavy on bind. He was a big reason.
Neither one of these teams is infallible, but if they can play out to
Shy,
their ceiling,
obviously,
then this
but
game is going to be fireworks.
Yep. As you just said, I think both these teams have very, very high ceilings. I think there's a world where we could see either of these teams make it to Bangkok.
What's my prediction here?
If they're able to play at their
what are the maps again?
But it's all about who's going to deliver on
them?
the day, and the day is today. You know.
Here we go. Lotus, bind, split.
We have our coaches here. Frost was interviewing.
Okay, we're split here. I gotta go for NONGSHIM.
Looking quite relaxed about qualifying to Bangkok.
Did TALON not have to 2-0?
I'm pretty sure things have changed. Meanwhile, we did talk to Danby yesterday on the
Though their split didn't look great.
Being very comfortable now. They've gotten all these reps in. They are prepared to go against TALON.
This is interesting because it's like there's no way NONGSHIM prepped split. And TALON had the choice of fracture split. So they then went, let's play splits. They've known for a bit longer that they were going to play split. Maybe they're more prepped. Can't look how that old split looked though. Maybe they got some good prac on split, who knows. Booty Magic with the Prime, thank you for the 7 months, dude. Thank you, thank you. NONGSHIM go for Lotus, and honestly, this is the map where Premier can just take over.
We saw a lot of that. I like what they have to do with this Astro instead of that Viper. I think you have a lot
Your laptop is overheating. Yeah, I said it was 50-50, Lexi. I don't know if we're going to be sleeping or not.
Fully effective.
Yeah,
I'm honestly not sure.
They are going to stick with the Astra instead of the Viper.
I lost with the tier 1. Thank you, Laymon's.
But TALON, they're playing the same comp, which hasn't been tested too much because they've only played GE.
Best map for NONGSHIM? I mean, probably this.
Lotus, so this is going to be a
You also go up against a Premier that's gonna farm a little bit.
What has changed, if anything? We're going to go into our first map up today. We're going to go to our casters who may still be recovering from the heavy losses of yesterday. We got Quack and Chobra.
Yes, thank you very much, Vic, and the rest of the desk. Yeah, you know, we look at the clothes that we've got on, especially mine at least, torn and tatters.
Well, you look like you've been through a lot. I mean, I'm chilling here with our Shinram Young boys up on stage.
You
I mean,
had a
they're
pretty
looking
good
great.
time.
Yeah.
I kind of went to the hair and
That
makeup team, and
Jober's
I
just
kinda,
straight
they
up
asked me what I wanted, and I just
switched
said, like,
alliances.
lost 2-0 yesterday. One of the maps was 13-1, and they were like, I got you, fam.
He doesn't even remember who
Everybody
RQ
knows
is
what that
anymore.
means, yeah.
But memes aside, though, today it's going to be quite serious as well. Elimination between NONGSHIM, REDFORCE, and TALON. And of course, like all the things that the desk mentioned, TALON has quite a bit of data to work with.
Yeah,
He's a
obviously
trader.
a
He had to hit
lot
what the
of
hell.
data. But one thing to note is that while NONGSHIM REDFORCE has played Lotus in 3 of their matches so far, they've actually played 3 different compositions. They started with the Cypher, switched it out for the Vice. Then they switched out the Viper, coming in for the Astra yesterday. And now they're continuing with the Astra. They like what they saw yesterday.
Right.
It doesn't matter if the data's out
TALON
there.
on
They're
attack,
feeling confident
NONGSHIM
here
on
the defensive
defense.
side. And it's going to start with some rubble control here from NONGSHIM, looking at the haunt, getting ready, and 2 people wanting to push forward.
Already looking out for it. I mean, it was the Astra Vise. There's quite a bit of stalling
Okay, well, let's
potential.
see how Talon react to
Same
this.
time, Talon-
Primmy's just here to get info of how many people in aggro.
Yeah, so I like that.
Yeah,
NONGSHIM
okay,
this
Insta
time
group
doesn't
call is
go
to just
full
spam over
investment,
towards
right? We've
C.
seen a couple of times where NONGSHIM, even on
And
pistols, will just
we
say,
have
hey,
a
let's just
wall
take
here,
full
so
rubble control, let's send out the paranoia, things like that. But they're just going to wait and say, okay, we can take it. If they're not going to
all
throw util, we
smoke,
don't have to
Astra
trade.
Star.
We can take it safely and now wait for them to try to break all of our util. Razorvine's going to be activated instead of being broken, but either way, it's a trade for trade.
Yeah, this was nice. So Talon for sure wanted to insta-react over towards here, but
for now,
maybe get info that the wall is here because of the thorns that go down. And there's 2 people holding this and they have an Omen flash.
Now, Talon has to remember that we still have the relay bolt and the paranoia left over here. Persia spots 1, pushes them back. That's 1 turn taken over, but still
Okay,
no
now you
relay
got a
bolt. You heard 2
big-
weapons.
big
Talon
neon
has to be
stun here.
very wary of their spacing right now. Relay bolt goes out, but GravNet just to counteract. Governor
as well. They continue to push out. Dambi comes back.
Hey,
in,
nicely
but
done
Governor
from
for the trade.
Talon on this.
Governor getting ahead was so big
Ooh,
there. And then
create-
the coverage
create
as
a
well.
question mark.
Governor not being left on an island way out front. I love the proactivity from Talon so far. And now Premi, he's going to trip the wall well ahead of time so his team can flood in. The confidence right now from Premi to just pick these fights. I mean, you only have 30
Big
seconds, so
Joe.
Premi kind of has to
Damn,
survive,
dude.
but that's not a problem for Premi.
That's
He's
an
just going to win out
instant
that
snap.
1v1 against Margaret.
That is truly
Dude,
confident.
his,
He's sitting on smokes, but
His
he's not
Clove
using it,
pistol
not
win rate
needed.
is
And
kind
then
of
comes
through the
back in
roof,
for
I
the
swear.
refill back to the backside as well. Now the final one, Francis, footsteps completely heard.
Okay, this was a
simple
nice
tap from
pistol
Denver
from
to the trick.
Talon, really. They had
Nice and
everything.
clean. Only losing 1
They
member,
went for an
that's
insta
really
reaction.
big here
They
for
then
Talon,
saw
not just
that
in terms
the
of
Vice was
overall,
here.
you know, your
They then
util
inserted
or
1.
maybe whatever
Had a
armor,
good
weapons
plan
you
to
might
go
have bought,
push
even on
back
the
over
pistol
towards
round,
A,
but
and it was a
more
good
so for the
plan. They
confidence, right?
spotted
You just saw
Omen
NONGSHIM
early, tuck
be
back
able
in,
to
flash
battle
back.
through this map
Then
yesterday
get
against
both,
another
create the
team that
question
was
mark
looking
over
much
towards
improved
A,
coming
so
into
the
this
rotate
year.
comes
And now
in,
Talon
Primi
saying,
then
hey,
triggers the wall early and takes
no more
space.
slow starts, right? We're
Like,
gonna
this
start
was-
nice and fresh
that was a
right
nice
off of that
pistol
one.
from
That's
them.
something that a lot of fans have been hoping to see from Talon.
This would mean quite a bit of
Stabbers,
stall,
thank you so much,
considering
dude.
the fact
Stabbers, I
this is
appreciate the prime.
Lotus for NONGSHIM.
Thank
So
you,
now
thank
with the
you.
Guns looking for some wall bangs through Cruz, at least just making his presence known, still trying to keep NONGSHIM with that rubble control.
Just a sheriff on Margaret. So not a big
Stabbers, I appreciate
investment.
that. Thank you for doing that, dude.
Going to be
Thank you for sending that also.
push all together. The Neon's going to try to displace Cruz's crosshair, but I love Cruz. He just gives it up because he's already had backup. Governor waiting by, Talon, everyone.
but I've
just
seen a
waiting
lot
by,
of
but
these.
During that, it's not like they've given
Seen
up
a
all
lot
the space.
of
They make sure they're ready to contend for B-main. Is there a
anti-ecos
pinch from
go
somewhere?
into
They're trying to
mount
keep
and there's a
track
sheriff.
of all of that.
Also for NONGSHIM,
Okay, that's
moving
fair play.
alongside all of
Primi's
these,
absolutely
Margaret
sent it with an
unfortunately
Omen
will be
flash.
the one to fall, though. I did like the deep smoke from before, but right now it still is just 3 players with pistols. Let's see if Dami can do something. Not quite, just maybe a little bit of a right click, but still the firepower a little bit overwhelming from Talon.
So something NONGSHIM should really keep note of just on this round is that Talon's happy to wait for the push out, right? If we're on an eco, this whole aggression thing with the Neon, the relay bolt hits, but look at the spacing. I mean, Governor's way far behind, using the range to his advantage.
Hey, this was nice,
locked on as
though.
always, and that's just
They
not going to work.
picked up all the
seemingly
guns
on
and
this
they
map
lost one
anymore.
armor,
So
that's
while
it.
nothing to cause, you know, anything like an early timeout or anything drastic,
Well, I
something
guess
that
2
the
armor.
players in the server will have to keep in mind.
They definitely need to try to adjust around it a little bit. I mean, they can hold for that rubble, right? But even with the utility
He Golden Boy throw cut under the bus yesterday in the America stream. Like, what did he do?
Sending that out so that they can then push out and get a little bit more space as well. So it is still through the 3 stack from NONGSHIM closer towards rubble again.
Yeah, neither team ult maxing just yet in terms of the orbs, plants, anything like that, but we'll see if that changes on this round. Talon would love to try to get up the ult economy, and Persia gonna win out on that stun fight, and Francis, he's gonna find it.
Oh my god, how's he won that?
Shots onto Governor.
Okay, this is a good sign for NONGSHIM.
Spike stranded over by Rubble,
and
Primi all alone.
do Talon kind of concede that they can't go aggro A. Persia did great though. TP just before the Gravnet hit.
A little bit. So
Yeah.
NONGSHIM's gonna have to give respect. You know, it's not just about the crossfires, but I really think the timings, the spacing has to be good because I mean, this guy doesn't hit #1 on the leaderboard every time for no reason.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. He does have the metal and everything else to work with him, but still, it's gonna be quite a bit.
Yeah, and he's just gonna respect the smoke, but they have double smoke, so this could be it for a while.
For that contact. And also the off angle from Persia.
Oh, good read as well. The smoke came out over to the B site, so immediately the Haunt goes to check, and now they know. So Margaret's going to pinch in.
Wait,
I would love for Margaret to just kind of wait, right?
That must have been at the beginning of the show, right?
Back and forth with 3 members here on Rubble. All right, there's the stun as well. They know it hit, and
okay,
that's the
very
setup
nice
for Margaret. Nice patience coming in from NONGSHIM. Not losing much, only 1 member, and just
Primi has a lot of money. They have the option of buying attack up if they want it.
Yeah, beautiful with how they were able to play it to the end. But truly, the crux of the whole round was this fight right here up towards Rubble. I mean, there was the early sort of execute coming up from Talon, but they kind of bypassed that. Persia was able to get himself up on top.
This was nice. He used uses their smoke against them, dodges the Gravnet.
That's something that NONGSHIM came in prepared for against Gen.G as well, and continuing to evolve it now with the Astra. They've been using the Astra kind of similar.
We've been seeing a little bit more Odin.
Deadlock, right? A lot of her
Last 2
utility
days.
being used similar to that Gravnet. We'll see if that proactivity, maybe sometimes reactivity, comes into play. Rather than just simple zone denial, it's really
Yeah,
meant
very
to
nice from
take on
NONGSHIM.
the
And they got
fights
the
right
stars as backups as well if they need to use anything aggro. Vishy with the Prime, thank you so much as well, dude. I appreciate that. Welcome into the Slug Club. Thank you for that.
Will be bunched up towards C-Mount.
Annihilation at the ready, so this is their plan to try to break open the C site. Talon, obviously, we praise them a lot for breaking that Vice Utah when they were playing against Global Esports with the Triple Sentinels.
Holy.
You gotta watch out. We saw this happen a lot.
That's a nice little punish because he does do that a lot. Like a lot. Just float in between here. Kind of plays that perma, to be honest with you.
But trap play already at the ready. The Nightfall coming for the pinch.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure the 7 HP can go for a trap play.
But at the same time, Talon, they're still keeping track of things across the map. Look at this sort of default setup. You got Jit Boys marking down pillars, while the rest of them are also kind of coming back into, poke and prod a little bit back towards Rubble. Just gonna get broken up. Cruz trying to keep them tied up. And so with that Odin spam, you're gonna have 2 people still tied up on A, but immediate rotate from Dombi. He gets the call. Francis wants to focus on C, and they know they tag someone on B main as well. So Dombi's already there for the crossfire. Here comes the Nightfall, the flying through, and Governor's gonna get it. Annihilation denies the crossfire as well.
Nice hit.
Trade denied. Shearwall will buy time. Only 13 seconds left on the clock.
Kind of impressive how Talon look at the moment. They came in prepped for this.
Goes down. Francis good for 2, and now it's up to Persia, the big brother of NONGSHIM,
Wait,
up against 3. Oh,
did he even plan in time? It's close.
I don't
Persia
think so.
thinking no, and it's not going to be enough time.
Oh, that's the easiest 1v3 of his life.
Fraction of a second, and they were just a little bit too late to get within range of
but
the
why?
spike
How did they take so
area.
long here? I would have to watch this again and work out why they took so long.
And
Obviously
the
wall,
was
but then
so
the wall
good.
broke.
The catch from Jit Boys as well, making sure they had NONGSHIM panicking.
Oh, they just committed to the fight too long.
Yeah, the execute was awesome, but with that sheer wall, and at the same time, they knew that they had to wait for it to go back down.
Yeah, the Spike just committed to this duel. The Spike had time to... Yeah, look, maybe they were asking where he was. Because he just pinged here. Dude, that's a devastating round for Talon. Persia gets a 1v3 just purely because time goes down.
Lots of info against Persia, but Dombi already here for the trade, and Talon not feeling too confident. They're coming out 1 by 1 through the smoke and just getting run down by the duo of
and this
NONGSHIM.
looked convincing as well.
So clean and effective.
I'm
Once
worried,
again,
but dude,
the Rubble push, they kind of broke that
it was
apart
about to
earlier
be
on with Margaret,
such a
eliminating
snowball
the player
for
outside of
Talon,
C-Mount.
and now it's turned into
Like
an
you
actual
mentioned, they started to
disaster.
peek that into that 1 by 1, and it's just too simple for NONGSHIM to really take them all down.
And this is just a nice, clean early shot from Margaret, already holding the angle. And as soon as Governor goes down, I mean, the Prowler was kind of meant to make sure that there is no 2v1, that it's meant to just be 1v1s nonstop. But Governor just a shy ahead, and I mean, Persia's just so quick on the kill, quite frankly. You expect your Raze to at least land before they get taken out.
They need some assistance. They need a new plan.
They did have a little close smoke as well, but unfortunately,
and I think
it still is Persia up on that elevated position.
there's such a big battle for A at the moment, and I don't know if they like keep going for it or.
It's gonna be.
I think they've proven that they can't late take it like within the first second, like 5 seconds. We either gotta insta hit it or like late take it. I'm talking like 20-30 seconds.
They're not trying to fully take control with Yuto off the bat. They're actually relying
quite lucky. Thank you so much for the gifted, mate. Right, thank you. You do some crazy names.
For the second push from Talon, so it's a good adjustment. And Talon, they're now going to have to read into this because they were hoping, it looks like, to pressure Rubble first, then work that C site. They had a nice idea with the Annihilation. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out due to time.
Which ascended team looks
but
best?
Eventually,
Are we still including G2 in that?
Talon about getting into C site, but you need to be concerned about how are you going to pressure Rubble or B site enough to keep them all away from the site.
All the while, you know, still conserving a bit of utility for the rest of the round, right? So that's going to be quite the consideration right here. They're always trying to come back in to keep
what have we gone for here?
Interested in
oh boy. The judge, he's playing a little bit further back.
Okay, the Prowler does check,
and the Prowler does see it early.
The Prowler came way too close, so Ivy not able to take that out for him. Yeah, and Talon.
Yeah, and maybe he was playing far back because they liked a Prowler. And then he goes close. Just the fact that the rifle kind of didn't melt it fast enough.
Still got the paranoia. How do they want to do this? This time, Governor tries to get ahead. That worked last time, and it works this time. He's going to sit way far ahead in the smoke.
Get great trades this time.
What is that? 3 now in this map. But eventually, Talon wins out on the Rubble area.
And with that trade, possibly a little bit more timing and patience.
Yeah, and they just committed heavier. Right, you can see the change up. Actually, just getting through the choke, smoke out, double satchel.
Still, though, they go through Baby Door.
They kind of know this judge is here.
Francis here with the judge. Might be able to spot on Ben, and he does cut him down at the torso.
They should have.
Will go down from Cruz.
Yeah, this actually gives a nice chance for NONGSHIM because they've got us around. So
quite luck. Thank you.
On one side, eliminate a member of NONGSHIM.
I appreciate that. And I'll send that one.
Right now from Talon, both hiding in a crossfire. No, doubled up in the smoke.
Wait, is this Jolly?
Timing against the Astra.
This is Jolly, isn't it?
Read from Primi, and as soon as you hear the star go up, now they know the location.
Damn, dude, look at Primi just soloing around as well.
For the 4K, low health, but he still peeks out, and he
one way to do it. He got the trade out here as well, which is one of the most important kills.
Just Primi. He does it so many times.
Primi on Clove is a different beast.
But at the same time, coming back into B site, the fact that he was able to peek out of the smoke on a timing like that really throws off that retake for NONGSHIM, even if they were just trying to get it mounted, in fact. There was a little adjustment with the Prowler and for Governor to actually land in on his flight path to get the shot in. Persia with the drop shot, sure. But then Primi comes in for the trade, and with that, the mid-round decision to go back through to B, which really cemented things down for Talon.
Yeah, it does seem like actually, it was just perfectly a timing read, not even the audio cue for
Jolly, thank you so much for the gifted. Thank you.
Talon feeling confident now that they've put some pressure onto that B site as well, and they found a good way.
Okay, we are at an interesting round.
So far, all
1, 2, 3, 4. Can't buy next. They're one away from Fatal.
Interesting enough, it's going to be the Sonic Sensor.
Non-C so is Cruz.
Guard B if someone does decide to push out later on. Maybe this suggests they're going to go back in to create a bit more pressure outside of C.
Yeah, Talon's been doing this a lot, even in the GE match, and it serves a couple purposes. You can always have that lurker on B and make sure you secure
default at the moment.
Also, if there's a trap play coming towards C mount,
the deck lot trip up, so if they fight this heavy,
them quite a bit.
They get stunned. Very strong for holding over towards B. Obviously, you have to have vision block here to do it.
You got to get close enough to hear it.
No, not yet, but then
hey, they're not taking much for this, right?
Everything from Governor, where he gets the showstopper in towards Ivy.
Yeah, I mean, they took a lot. Big Jewel on A at the moment.
Keeping them at bay, and Talon thinks that that's enough of a fake. A bit of too much faith in their own movements, and Dombi pushes forward on the pinch.
Did they just think that they left A?
A bit lackadaisical in a crucial
do you know what was weird about this?
And they will fall once again.
It was like insta sight hit, right? Fedor, Razor. But then it was, and remember, literally pretty much 7 out of 7 rounds, or 6 out of 6 rounds so far, we've had an Omen playing in this square. So they fake. And then I would say, like, not even 2 seconds later, they hit out of this choke point.
Everyone's
Like,
going to pay attention to that
really
C
think that
site.
this
Surely,
guy's already
if we didn't
TP'd
hear any
and
movement
gone?
over by A, it's empty now.
They
You know,
didn't
they've already
wait
left.
long enough.
But you just can't assume things like that in crucial moments.
And the
I
fact
like
that
the idea that they had here, going a little bit further out. We saw
And the
RQ
fact they had
trying
someone
similar
just
things,
holding
just
down
able to
all
jump
the
over
C.
razor vines, even if they
You
all
just don't
break, they
rotate.
actually threw the paint shells as well. But I think it just gets stopped too early. Nongshim's able to hold in their tracks, and it's a good stop from Nongshim.
Yeah, you would think actually that would have been able to sell the fake, but credit to Nongshim, I guess, for being able to stick themselves down onto Rubble. I mean, they were that far up front.
the
so
Omen
why not?
ulted and then
Nitro comes
cancelled.
back in and it's another Rubble fight once again.
Yeah, but
This
yeah,
time a little
I
bit
mean,
more
yeah,
smoke, but
okay,
no.
I get what you're saying. And that's why they're not feeling comfy.
Just keeps them all lined up. Okay, you know, we see a couple snappy shots from
still feel
Francis,
like-
but Primmy's still able to at least scout out. Doesn't look
still
like
feel like
he's
you
gonna
have
get a chance.
to
Ivy's not going to give that timer to that.
expect
Primmy
him to
ultimate
do
not
that.
dead yet, but soon to be. But he
Okay,
has
big
cleared
2v2.
a lot of space and time to make this a 2v2.
Bit of an opportunity for Talon for sure. So spike down, be able to hold it from tree, but you do have Margaret who's starting to creep in from the back.
Sonic sensor, you can double up. You have the annihilation at some point to just buy time as well. If you're not seeing anyone come up. Oh, the smoke, and now it's a pinch. Talon, they're stuck in the smoke. They've actually just been baited right into the trap. Nongshim wanted this. Nobody watching for it. Ban, he's trying to peek out. He doesn't catch any sight. The annihilation, not going to go through. It's going to actually land on the other side, and the lineup not quite happening. Ban just checking to be
14
sure
HP.
that the cocoon is coming
They're,
on its way. And the ultimate
The
secure
deadlock
fourth
ults are
round.
hitting right now.
Came close enough, but thankfully Ban had the annihilation and the decision to just send it through to where
These rounds are getting so close. This should be
But also hiding inside of the smoke, right? I mean,
be the
although they were
big-
almost lined
dude,
up,
everyone was fade eye
they
revealed
managed to
on
kind of work
both
together
teams.
in that fashion. You know, just staying inside of the smoke does make it a little bit more 50-50, I guess, for the other side.
Yeah, I mean, right now,
But
Talon,
over
whenever
time,
they're
it is
fighting that
looking
Rubble
similar.
fight,
Yeah,
obviously trying to get
it's looking
ahead
kind
of
of close.
things, trying
We
to
got 1,
send
2,
Governor
3,
out
1,
way
2,
deep
3. They
to
can't
make
buy
sure that
4
they have
ults,
some
1
space.
ult.
It has been working out, you know, more or less. You know, we got to count that last round. Obviously, they got the round win as well, thanks to that annihilation. But now, ultimates online for Nongshim. You've got 3 ultimates, great for the retake, but also amazing for that delay.
Really useful. Of course, an outlaw for
Lucky
Governor
to
now.
be alive. Was that only
Great.
person with heavy armor?
Thankful
No,
that he
okay,
can
there's a
stay
couple of
alive,
them.
but he is going to have to take a much backward position. So right now,
Okay.
relying on that arc process,
Danby's
that
just
extra
randomly
bit of delay,
spamming over towards
Danby
A main
looks
and
like
he's
it's
got
just
him.
spammed through the smoke.
Actually found him. Unlucky, but still, now Francis gets to push up front towards B, finds Jit Boys.
Can't believe he's staying
Nice
here.
lead a duel. This does not look too good for Talon in the round.
Yeah,
Okay.
they knew they had him pinched down, right? The door opens, they don't see him, but he was already
Yeah,
remade.
as
So
soon as he
where's
got
gotta
as
be?
soon as he got
Governor's
this
ready to
kill,
pick that one up.
like,
And
hesitated
expect
going back.
Tombi to be on that left corner. Nongshim constantly being
In
ready.
a
Another
3v5.
crossfire set up on the C side as well. Margaret's low, but there's 2 members close. Ivy now going a bit further out. You know that the double blast packs are available, and you know that the pain shell is available as well from Governor. So Nongshim's just giving that space.
Down to the execute. They're going to have to time it really well, though. There's the graph net. But oh, look, it's just
Wow.
Ivy able to get in with the micro flicks. 2 kills down, and it's just bad onto the other side. Oh, by the relay pull. Danby comes in and
Okay,
slaughters it down.
rough for Talon.
I mean, what do they feed these guys for
Rough
breakfast
for
at the
Talon.
Nongshim house? 'Cause
They gotta
surely
equal
didn't
this,
get
and
enough
Nongshim are
rest.
putting up
It's
good
noodles.
numbers on defense
Yeah,
here.
maybe.
Especially
Maybe it's just
considering they
cups
lost
or
a pistol.
Nongshim ramen noodles, I don't know what it is, but the spice is kicking in. All 5
Just a
of them
Shen
are
guy. Thank you so
firing,
much for the
flaking just
tier 1.
right on
Thank you
the
for the 10
spot.
mums.
Yeah, with the little push outs, even the spam through the smoke, but look at Ivy just being able to hold it down against a bit of a double peek through the smoke. Incredible.
They get loads again. Yeah.
Well, that's
No.
still alt saved up too.
Yeah, I mean, they are looking great now, finally trying to break away from this tied score. And obviously that means Talon also looking great. They got that pistol round. They looked like they were going to be on fire.
This
right
actually
off
might
the
work
rip
if they win.
here for map 1, but who would have thought
They have
that
no
Nongshim
idea
would
that-
look this
that
fresh
there's only
coming
one
in
over
after
towards C,
setting a
obviously, though.
record for overtime in VCT Pacific yesterday.
So ready. I mean, they proved it before in Ascension, or even just yesterday's match, right? They have this tenacity, the resilience to really pull through, maybe all the way to possibly lower finals. Who knows? But right now, just reading that Talon is on the pistol, they're holding it a lot different, right? Full on default.
little
one
jump
across the
peek,
entire
spot
map,
another.
And Francis finds the opening pick.
Goes for that C's as well. I like it. As soon as he loses vision, puts out the C's just so he can.
Nongshim, your favorite
reclaim
team?
that
They're
area
they're
and
very
give time
fun
for
to watch.
Tombi to create that crossfire as well. So even though it's against an
They got the old school Paper X vibes.
Keep the space because you have the better firepower. Sheer wall being
They
defended so well. I mean,
they got that element of crazy.
Is very good at picking this apart, and you know who's good? It's Persia on Rubble.
But Persia Palmer plays in this box, but there's just nothing you can do about it.
I'm just waiting. I'm literally just waiting for the patch notes that say, oh, we actually thought we nerfed it, but we didn't, because I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it.
It's not the agent, it's the player at this point.
It might be.
So good with the movement still.
I mean, he's still getting so many, and that was quite at range too. Sliding right at the end, just lands the shot.
It's sick when it's like it's like a 1vx or whatever, right? 1v4, and they're just like, yeah, go on, Danby, go have fun. And then he's just sliding everywhere.
It is all ultimates online for the side.
It does look like
Talon's gonna have to do quite a bit
again,
of work,
we give him a couple of red cards sometimes, but it does look like his.
not the worst thing in the world. Sheer wall,
I mean, I know it's early,
here comes
but it does look like
Francis.
his discipline is getting
Fortunately
better.
falls, and that's the B side opened up for the two players. Danby tries to reaggress, but
It was a
shut down
nice
by
idea though
Jitboys.
from NONGSHIM.
Boys was so ready for that. Just
All in, you know, there's one stun. Maybe the stun didn't go far enough.
They understood. Oh, a nice catch from Ban as well. So Talon understands that it's always been Francis.
Tried to trade here.
holding
No,
solo
this was
on
fine
B
what he
unless
did,
it's a trap play.
right?
Recognized
Like that's
Ivy
just a
coming through
protocol.
with a
Wall goes
nice
up.
jiggle peek.
You probably
But
think there's
I
only
think
one in front of the
surely
wall.
Talon
You
doesn't
stun
lose
off the
out on
wall.
this
You
one.
take the
So even
1v1.
though NONGSHIM
Like
has
they're
a
meant to
couple
be
of those
stunned.
ultimates
This was
still
fine.
left on the remaining members, it's just
Like it's a
going to be
4v5. He has
safe.
to take the site back. They're not gonna be able to retake this.
Pressure smoke coming out from Primi as well. A little bit deeper than before, so NONGSHIM not quite able to come back in, but they will still try to get towards the angle around stairs, but unfortunately
This last round should get pretty wild, right? Gov's just gonna. Gov should just be running at him non-stop. Def is good here for him.
Back into the A site. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to take away whatever
3-7,
weapons,
he would have light armor anyway. Depends how much he likes that heavy armor here. But
Governor was only one away, but that's one of the reasons he doesn't go out on the hunt. But that's something that NONGSHIM should keep track of. Talon maybe trying to make the showstopper happen over by Mound. This could be a full set trap play.
Problem is now they might just decide to go for a set play, and it could be a bit too obvious. They lost this round without using any of the ults. Might overreact and be like, well, let's just use all of the ults off the bat then.
Possibly exploit in the last round of the first half.
Yeah, so a lot of focus from Talon.
If I was Talon right now, I'd be expecting him to do this, to be honest with you.
But NONGSHIM, they're just going to let it pass. If the showstopper comes online, it comes online. They'll deal with it when the time comes.
Back into the rubble pressure again. There it is. Orb right before the taking. Meanwhile,
yeah,
Ivy, he's
and they just let him have it as well.
So as to possibly avoid the incoming showstopper.
Yeah, we have that operator on Francis in mid. Just waiting for someone to peek out, by the way, so that's kind of a big deal. Sonic Sensor does get
Sonic
planted.
Sensor, which means that they can't really go for the trap play. They would have heard it for sure.
We'll
but
see if NONGSHIM ever makes any move to break that, to try to put some pressure back on.
Could be the op. They don't know.
Sonic Sensors are so rough to play against.
To scout out. It's just going to be a straight duel if he does go, and Persia is just out
No way.
there right behind
Damn, they all
Governor,
got out of there.
and they're able to bait out the showstopper as well. Perfect bait.
Okay, we might actually see oh my goodness.
Governor will do what he can up front.
Yeah, I'm
He
not
will
sure about
secure
that.
the site, and so
I'm not sure. I was gonna say we might see our
to the
first
spike being
5v5
planted.
retake as
NONGSHIM's already
Persia
here.
jumps
3
down
members
onto the
arrive.
site. What I wanted to say.
But he wanted to come back in to just maybe try to hold the site a little second longer for the rest of his team. Unfortunately goes down, but here comes Danby in with the overdrive.
No
Gets down
way.
2. Now he's going back in the tree. Spotted out the shorty. He's forcing the bullets away. Now coming back in. But
He's a lunatic.
switches back to the primary weapon. Now down to Francis for the trade.
Not planning for them.
Coming back in on
Getting
his
at
own
least
as well.
half.
Ivy sticking onto the spike. Gets up
No
and
way.
there's the burst.
No
Ivy
way.
with the poison vines to
That was a
take
crispy
down Talon
1v2.
in the last round of the first half.
There's nice shots from him.
Just a great play.
Dude, they got
Here's the
7
footsteps, and he
on
knows,
defense
all right,
and they
2v1,
lost
you guys are
pistol.
gonna try to jump peek me. I am getting the hell out of this corner. Spreads that distance away
that's
from the shorty,
insanity.
and he's able to make a clean 1v2 happen. But Danby buying so much space and time. I love what he did with the Cosmic Divide there, right? He jumps over to check if it's going to be a shorty again because they had the Steel Garden come out. He sees
7
it,
on
and then
defense
he's
is
just
too
toying
much?
with him, just trying to say, okay,
Yeah, I
you
think
gotta
so.
peek out. Let's make sure that you have to go for the reload. Eventually goes back in, but of course the Vandal comes back online, so props
I'd be
to Jit
feeling
Boys.
great.
Right here, distance kept. And Ivy, nice and cool, just like yesterday, will make sure that NONGSHIM stays ahead 7-5 at the half.
just keeps NONGSHIM ahead so many of these times, so many of these moments where you think, like, yeah, maybe they're...
This was a Premier team? I mean, yeah, technically that's how they got it.
And maybe they're gonna, feel the pressure at some point. But they
Should have
never
win
do.
today.
I mean, this is what I mentioned. The fact
NONGSHIM should win this and
and
split. So they should win this.
Challengers Korea, because that went
And
to the
then-
full 5. It looked like they were going to slip at the end. They were starting to get red
I
within the
don't know,
challenger
man.
seed, and then they made it through. In fact, back then
Gen.G, I
against
guess.
the former NONGSHIM squad when they were SPG. And then they go to Ascension. It happens again. It looks like they're going to start to slip. Boom looks so upgraded. They look ready to fight. And then they still battle through it. And I'm looking at that and saying, it's not chance that they're able to get through these grueling BO5s 2 times in a row. It doesn't matter if their opponents are also from the challenger
Crew
scene.
NRG?
It's the
it was a
best that
banger
they had to
game.
offer, right? It's the finalists
The
of
bind,
Challenge Korea. It's the finalists of
the
Ascension that
Haven
have
was
now
very
joined
fun to
them
watch.
by chance here in Pacific and are looking better than ever as well. So when I see that,
Your
okay,
DFM
that's
combat.
enough growth for
I mean,
you guys as a mental
it's
state.
not a-
And I think Talon's probably giving that
Don't
respect.
blame
I don't
you.
think they're trying to abuse the
I
fact
really
that these
don't
guys
blame
might
you.
not be
They look great.
but NONGSHIM came prepared for how Talon
Now,
looked to
now,
dissect that bicep.
GEN's just popping off.
These guys deserve an award for how strong their
Look
mental
at
is.
him
But right now,
go.
just sliding that into
Like, how are you
the
ever meant to
C-side,
trade this
unfortunately
guy?
hit by the right click of JitBoys.
Yeah,
At
that's
least take all the
also
space that he got
a
him.
very classic NONGSHIM thing to do.
Dambi.
Is Dambi just going a little too far out, a little too much on his own. And Talon, I mean, you saw the same thing. They back away. They just make sure it's 2v1. And now we'll see.
Yeah,
if
the
they're
Talon
retaking
did good.
before, but NONGSHIM now recognizing, yeah, they don't
It's
have
just,
the numbers, so they'll try to
yeah, I
extend
mean,
their
it's
reach.
space
It is
for a
planted
kill.
for them even from
They
backside.
4-person push Heaven, and
All
it's
four, though.
not the
I
best
feel as though
plant
this
for
is a little bit
Heaven.
risky.
I don't mind
Okay,
it.
they
because
get
even if you
info,
get
but do they get
spotted,
any space?
It's hard to expect
Are
that
they
it's going to be all
lost?
four. Now, of course, now the site
Like,
is
how
all
do they
clear,
win
so
this
Talon
now?
should know very well where they're at. Oh my goodness, that is a huge spot, and Persia just jumps through all of it.
Uh-oh. And it's going to be the barrier match that kind of undoes them a little bit. Ivy still spamming through, though. Permi coming back in.
Okay.
Just the
I mean,
trade
yeah.
off, and he gets the final headshot.
That was a mad
as well.
pistol from
Governor
them.
sticking the spike to
2-0 for Talon on
Well,
the
barrier
pistols,
mesh
and
is
it's still going to be
great in the
close.
pistol rounds, and we saw right there why. It's just nigh impossible to try to break through that. And it was somewhat
I
limited
mean,
for
dude,
you, but
the
if
pistol
you
rounds for
see defense at
Talon's
the
looking
far
like their
corner,
best rounds.
other than the
I
Sheriff,
like how
you
they
don't
played
have a
both
shot,
of
and
them.
trying to chip through that wall. Persia does his best. If he had stayed alive, sure.
The full
different
button
story,
push
but
is
it's just
probably
too
a bit
many
too
members
much
of Talon
from
left alive, and Permi
NONGSHIM, especially if they
playing
don't get
bodyguard.
info anywhere else.
Still being able to collect all those kills at the end of the round. 13 up for Permi.
Dambi buys a
close with the
Bucky
ball.
armor
Double outlaw,
on attack.
double judge. They are
They have
so
got double.
ready
They got double
for Dambi's
double
neon.
judge, double
They know
outlaw. What is
guy's
this
gonna
game
charge
turned
through. They know
into?
he buys Bucky's every round on attack. Doesn't matter if he has creds or not. He's coming for you.
That's a judge.
JitBoys is ready on the site in the smoke. Do they check for it? He peeks out and he takes down the Bucky, and that should be the attack thwarted. Okay, well, that works as a shotgun too. The Outlaw's close range, why not?
Down to marker as low HP, still trying to play around the stairs, but the Bulldogs right here and ready to bite.
Hey, nice shots
that's the
from
second
Primi.
one.
Well,
Nice and clean from Primi.
I'm not saying that the buy is bad. Saying it's,
obviously you had all 5 members buy up, so is there some damage done?
Just
Sure,
saying you
there's
don't want
economic damage done, but
the
I think
people
Talon
that
will just
flame
take this
Valorant
as
to
a
watch it.
very standard bonus round.
kind of
And
the CS
recognize
Frog
that,
see
hey,
this round.
you know, one of us probably almost always has to buy a judge in case that Dambi just charges us through.
But here's then the conundrum, right? You have these specific buys to possibly deal with the explosive entries from Dambi. What about the upcoming rounds?
Yeah.
Now you're looking at.
I mean, it
possible
makes a lot of
bonus,
sense.
but
He can Bucky
you
into the
don't have
judge.
the strongest
This
weaponry,
guy
right?
will
The judge, the
buy
outlaw,
judge when we get
as
to
well as
overtime,
Bulldog
so
and a couple of shares
why
outside
not
of town.
Allion?
Listen, I think if you're playing against NONGSHIM and they're playing Neon, your biggest priority is just taking out Dambi. I think you'd be happy with just that. And again, because of that Bucky buy, he's either going to have less armor or he's going to have a judge. So now everybody crowding around that C-side as well. Whoa! What's going on there?
Yeah,
right
they
there
caught
at
him
the
out.
B-side, open door and just get shot right through.
That's my worry, because although you can somewhat deal with Dambi, the rest of the team is right there with him. You got Persia, you got Francis and Ivy and Margaret as well. They're also ready to frag out. And now getting a little bit of space into the C site. They sent a Prowler through, and it does keep JitBoys invested.
Oh, a little bit of damage trying to get traded through, but Primi will just get out just
Okay,
fine.
as we can see, The walk out
I don't
towards
know
A
that
would be
it's two
incredible.
people set up here on the B side from the side of Talon, but NONGSHIM, they just don't want to deal with it, especially also because it's
How many heavy armors we got? Okay, two people that can get one shot at the moment. Push just doesn't have armor full stop.
You have the numbers advantage.
Now this is up to Governor. He's got the Outlaw, has to land a shots, will take down Domby.
That's a very big
And I
one.
tell you what,
Only 30
Cruz
seconds
is
left, but look
very
at the map.
close
You've
on
already
sight.
hit your talent. Jippo's already had control mount. You need it to stay alive there. But bot time for Governor to come through. Premi has now arrived on the site. They are trying to
Nice
hold
shot.
on. Premi
20
all
seconds.
alone. 1v3 on the site so far. Jitboy's trying to run his way over with a sheriff in hand. Spike getting planted. Premi waiting. Oh, Jitboy's is getting rushed. He thinks he has a timing. All down to Premi. Good for one. NONGSHIM, they might have to close the gap a little bit if they want to play together. Timing not quite on their side, getting ready for the gravity well
He
first.
didn't go for the overhill because he knows he's going to slow play and it would have fallen off, maybe.
Member first. Can he get the shot?
1 HP.
The armor will regen eventually, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Escapes from the gravity well. Door gets open. He's not sure if it's a wraparound this way or that. He'll take his guess.
They're so confident he's not sticking.
He would love
they
to
hear
try
him?
to get ahead, but this looks impossible.
Whoa, okay, no matter
Maybe
what,
not,
they
but
did
Ivy
incredible
will
damage.
Make sure that it does not become a reality.
This is a really important round.
So close, so safe.
Where they
for
got
NONGSHIM.
fade ult,
With a
fade ult
2-on-1,
to change
Ivy
it.
able to find the
Premi,
trade at the
did
end
you
of it.
just
I
get
mean,
Premi and
needing
ult?
to make sure that they don't line up their bodies. Governor was so darn good in holding off so much of the round for the side of Talon. That Outlaw shot, he connected so many of them, especially down from drop as well. Maybe not the second one, but that does buy a little bit of time. But down to it all at the end, just not quite the firepower, and at the same time, NONGSHIM being able to play it safe with that 1-on-2.
Hey, Premi not with the pack, so he's not going to be able to get this A up once they go aggro A.
But now Nightfall online as well, so it's an easy way to try to get into that C site again. Talon, they don't have the traditional setups that you normally see with the Cyphers or the Vice over by C.
This would...
Sonic sensors.
Oh
Whoa,
my,
watch
that's
out there,
unlucky
Premi.
timing.
He's going to get out with his life for now.
Okay, Talon looking to kind of maybe take the space around the door.
I like how they do the C default every single time. They get one kind of close, then they open the doors, they can have crossfire. You don't really want to fight here when that's going on.
Check for these sonic sensors. Even with the Nightfall, yeah, you should still be able to get it. So Domby, he just checks for it immediately. That's the one at the entrance gone. Draws out a smoke from Premi as well.
Yeah,
So
it looks like the course to go back
aggro
aggro towards A, no? Oh.
And the whole time, Ivy is still watching the backs as well. They have it procced, and now
Okay,
just
wall
kind of
comes in, but they
getting
say it
out there,
early.
so that does give them a
And I
little bit more
think he
space
saw
to
two
go
fighting on
timing.
A, which means that they can definitely just insta-send this.
Mark, there were two people
Yeah.
over by Rubble, so that's the hit coming onto Nightfall onto the site. Even if Premi was here,
Kinda
he's
all
at
comes
max
down to
2,
Premi
maybe
getting
3
a
people.
kill,
We
I
have the
feel
numbers
like.
advantage, and that's site given over. Do they try for the metal and the spam through the wall?
Oh, they get a good
Looks like
plant.
it's just going to be a nade combo, and the C's just barely not
Yeah,
landing.
they get a really good
Still
plant. It's a
spike
hard
pocket for
retake now.
NONGSHIM.
They got Omen
Domby
Flash.
with the judge looking
They
for
got
the
an Omen
right
Flash
position to
back.
play it.
They're able to get through. Lots of delay already set up. The smoke set up for Domby. He's going to take an off angle.
Hey, he's gonna
He
get-
can get the jump. He's ready for it.
Okay.
Reads Governor's mind. Sees the head of Premi as well, giving the positions, but Domby gets taken down. And Talon,
Dude,
they
how
are
did they manage to
just
win so
clean
many
with
aim
the
drills
trades.
here?
Now they're looking, where could Ivy be for this gravity well? He gets one kill. Now they know the location.
Thing is, with this plant, he's gotta like
He needs
commit.
to battle through. He needs to find the shots, and Premi
Yeah,
just finds
very,
the
very
right timing
nice.
to answer back.
Dude, they
Yeah,
won so
can't
many
quite
drills
play
on
post
site.
plan right now with the pings, but also at the same time, Talon just so darn strong with how they were able to come back in effectively to flood the site. They might not have had.
Okay, but how does he go down?
They might have relegated the
Guy's
site
fast.
to NONGSHIM, but the way that they flooded back in, right, a bit of a tag team, Cruz coming in alongside his teammates, just jiggling back and forth around the corners. They managed to
The
throw
fun
off
game.
down. They managed
Honestly,
to
it's pretty
throw
much
off
always a
Ivy
fun
and
game when
everyone else.
NONGSHIM play. Just
8-8.
because
I've seen this
this
before.
guy will perma shotgun.
And it didn't, well, it depends on who you are. It didn't end quite well for some people. We'll see how long it goes. So right
Right,
now,
like we
both
said,
teams
this is
are
an
neck and
important
neck.
round because breaks the
Showstopper
econ,
online for Governor, so he's looking
and
for
then
a
now
trap
it's
play
time for
over
Talon
by
to
B.
actually see if they can stack
Like
up some
initials
money.
as well.
Teva was great timing.
Just a fast hit. Pushes them out. So much pressure. No util answer back. And Margaret
What
ready
the?
for the trap. Swings out and lands the headshot.
He must have seen him on. He must have seen the gun barrel on his first little peek there. 'Cause that's a pre-fire.
possibly be split now.
He
coming from
definitely saw
NONGSHIM.
him. There's
They
no
know
way
that
he
they have
just
the
random
space.
pre-fires
Talon's
that.
still hovering up around stairs, maybe looking back into
Official
refill
iGrizzly,
Everything's
thank
been
you,
blocked
thank you,
off
thank
now
you.
by the
Oh, sorry,
stars.
iGrizzly,
Dummy
even
picks
with the
up
Prime.
judge and gets into the
I
spot.
appreciate that, Grizzly,
Yeah,
thank
that's
you.
the weapon he wants. Now Talon, they have to hope that Ban is able to pick
You
up a
get
kill
my
or
opinion on
two.
EG
But he
yesterday.
needs to put pressure from behind so the main forces can get through. They're trying to reposition. He gets one.
Yeah,
Goes for the
EG's
fast
weird
reload,
one,
wants to make
dude.
sure he has two. There's the swing out, and Ban's gonna get taken out. Meanwhile, Domby's still alive with a judge, not able to land.
Let's wait for this
onto the
round and
next
then I'll
target.
talk about.
Now entering the site, 2v3. No time for any further util. No, not much util left. In fact, Cruz will go for the
That's
call.
just so I can
Trying
stop
to
the
draw them
plant.
out. Persia's nice
Dude,
and
what a
clean
kill
with
that
the
is.
Sheriff. Takes off Primmy's head, and Cruz all alone.
Okay, very, very
meets
nice.
Margaret in the smoke, and NONGSHIM will lead once again, 9-8.
EG, it's like the first time I don't like a lot of the game plans from EG at the moment. That's right, I'm at.
Up against Governor. I mean,
Which is
so
weird
quick
because
with
it's
the
like
reactions into it, but then
the
Dabby
old
comes back in
EG
with the judge. The fact that they
and
managed
even
to hold a site like this
2024
really
EG,
throws Talon
that was like
off.
their
I mean, I was
biggest
thinking about it, Primmy, you know,
pros.
he had the ult, maybe could have gone aggressive to look for a pick. You know,
And then I don't think they know what to do with EA.
They come back in with the ult, but unfortunately that did not quite come through, and NONGSHIM was just able and ready to hold. In theory, Ban had the outlaw as well, but the Ghost just took him down. Now Outlaw in the hands of Margaret takes down Ban outside of C. Talon tries to push out of pillars,
Dude, they
but
tanked a
able to fight
lot
back
of
a little
damage there.
until
Yeah.
Margaret comes back in again.
Was that the not dead yet used? No, maybe not. I think it was just going for that regen. I was getting a little scared there, but as you mentioned, that not dead yet, not finding that value so far for Talon, and Cruz now all alone once more. They hear his footsteps. He's able to set the round. There's
Dude,
not much open
pushes
that
through the
one.
wall and gets
And
triple
NONGSHIM
swung.
now
Like, he
slowly
thinks they're
creeping away
over,
the lead at 10.
like, on one of these
Can
sites.
really start to think, you know, could it have been one of these previous rounds? Could it have been that thrifty where
Yeah,
Talon
I mean,
could have then
the
cemented
thrifty
its
where they
lead?
won over
Because of
towards
this,
B, it's just changed
NONGSHIM
everything.
really starts to extend this gap.
Like that kill on the
At
shotgun
some
just
point it's gonna start to hurt.
owned everything.
I mean, with these ultimates, with that not dead yet, Talon, you can go
Chamber
for
on
something
Abyss.
crazy.
Yeah,
Especially with all five.
some of the
but
stuff I
would
find-
love
oh
to
god.
see Primmy kind of being
Yeah, some of the stuff I
shield,
find
you know,
crazy.
when it's on a retake or whatever else, even if it's
Whoa,
just a
bro,
scout, because you know
20
he's generally good
gifted.
for the first shot.
What the? Oh, and there's about to be an absolute
Okay.
madness. Holy hell, hold up.
Hold out B.
Dude, how do I say your
We've seen
name?
this, we've seen
Dragachar?
the close hold with the judge, things like that, but it's
Dragachar,
a
right?
paranoia in the hands
That's your
of
first
Shit
gifted and
Boys.
you go
Not
for
much
20?
chase
That's
potential.
insane, dude. Thank you so much.
Man, he's still
Yeah,
gonna
you know, so
survive.
good the
He
slug
still
oil
needs to
spam
survive.
going.
That first hit,
Anyone got
Prowler comes
gifted?
out. They're not quite
Please,
chasing, still hiding away, Shit
Dragachar.
Boys. And now,
And say
just
thank you.
can't get out. They read through it, and Domby will spam him down.
Yeah, he just didn't get his
Such a
TP out of
good
there.
read from NONGSHIM. I mean, Talon notes that NONGSHIM hasn't really been
Dragachar?
going for that A pressure, and that's why they
Let me
set
read this
themselves up
again.
outside of B. But NONGSHIM comes back in.
Dragachar.
And notes
Yeah, maybe that is
two-player
Dragachar.
setup. They saw the paranoia,
Dragachar.
and they just spammed in that one spot. Now, a bit of nightfall
Yeah, I think you
from
guys are
Cruz to
right.
try to fend them off and hold, but Persia
Tragic.
gets
Let
ahead
me know how
from
to
the
say your
shadow.
name
That
in
might
chat.
allow for NONGSHIM
I appreciate you
to
doing
slip
that, dude.
through.
Thank you for the 20. That's wild.
Just trying to surround that A side, back up, almost arriving on Talon, but they still don't have clean information.
an
but it
off
doesn't
angle.
matter. If Francis lands shots
How?
on that site now opened up by sheer force. Domby sliding through, gets the duel with Primmy. Primmy's gonna win out this time. High low.
All the
setup
nades
by
on the
Governor.
head.
Primmy dropping down. They know they have to go fast. Showstopper online. Primmy uses the not dead yet. Buys time for his teammates. Now down to a 2v2. Primmy has to go out for the kills. He
Well,
needs
they
to
don't have
find
to
him.
duel because the
NONGSHIM
Astra
is
suck.
just gonna wait it out. They don't want to give
Whoa.
this fight, but they have to check the spike. It doesn't matter. They'll gut him down.
God, look
and
at
they'll
these
gun down
rounds,
Governor
dude.
too.
Look at these rounds.
NONGSHIM
They're insane.
again with the
But
duel
how
to the
is-
team. The fact that they
How
kinda
has Francis
come back
done
in with the
this?
spike planted for them to throw off anyone who might have been sticking on the spike.
Okay,
Yeah, that
first of all,
Prowler
enables his
really
team.
checking there right behind
What?
the box, and the paranoia as well from NONGSHIM. I mean, they
I
are
guess
just
because the
not taking any
util
chances.
came out and he
This time
knows that he
Primmy
might
not
like to
dead
go
yet.
off
Showstopper,
angle.
Everything used on the side as well from Talon.
That's just a darn
I'm
thing.
impressed.
You really have to scratch your head about that one. You know, with all the ultimates used, Primmy trying to take advantage of the situation with the showstopper as well. But unfortunately couldn't quite
Thanks
get
for streaming
away.
while you're
Just how
suffering.
sharp Francis
Damn, dude, really
the
as
rest of the
well.
team are right now back into it. Talon tries
Thank
to
you
create
so
a little
much,
bit
bro. I
more of that
appreciate
A
that.
pressure to hold and maybe potentially push out at a further point in the round. But right now, NONGSHIM still keeping that pressure outside of B. With the Prowler coming through, they shut that down.
And we start to
I appreciate you
see the
doing that, dude.
cracks
Thank you so
in
much.
This composition just a little bit.
Glad I
Right?
can
mean, when you're on the attack, sure, with the
provide
double
some
smokes
entertainment.
and Premi being able to kind of 1v1 on lurks and things like that. Yeah, it can work out without the passive info from the Sentinel. But when you don't have that, you
Wants to
feel
see the game differently to us.
somewhere eventually to take the fight to him.
Some of the drills he gets in this game are insane. Like he's so aware. It's insane.
With those jump outs.
Like so aware.
Just checking if there is
One of the highest levels I think I've ever seen.
They do note that it's a high-low setup, so then maybe the mid-round.
Chat, he was the guy that got the. You see the guy that got the judge as well?
Just this ban around C, and we can kind of trip those sonic sensors and go straight in. Baited out the grav net. But of course, Talon comes in with quick rotation just in time as well. But then the Nightfall annihilation from Ban too.
Yeah, Dom B kind of left alone, but back
No way.
Margaret's going to open up the shots first. Cruz goes for the trade, but there's the over.
Dude, he's
and he
owned everyone with the attack outlaw.
Nobody able to find their targets anymore. And now Talon looking to just hold.
Dude, they ran away with it. It was so close, and then it just wasn't. And then we gotta add this in here and say it was a 2-0 pistol. And you kind of gotta come up with the theory that Talon got wrecked.
Footsteps in water, tries to go for the swing out, finishes off the kill. Governor good for the first one. Domby answers back. Jip Boys, he knows the answer of one, but he has no idea where the rest of the other members are. Trying to peek out, gives an opportunity for the shorty, and Domby with a 3K.
They got so much from the outlaw here.
With how he's able to execute in.
Gammon _ Mana, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you, thank you.
After he spotted out that high-low setup. Alright, C is the place to go.
Squelchy as well with the prime, thank you, thank you. And
did what he could with the annihilation, but again,
Wabwa,
just not quite enough.
right, with the tier 1, thank you, thank you.
The full force of NONGSHIM is breathing down your neck. Now map point I should say, but also Talon with a bit of a half bite.
Tragic again, thank you so much for doing that, bro. I appreciate you so much. Okay, we got 4 chances, and you would imagine that it's not going to go on for too much longer.
I mean, you have lost so much power. This judge has to find value. He gets one, but that's
Great stun though. Like he's just gonna get traded no matter what. He gets the space and the stun off. Like how's anyone meant to get 2 there? Big Jewel. Oh boy. Dude, these guys are nuts at Lotus, by the way. These guys are so good at Lotus.
Cruz will be able to find that frag against Persia. Maybe a little bit timing to get back through blue door now, but at the same time, it's the 2 players from NONGSHIM, Francis and Ivy, trying to hold up in elevated positions.
Spots one. See where the other is. Ivy waiting for it, but now they decide they are just going to stick to it. They're trying to hide them away, and it's a 1v1.
Premi, of course, keeping them alive, 23 to 15. Not convincing, but let's
looks
keep
incredibly
with it.
good when Premi is the last one alive, kind of devouring his teammate, allowing him to be that sacrificial lamb for him to then come back in with the trade one-on-one, and he gets it for sure. Extends Talon's life by maybe another round, but still, you gotta look at how quick NONGSHIM
Achilles, surely not.
has to kind of keep up.
Just the way that NONGSHIM is spreading out right now with the fast pressure. Whenever they put fast pressure, there's always someone looking for another answer because they understand that they didn't have full.
1, 2, 3.
Credit to Cruz as well.
1, 2, 3. Judges.
NONGSHIM had the numbers advantage. They might still leave someone on that A site. We knew.
Joe, bro, you gotta look at this buy. Someone talk about this buy. It's wild.
A little bit quicker back into A. Governor with the judge right around the door.
I mean, NONGSHIM's seen this before, so I don't think they're going to make the same mistake. He tries to spread out the angles, but it's not going to find it.
It's the first time that Danby hasn't bought a judge.
Not quite, but they will battle through it.
Still with the numbers, able to come back into Swarm now.
Oh, the Tev is incredible.
Working alongside Premi. Unfortunately, Cruz will be the first to fall. The next is going to be Premi.
Dude, this team is way too stacked.
At that point, he's caught nothing
kind of
but
unfair.
a judge.
It's not looking good for Ban. He was hoping, he was waiting that there would be a turnaround, a flank, whatever it might be. He'll land the shot. He gets a weapon. 1v3. Margaret's low, so it is still doable.
Has GravNet as well.
Now NONGSHIM just keeping spread out, not giving him these fights, forcing him to clear every single angle. Spots to spike. He wants to clear.
I feel like you got 3 raid bosses though.
There
goes 1. Oh, hold up. Damn.
Not quite the third.
Yeah, he gave that a good go though. He gave that a nice try. Double pistol, and they got 9 rounds. Shout out to NONGSHIM on this
They
one.
close it out in style.
They're
They close it out with
they're
speed
so good on
and
this map.
agility.
It looks
So
horrible to
quick,
play
so many
against.
times in these rounds. They come in with that early pressure on the attacking half into the
I
A
think you
side,
could
maybe the quick
maybe
mid-round adaptation
punish
back into
Persia
B.
on
Whatever it
A.
is,
On
somehow,
defense,
one way or
that's
another,
about it.
Talon
Just because
is
he plays the
playing
same
against
spot
the
every
back
time,
foot.
but
I
he's
mean, in that
also
moment, Ben, you know,
also plays it
such
really
a
well.
tremendous effort. He took down 3 players, but the final one, Francis, just the final cherry on top, was able to come
But
back
if I
and
did
beat
A
off
hold, yeah, I
contact.
think you have to go aggro A,
The
right?
most impressive thing that a lot of teams should know
I
from
agree
this
with
is
you.
that, okay, they played 42 rounds yesterday, so what, right? They come in, they're confident on it. They pick the
Chat,
map, they come
flashbang
in,
coming your way.
and
Watch
they're
out. 3,
looking like
2,
they
1,
prepped
everyone
against
turn.
Talon as well.
Oh, not even
aware of
flashbang
how
these
fast
days.
Talon was
Nice.
taking apart that C site, and they are defending their utility just to the bitter end of the earth. Sure, it was neck and neck, but if they didn't do that, that first half looks very different, and Talon's suddenly sitting much comfier going into that second half.
That is absolutely
yeah, fake
true.
fire.
7-5 from the first half definitely gives them, you know, quite a bit of breathing room coming in for that second, considering the fact that Talon have been the ones picking up the pistol. So this is a very resilient, very, you know, strong NONGSHIM that shows that they have perseverance. Question is, how does that look for the upcoming map of Bind, which Talon has picked?
Yeah, Talon's been looking very good on that map, and while the desk has mentioned that NONGSHIM, this used to be a comfort pick for them, it hasn't looked too good. You know, the transition back to Raze for Gen.G, so we'll see if maybe just 24 extra hours since yesterday was enough rest for Gen.G to pick up that Raze once again. But for now, we'll send it over to our analyst to break down that Lotus.
Binds. Did Talon just pick both of
And
the...
casters pointed
Did
out,
Talon pick
NONGSHIM
Bind and
can
get
show
split
the
because they're the
entire
2
playbook,
Raze
but,
maps?
it's still not enough for Talon to cross
Is that what they've done?
there. NONGSHIM looked
They're
very
just trying
much
to
in
get
order,
Danby
and
off of the
honestly,
neon?
it could be because of that overtime, just getting all those reps in.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, I mean, that's definitely the flip side of Talon had a lot to watch, but NONGSHIM had a lot of practice. So
It would
I
be
think,
smart.
you could
It
tell
would,
that they were
yeah.
still feeling good.
It's not
They
the
weren't worried
it's not the
about
worst
another shot 'cause
strategy
they
ever.
picked it again. They're going, "Look, we
It
won
gets
an
rough when
absolute
everyone's playing
insane
this
map
good though on
this
this team.
yesterday. If we can close
Let's
that
see if
out,
it
we
pays
can
off.
close
Yeah,
anything out. And,
definitely,
fair play, they got it done in regulation this time.
I mean,
How-
people have
how
done
nice
similar
for the rest of us
things
here
against
watching.
other teams.
I think there was pretty mixed results from Talon in that map. There were some rounds where it looked like they had fantastic reads and they knew exactly where NONGSHIM would be standing and what to do about it. And then they had some rounds where they were just running into a setup that they just countered and getting absolutely obliterated by it. So there wasn't a lot of consistency there in anything really for Talon outside of Primi's performance. I mean, whenever you put him on the clove, this guy gets his numbers.
Yeah, Primi played a great game.
Okay, let me.
There's a lot to talk about with
let me
Primi,
spam
but I really like him on this clove.
David,
I
thank
feel
you.
like it unlocks him
Yeah, we'll be back in a
nicely.
bit.
He's allowed a nice amount of risk, especially because Jibboys is there with the extra smokes in case he needs it. But Francis on the other side, leading from the front once again. He's having a huge tournament.
He absolutely is, and I think you guys, one of you guys have him on your team.
Pilsky.
Ah,
I
Pilsky.
picked him multiple times. In fact, he carried my team yesterday when I got almost 120 points because I got both MVPs. And one of them was Francis, and it's a reason why I highlighted him. Like, if you go back to NONGSHIM in Ascension Jakarta, you go back to NONGSHIM in VCLKR Split 2, top players and with insane stats, Gen.G and Persia. You look at their stats this tournament, Francis is on top, and actually Ivy is doing a lot of heavy lifting as well, particularly in the clutch. So you're seeing NONGSHIM, once they've stepped into Tier 1, different players have different levels of performance.
Now you were talking about Persia, and in fact just habits that are repeating over and over again.
Yeah, this is Primi. We can see Primi just going crazy the whole way through this game. Just, you know, we speak a lot about his movement, we speak a lot about his aim, but he is the lease of life for this Talon team, where I feel like he's trying to drag them over the line, but this map, it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, you see him always having his numbers, always getting consistent performances. They do run the double controllers on this map, Talon, so you could see that they had a lot of set plans where they want to throw a progression smoke outside of rubble or a progression smoke in towards C to help them get some space, and that was the case in this round. The grab net, the set plan with the progression smoke up on top of rubble so no one can really TP up there and try to have any impact was kind of the approach, but then, like we said, you see rounds like this where, you know, NONGSHIM completely blast them playing positions like this. Persia and Gen.G are the 1-2 combo over on the rubble side that are just getting so much value. The way that they use the paranoia, the way that they cut Talon in half with the fast lane is beautiful to watch.
I mean, think about how the OT ended yesterday. It was Persia from this exact spot. So we saw Talon had ideas on how to counter it, but it didn't always work out that way.
No, and another round, you can see the full investment, including the showstopper and the paranoia coming through from Talon, and NONGSHIM just go, no thanks. from the shadows, TP out, fast lane, Danby runs through the Hobbit hole, and you've invested a whole lot of util and a Raze ult just to get rubble control, which I don't think they even utilized to even close out that round. I think they went into A and they lost the round.
Yeah, I mean, like we say, credit to NONGSHIM. They knew what TALON were going to do, and they stuck to their own guns here. I didn't feel like NONGSHIM had changed a lot since yesterday, but it didn't feel like they needed to. They said, hey, TALON, bring it on. Well, however you think you can beat us, you really can't.
I mean, they picked this map.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you guys make a great point about A control in general. Even with all those overtimes, we didn't see a lot of A plays. And Francis here continuing to hold the fort. He's just been such an incredible IGL for this team. We've seen it through Ascension, and it continues on here with all his experience, him and Persia kind of leading the charge for this team. Now, it's kind of funny that you can have the entire playbook, but you can't memorize all the tricks. And I think this goes maybe to your point, Pilsky. You've been talking about all the different comps that TALON has, all the different strats that go with all these different comps. Again, it's a lot for these players to absorb, and when you're in the heat of that moment, how do you remember all of it? And I think this may be part of the problem that's been happening for TALON.
Yeah, flexibility is key when you're building a team. You want players that can play lots, and you ideally want players that can remember lots. Different teams respond differently to different levels of anti-strat. So what you'll often see is the coach will talk a lot more to the IGL. They give a lot more to the IGL to remember, and then, like, you know, your star, your duelist players, you want them to be unburdened, and they're let a little bit more loose. But that's the whole idea of, even if they got to watch all the 42 rounds, you can't remember everything.
Yeah.
So you just want to pick out a few key points. We saw the A control there. I think the A control was the key point that TALON were trying to win on. But if they don't manage to actually execute that plan, and then you don't have those other depth, the other layers to the anti-strat, because you don't have the players that can remember that, then that's when you might get in a little bit of trouble.
Now, I want to talk about the next map. It is Bind. TALON looked phenomenal on Bind the other day. They looked like they just really had it nailed down. NONGSHIM, on the other hand, as Will Chober was pointing out, Danby's going to go back on the Raze.
Well, yeah, he is. I mean, he was on the Neon previously. They've iterated, like, their initial comp was the Cypher Deadlock with the Neon, and it was such an iconic comp, and a lot of teams even copied that, and it kind of became a mini meta on Bind in particular. They haven't looked as good since they had that comp, not only in terms of stepping up into Tier 1 and playing strong opponents, but also they don't really look like themselves. They look very passive. They don't make as many plays. On defense, when they used to play in Ascension Jakarta, it would be like, Fade Prowler goes out, Danby dives forward, Relay Bolt, and they're killing people on defense and making aggressive plays.
Yeah.
On currently, you see them just sit back, like they're just sitting back in the A site and letting the other team execute in there, and then trying to go for some standard-looking retakes. So it doesn't even really look like the NONGSHIM that I remember the way that they're playing at the moment. I think they really need to rediscover their identity and the way that they play this map, and maybe some of that is being limited by composition change and Neon nerfs. Whereas TALON, they are playing a very util-heavy style at the moment, and they are playing the Deadlock as well, and it looked beautiful against T1. Like, their game plan looked amazing.
It was rock solid. We were watching, we were both so impressed with how TALON played that Bind. It feels like they were able to dismantle T1 so easily.
When you watch a game as a former coach, and I was talking to you about this, and you watch it from the armchair position, you can see the whole minimap, and you still go, how do you even attack that?
Yeah.
Like, how do you even attack into that? That's when you know something is just fundamentally sound and really, really solid. Because, like, I couldn't even, with all the perfect information, really think of a game plan that would actually work against what TALON was doing on defense.
I'll be very interested to see what NONGSHIM tried to cook up. Because now, you know, TALON have shown this map, so there will be that extra layer to it. But I think it's going to be hard to stop. I'm still feeling okay about my TALON pick. I'm really expecting them to take Bind here because they looked so comfortable on it the other day.
Yeah, I mean, you guys were saying in the green room, I don't know how we would defend against this. Governor flying in, especially on the attacker side. I think one thing, though, that TALON absolutely needs to come in with this is confidence. They cannot be shaken by the first map because the way they play on Bind, you need confidence for that, the way how fast they move into these sites. So this is something that they're going to have to reset a bit, and hopefully they remember how well they played on Bind.
I think the defense is, for TALON, is the more difficult thing to deal with as NONGSHIM. For the attacking side, they just tend to send Governor in. He hard entries when he gets space or gets entries. It's very difficult. Basically, if TALON gets into a post plant, it's going to be very difficult for NONGSHIM. So that's why, like I said, I want to see them make plays. I want to see them get in TALON's face and slow down that snowball before it gets out of control.
Well, let's see if NONGSHIM has cooked something up a little different, and they have. They're bringing it back on the Neon.
And the Viper. So
Viper
no,
advice, no deadlock.
No deadlock for NONGSHIM. We spoke about this. This is the deadlock cipher was patented for NONGSHIM. They ran it so much, they really popularized that comp, and now we're seeing a real hard switch away back to the Neon for Danby and taking it old school with the Viper.
Yeah, and we've seen NONGSHIM do this time and time again. They've been doing it on Lotus, they mentioned it on the cast, incremental changes of agents, map to map to map, and this is another example of it.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to see it. You guys are pointing out this is exactly the thing that NONGSHIM needed to fix, and it looks like they've adjusted accordingly. This is going to be a very exciting map 2 of Bind. We're going to go back to our casters, Chobra and Quack.
They put him back on Neon. Yeah.
Bind with a new
he's not escaping the Neon 1 trick.
Loving the Neon coming back. A lot of fans have been
comments,
saying, I mean,
but
so
it is the right thing to do.
On the Neon. It's paired up
you gotta do that.
Fade also. That's already a
it will
really
be a fast
good combo
fix.
For them. But now the Vice and then the
But
Viper,
he doesn't need to. Yeah, I mean, at least we know that Neon is not going to nerf again.
Or not, but for now it's just a straight up brawl here.
Well, they did damage. This should be a cleanup here.
Already the pickups for
What
TALON.
HP is that? 13 and 9.
Well. They just barreled all the way through into the A site.
TALON surviving through pistol rounds.
Now I'm just curious.
3-0.
Like, if TALON just played Bind all 3 maps, would they just beat every team in Pacific? Because they look so confident.
Maybe.
I
If
mean,
they just
sure,
played
it's a
pistol
pistol,
rounds only, maybe they would as well.
But it's already just a steamroll through the site. Cruz and Primi very low, but that shouldn't really stop them. Obviously, Cruz far out from the site as well. There's that barrier mesh. I mean, we talk about it every time on the pistol round. It is just going to be not a mesh anymore, just a straight up barrier itself, as NONGSHIM finally being allowed to get back into the site.
Okay, Frenzy maybe to launch an assault from Lamps, but he saw 2 players already. It's already a tough spot. Tries to go for a spray transfer. Not quite
I'm
the
low
SMG or
HPs.
anything like that.
And Brimi's just sitting on the spike.
Jumping into the smoke.
3-0 for the pistols.
I mean, yeah, this is just TALON feeling really confident and fearless.
Yeah, we'll see if that can continue, because, again, the Des talked about it, but when they played T1, they just looked like an absolutely different team here in Bind. The game plan was solid. Everyone was executing exactly, seemingly, as they had practiced. All the shots were landing. And if they can do that again, surely we see yet another map 3 now between these 2 teams.
Remember the NRG? We spoke about it a little bit earlier.
13-4 against T1.
I think
that's something to say for sure.
they struggle
But at the
with
same time, yeah,
comps
thinking
that
about
they
the
don't have
NONGSHIM
much practice
composition, I
against.
definitely want to see a little bit more
Or
from
like
it. So right
comps that
Toxic
they don't have a
Streak,
demo
Block
off.
Up, Hookah as
And
well as
honestly,
Spartan, and then you got the Arc Bros on the other side.
you would imagine that Kickoff is the worst
Brooks gonna
possible
be used
tournament
as
for a
that
team that
passive
struggles
info
against that.
kind of over on B
I'm
main.
expecting the bounce
We're
back to
seeing
be
all this
pretty
utility
good.
come through, so NONGSHIM will just stand by, trying to hold on to elbow so they have at least 2 different ways of attacking on the retake.
Problem
But
for them is two
with the
new
barrier mesh,
maps.
you got
So it's
nowhere really
two
to go.
new
Just trying
maps
to
where
cut
they
an
don't have
advantage
demos
angle.
of people for a
But
little
he
bit.
still jiggles though, so at least notes that there are players inside
Mystique,
of elbow hunting him down.
right?
Meanwhile,
With the
rest
Prime?
of
Thank you so
NONGSHIM trying
much.
to take a little bit more space back out towards
I
Hookah
appreciate
as well
that.
as,
Thank you for the Prime.
B long, unfortunately, Ivy cannot.
Mada? I mean,
The
Mada's
last
incredible.
Too long.
Ooh.
Fan takes out the player by B long. The rest of them trying to flood back in from Hookah, but not
Yeah, I like
getting
the
spike
try on that.
halfway even. Moshpit comes back out.
Yeah,
Van
the
spams
wall of
shots in,
smokes
and of course
covers
TALON
the
picks
spike
up
as well.
the
They got it
flawless
half.
second round win.
Just sliding in there to try
Cause
to
some
go
chaos
for the
as well.
DPUs. I don't really think there was
Right.
anything quite
see
masking
the
the
first
sound,
buy round.
but hey, I'll respect it. You already think the round has kind of gone the other way anyway. You see what you can get with all the double smokes, triple smokes used by Persia to mask your entry. You at least drew out some extra utility as well. So you take what you can get, but TALON, flawless, starting to snowball forward. That's something we're noticing a lot. I mean, if you know what you're doing, you get this pistol. We've seen a lot of bonus conversions throughout all the regions this time in Kickoff. Let's see if TALON can run away with it.
Looking for it. They did get the opening pistol against T1. They got the previous pistols against NONGSHIM on the previous map as well. So now Fearless continuing for it with that kind of
now what? Now
style.
becomes a
It's
nightmare.
Governor straight into Lamps.
It's going to be a fake, and they just bait out the
Whoa.
ult. They wait so patiently.
They
The spike's
were
always been on the B
so
side.
on top
now
of
TP
that.
across. You still
Does he
leave
do
a
that all
lurker
the
as
time
well.
in reaction to
Primi
losing
gonna try to
A?
find a shot, but oh, he's distracted by the Neon running across. Now back up, just barely arriving. The shear wall does its job. You're allowed to get rid of Little Bro, and now the attack has been stopped. Spike just stranded in the middle of the site. NONGSHIM
Can't believe
trying
they managed to
fight
clean
to
this
make
up
sure
so
they
easy.
defend this round.
See, now this is maybe why you don't see the deadlock in NONGSHIM's current composition. That Vice providing all that all that stall potential up
The
around
Vice,
the B
yeah, the
site.
Vice,
It was
Vice
a good
value
fake,
is
it was
through
a
the
good
roof here.
plan from Talon, but unfortunately the execution got completely
But
thwarted
Vice is still
by
just
NONGSHIM and their setup.
insanely strong
Yeah, it's
against
very interesting because a big
just
part of
people
that deadlock
heavy
for
hitting a
NONGSHIM was
site.
a lot of those kind of long-range combo plays, the lineups, things like that, as we do have Margaret kind of on a timer, on a swivel, watching their backs. Persia's already watching the jump out from Hookah. Oh, okay, Cruz gonna win that. Cruz has a chance to get all
It's
the
too
way
good.
up
Vice.
to his
I
Nightfall,
think the
which
Fawns
would be a huge
need a
success even if
change.
he can't get
I
the
don't think the
bonus round
Fawns
win. This is
needed
already
that
so
buff
much
that
damage
they got.
done against NONGSHIM.
They're very early to just
Double peek
add
out.
the Vice.
Cruz waits for it.
Ooh,
And he
really
lands
got
a
close.
third, and that's now 1 point
Add the
away
Vice
from his
damage.
Nightfall. So even though
Still
NONGSHIM,
good.
yeah, gets away with their life, just
Because it still looked
barely
okay in the
that round,
off season.
That's everything Talon could have wanted.
So, not the worst thing in the world, although the round win would have been really, really nice, but yeah, you can
No
really see
way,
in
that's
this
how that kill
composition
went
what
down.
it's for and how NONGSHIM are able to play around it. You know, I think the idea
What is that as well?
also partly that if Dombi is that sword and he's on the Neon again, then Ivy, Margaret, and, you know, the rest of the team, Persia as well, they're going to be that shield. You know, a lot of stalling with the Viper, the Brim, as well as the Vise.
Yeah, they're able to continue that setup. It's still a util dump over by the B side just to hold on. Now just a hero rifle for Ivy carried over. And a Bucky for Margaret holding A short. So they go for a fast push out of showers. Now they will continue to clear out other parts of the map. Talon happy
Yeah, they
to
did
just
lose.
wait.
Sorry, they did win the round and they go for an eco,
Cruz
by the way. So
wondering if they're going to push out.
that's why we'd
Just
see a bit
thinking
of a
about it. They
gamble
don't
with a
really have too many
4-person
options, right?
stack.
They've already kind of invested to say that we are going to push out of A. Cruz just cuts the angle. Oh,
Nice
almost
shot.
connects onto do.
Do they
But he
insta-react
does
over towards
let
B?
Chip
He
Boys
does
know
have
that
the
there
hero
are more
gun.
members on A.
He's looking to use that to abuse and cut off the rotations. That's 2 kills already. And with the Bucky, unfortunately,
No,
it
this is a
whiffs.
big
Boys
miss with the
collects on
Bucky.
the triple. And all
It
that's
just
left is just
didn't
Ivy,
do that much
the
damage.
hero rifle, but the spike also going
They kind of
down
take a
now,
little bit of a
feeling
hit by
that pressure.
taking the
Ivy
eco,
just
and they
tries
would
to
have
hold the
wanted
angle.
to have done way
he
more
knows he got
damage
up
than this
close 'cause
because
he
it
heard
ended
the
up being
footsteps.
great
He's
for
gonna try to
Talon.
swing out. He actually
Oh,
got
okay, well there's the
both.
damage that
Nice
they needed
and
to do.
calm. Suddenly making this a 1v2. The barrier mesh does make it a bit simpler
Dude,
for Talon.
where does
Does Ivy still go for this? You do have the creds
where
across
does
the
every
board, so
Vice on this
absolutely a
map
worthy
just
shot.
farm?
It's got the flash as well as Steel Garden, but ooh, angle.
Nice
Oh,
shot.
just gets picked off by Primi mid-air. Not able to find the early shot. And Talon now leading 3-1.
The fact that it was midair was, yeah, that's chef's kiss. That's Primi right there. But at the same time, I mean, the entire round, the fact that Talon kind of set themselves up in this way, this fashion, knowing a bit of an anti-eco coming through, Cruz being able to hold and retrieve information, at least gets away with that 1 kill and picks up the Nightfall for the next round, mind you. But at the same time, feeds the information over to Jit Boys. That's such big value.
Now, did you see top team IGLs making adjustments while playing a match? There's a difference between making adjustments and playing against a new comp, though. Like, I don't think you can just put NRG in that bracket. Right, you had Fnatic. Oh my goodness. Dude, he doubles down. That was awesome though. You saw Fnatic struggle against BBL, same thing on Abyss.
They don't get it anymore, so it's a push out to back site, and then it's going to be an instance around for
Like, I think there's a difference from what you're saying there in terms of like small adjustments or just going in blind against a new comp.
But why not? I mean, they just managed to sweep that round right underneath from Talon. Talon comes in with a strong
this
and
not
fast
after
execute,
they had
and then
died?
the thrash as well, right from A short, but just as quick because Dambi was able to hold down showers. There was that little bit of a TP play coming from the rest of the team as well. They were just so
It's fine attack or defense sided. It's attack sided. But I will say, when I watch the Vice Viper comp, he looks on absolute lockdown.
That, hey, we just need to hold on to backside. We just need to make sure that they don't expand that reach further.
So
once again, it's up
it
to
normally is attack sided, but honestly, I feel like when I see this B util, I'm not sure I see teams even manage to get over towards B that often. So I would maybe say it's more of like a 6-6.
And Dombi will get away with his life, draws out the
Starting to
grab
feel like
against
Talon are not in for B
Talon's
as well
ego
after
here, just with that
that
hero
other round
barrier.
that happened.
Oh, okay.
Good recovery
A little bit
shot.
of slight whiff, but recovers just in time to take Cruz down.
Yeah, but Ban's still holding that long angle. I mean, NONGSHIM
Wait,
not
that
quite
was
covering
straight through this
for their
wall.
teammates and perhaps not expecting the Guardian
He
coming
had
out
internal
either.
clock as he was running
They
back
are
over
gonna
towards
pay
the
for
site and
that.
spammed
So
it. That
now
was
the full
impressive.
stack, you already have Francis covering Fountain on the other side of the map. So the 3 members of NONGSHIM here just looking for the trades against each other. Paint Shells pushes him out. Persia has to walk out. He gets caught just in the last second by the Annihilation. Dombi really does he push out. It's a timing pinch from either side, but only
Joe.
Ivy surviving.
Look
Maybe
at
that's
him
just
go.
enough. Takes down more members. It's just down to Jip Boys.
Yeah, they should just spam fade util here. It's such an important
He
round.
spots him. Ivy looking for the fight. Jit Boys, he's aware that it's a 1v2. Francis, haunt spotted at full health. Jit Boys, the timing on the peak. Francis baits him out with the tap. Jit Boys is just going to hold true.
No way, the
timing.
crouch,
Waits for
22
Francis to check
HP.
the 50-50, and Jit Boys
What
will
a
get
beast.
the Red Bull clutch.
Oh my god. I mean, where do I even begin? What a round for both
I thought they were
teams.
gonna just
Talon,
fade up.
unfortunately, are going to be the ones to really bring
I
it
thought they were gonna
across
fade
the
up Prowler,
finishing
to be
line.
honest with you.
And it's not just Primi, it's Jit Boys.
Like in
He
the-
plays
in
like
the
Cruz
2v1.
at the same time. I mean, unfortunately, he falls, but it's a lot of info being gained, and the way that Ben was able to hold that
It's the
long
kill that I was
angle,
talking
getting
about
the
earlier.
spam through, just so much information at hand, but it's down to some of these micro movements in place. I want to note how Ivy went in for the huge wide swing and stopped just in time to hold the angle, and at the same time for Jit Boys to go with the crouch peek on the one-on-one. So good. Next round comes in, and this time it's NONGSHIM to hold showers once again. There's just a bit of
The FNS hate is crazy.
Francis feeling the contact.
Like
He does
that.
thread the needle still.
Yeah, it happens when you get
Just a
popular.
nice clean shot, and that is something that you've needed, because if you're going to spend the smokes over
And
by
he's an
showers
easy
to deny
target, let's be
information,
honest.
you got to make sure you have a little bit more proactive information over by that B side. You can start to retreat because you still have the toxic screen, you still have that sheer wall, but we'll see how else it works out. Now looking at it, it does seem like they're purposely placing that toxic screen to basically act as that smoke that denies the jump peak on the sheer wall. So giving up Shower's control, Shower's value for that extra one. But the
No
timing,
way.
The timing was so good on the poison orb.
There's
Shots,
no
maybe not so
way.
much.
1
He's
HP.
still here and does have a get out of jail card, so trying to work around with it, avoids the nightfall, which is a bit of balance.
think
as
about it,
well.
Brimall.
Orbital strike comes in,
Wait, think
allows
about
Jit
it,
Boys to sneak
Brimall.
through the
They're
smoke.
gonna
He does find
push.
one onto Dombi, but Ivy for the trade. They get the read that it's a B hit at the end of it all, so Francis is here and ready to receive.
Yeah, he's just waiting. He dodges all the util. There's still 30 seconds, but it should be a timing peak here from Governor. Doesn't even need it. Primi's gonna land 2 headshots
How's
back to
Primi
back.
done that?
Then the barrier mesh, and Talon look to secure another round. It is Persia, so we'd have to wait and see. But
They
yeah,
don't
if
look
you have to go
too
through the barrier mesh, it
comfy,
says, you know what,
NONGSHIM.
this isn't worth trying. I'm just gonna get
Like
the
even
bar.
just that
Governor's one
small
away
little
from a
play on
showstopper. We
A.
don't want to give it away
We
for free.
saw someone default,
I'm so
right?
sorry, Trober. I gotta apologize.
Ult
I'm
goes
getting,
in.
overexcited
Like
in
a
these rounds
50-50,
because
right? Whether you push
you
forward or
just
push
have these
back.
moments where
They just
Talon
don't hold
has
the
set up.
smoke.
It's set up right there for Governor to come back in on the timing through with
And
the
then
off
Primi's
angles
just
from elbow.
One tap both
but
of them.
Primi gets the shots.
I mean, when you have Primi,
What?
it's really just an insurance plan that you never really have to cash out on.
Oh my god.
There's great, clean shots. But the adjustment that NONGSHIM made, honestly, in my head, I was thinking you kind of have to do the same thing. You purposely have a Viper and a Brim. You got to use those Brim smokes, at least one, a little bit more aggressive to
Yeah,
deny that
it's crazy
information, 'cause
impact.
The other side, they can
Force them
cycle
down to an
through
eco.
a lot of that early active info, whether it's
They got a
Prowler,
little bit
Taunt,
unlucky
Dizzy,
with the
Use, to make sure that they
damage
can
on
inch
short
forward
here.
and then launch an all-out attack on these attacking rounds. So this time they correctly push out of showers with that. They even go for the peak from
Euphoria.
Francis. He's waiting for it,
Sorry that I
gets the
missed that,
kill.
dude.
He's still got
500
the info,
bits.
but then
Holy,
dragged
thank you so
across,
much,
and
dudes.
Talon still had the
Sorry that I
backup
missed
plan
that,
for the
dude.
rotate. So that will call for the timeout.
Where'd you
where
rate
it's up
Sentinels
to
by the end of the
coaches
year?
NONGSHIM, Silkanon and
Do you think
Valanalysis
they're able to win
try to give a
domestically in a
solution.
Masters event? At the moment, I think they need a little bit more time, but I can see them going to Bangkok.
Maybe this time you want to look at something outside of
They got a
A-short
they
little
got a
bit more as well.
good.
I mean, this is where you really think, you
What
know, you're
they've done
using
in
the
a
top
small
6
time
to
is
really
impressive,
block
right?
off
To
Guardian
just
as well as
just
Hookah,
embracing the
right?
tail on
You
every
still
single
do
map.
wanna kinda need it for,
And then I think that
that
it works on a
toxic
majority
screen
of their
goes through
maps, but they
teleport
might need
outside
to
of showers.
tweak
Then you can
2.
maybe use the Brimstone for something else.
Maybe only 1.
But just kind of throwing some
But I
possible
think
solutions there.
Little
Not
tweaks
quite
will
sure
happen.
what they're looking at exactly.
But it's impressive to
Honestly,
embrace an
I think
agent
a
like this
decent
and
adjustment
make it
would
look
be
really
to
good.
move the sheer wall
Like, they
over
full
to
believed in
E-short.
Teo
Now,
being
that one can
broken.
be jumped over, but then you pair it still with the poison cloud, and you still have some way that.
So yeah,
one's not
and I
easy
think
to
time
jump
is
for
gonna
free 'cause it's
like they're
about
only
the
gonna get
diagonal,
better
you
with
have to
time
peek
because
out
again
way
it's
wide, you're able to
such
spot it
minimal
from that,
time
and
on
obviously you might get smoked
new
off.
comps.
But that's a consideration to have. But for now, it looks like it's still going to be that toxic screen over just on that B side. A little bit of a different angle since the shear wall I don't think is there. We'll
Fracture?
have to wait and check.
Yeah, fracture.
Yeah,
Fracture
not used
split.
just yet
Like
by
the
Ivy.
two that I'm not convinced on.
Okay, so just keeping it for now. It is a bit of a half buy.
Yeah, just to push out, being lower on that eco. You do have that hero rifle on Persia. That's what they want to set up for. It's the scout, and then the double peek, triple peek. It just continues. How many members
See
are
the
on your
insta-react.
Talon? It doesn't matter.
What
They
gun
can
does
start to
Ivy
make a
have?
run towards that A site. They have to just give up the weapons.
Alright, so just starting things off with a little bit of a read, but it is Ivy isolated on the A site. He's going to have to try to hold lamps for dear life. Spots out Cruz on a swivel, but Cruz is able to swing right back against him. Domby fires up some shots. The rest of the team just trying to rotate on over.
Yeah, Domby arriving just in time to make sure that at the very
Yeah, I
least
feel
he
like
pushes them
this
back
strat would have
away
been incredible if
from
he
the
just had a
back of the
Bucky,
That's
yeah.
gonna tag 2 people, so you know 2 are trapped here. Showstopper comes out for a counter delay. Governor's just playing for time, and he'll get exactly what he gambled for.
It's a nice ult to just make sure they have to respect and take no space.
Alongside the hunt, spots Governor out by the other side of
Nice
Lance,
from
but
Governor. He's had a good round
able
here.
to tag and spray him down. Jitboy still
Oh,
holding on the
Jitboy's
off angle, but
tapped
no, in extra form,
the
he gets
molly
caught by
as
the
well.
sheriff. Now the rest of the team
Oh
continues
my
on with
goodness,
their
what is this
onslaught.
game?
Jumping right
Prowler
click
to
into
see the guy
Governor. Cruz has
defusing.
the
Ah,
hold
that was
up,
unlucky. That was a nice try from
but
Cruz.
no!
Oh, it was incredible from
Margaret with
Cruz.
the
I take
sprays,
it all
the
back. He had
spike
enough
goes
time.
off.
Cruz did
Unfortunately,
sick
still
here.
around for Talon.
And honestly, Governor did great, right? The only reason the time is so low here is because he delayed so much from the fade ult, just popping his Razor reactively.
Going with the overdrive. Now the overdrive has to wait, but you still think, okay, we have a chance because we had them trapped up over by lamps, and we should be able to just use this neon as we often do as that bait. But this time, just not enough movement available for Domby as he's stuck up against that wall. And it's a nice clean shot from Governor.
And trying to finish in the tournaments earlier is better or worse? It's better for them.
Buys enough time for Cruz
Nice.
to just delay them. That's going to be the 10th clutch for him here in
10th
VCT Pacific, but
clutch.
no time to celebrate as we move right on in. Judge
No time to celebrate.
Right bat. And this means Talon, they're not really going to care about showers at all for the time being.
Yeah, they're
Weird
happy
vibe
to
wall.
kind of just work their way around the A site without the showers control. NONGSHIM are the ones who have to kind of work the angles around. It's not going to be easy, man. At the other time, it's going to be Ivy up around towards maybe the backside of Spawn or Heaven. Margaret trying to launch a bit of a flank through.
I mean,
Man has
Margaret's
to get this. Man
dead.
has to get the win, and he will. That means the rest of his teammates can still watch for that bank and still create that crossfire. It's going to be a lot of delay. There's the Thrash as well. I love it. Just the proactivity just to buy some time. You don't need to greed for the kills because otherwise they still have to deal with all this util delay over on the spike itself. Ban good for another kill here on the flank. They're trying to go for the spray.
No
Persia sprays
way.
down through the
Double.
smoke
Well, he
with
can't
the
get half.
Phantom.
He has to
Governor
tank that, right?
all alone, stops it at half.
Has the judge.
Timing, he gets
No way.
not
No
gonna
way.
land
He's
it.
missed him with the
Persia
judge.
will snipe him out
16
on the jump,
HP.
and it will be
Oh,
NONGSHIM
no.
starting the return.
That is
scratching my
a slight
head.
judge
Oh my
nerf coming
God.
in
Truly
with
both
the jump,
sides are
but he
fighting neck and neck. I
also
mean, Talon leading with the
just
score right now,
kind of
but
didn't
NONGSHIM
have
able
the
to strike
crosshair
back
on
in
him
this
much,
round.
right?
You were thinking maybe
I
NONGSHIM
think-
are taking their time
I
to
would-
work
I would
around the map
love
on
to
this
see it
retake.
again
That's
on
gonna
a
take quite
replay.
bit, where Talon is able to keep themselves up by the forward positions to hold
Did
them
he
off,
not aim
and by just enough
insanely
time to
high?
Take that time away from the spike, but unfortunately, NONGSHIM was still able to fight them back. And now the next round comes back in. Talon looking to come back through, but this time closer towards the B site. NONGSHIM with a triple swing. Margaret
Gets a
in on
great
that
trade to the
against
lose
Governor.
fade.
Yeah, it does seem like Talon is getting more and more ready for these multi-swings, but at the end of the day, it's just still too many people. Governor was clean for one, but yeah, here is that adjustment. Cruz not able to make it across, but he says, all right,
fair
come
play,
fight
man.
me. I'm stuck here with you, but it doesn't quite matter. There's
Yeah,
Dobby.
now
He
what?
realizes it's a surround, and it's just too late. Jip Boys and
As
Cruz
soon as
will
that
draw
fader
all the
goes
attention.
down,
They'll
it's
go
like,
deep
what?
with the stars to mask all the information, and the spike will be delivered to the A site.
Bit of a prowler from Cruz to check us.
Gonna
well, but the
judge
spike, yes, at
replay,
the end of it
or
does
is it gonna be
go
nice?
down. It's two
Maybe
players from
flashbang.
NONGSHIM
We got enough time
against
for this?
4 from
We
Talon.
can do our own
Not an
mid-round
easy
replay.
retake, might just be the save.
Yeah, you consider the credit situation. I mean, as much as Persia would love to get there or strike and
Yeah,
get
are they
out of
hunting
this
much?
life,
Oh no,
it's
chat. We
going
got
to be a
time. We
little
got time. We got
dicey.
time.
No, if you
Do you want-
trade
let's
with
go
Bernie's
fast,
ult, it
full
doesn't
speed?
really mean much value, so it will just be the hold. Margaret,
Oh,
just
God.
keep an eye out at that long angle, see
Chat.
if
Oh,
he's still
I almost
launching
feel
forward,
bad.
and
I
Talon
will
be happy
publicly
just
apologize to
take
him
the
for
round.
this.
10th
I
round
apologize to do
here,
this.
as they're leading currently 6-3. Try to get that 7, which would
I
guarantee
feel
a
really bad
7-5
doing
map.
this.
Not the end of the world, but given how things are looking, Talon wants more.
Oof.
Very much so. You would think, though,
Oh god, I give him chat.
Fury
I'm giving myself
here
a yellow card for that.
going
That was
into
mean.
the next half.
That was a yellow card for
Talon
myself.
has
I
a
feel
lot of
bad.
retake potential. They can stall with a deadlock as well.
That's
Meanwhile,
just.
for NONGSHIM, you know, this
I'm
is
not
a
even giving it to him. I feel bad. That was
position
brutal.
with the double controller as well.
How do the replay guys do it?
So you would think they need more rounds
How do the
on defensive
replay
map
guys
as
do
well.
it, dude?
But then again, they just got down to
God,
themselves.
I feel bad.
Yeah, I mean, even on the attack, obviously you can still have, especially if you're playing half contact as well, that Vice, you know, can work both ways.
What happens
but
if I get a
the
red
real
card?
big thing
I
here
did.
is
I
they
mean,
kind of
honestly,
have to
just
win
go
by
sleep.
delay, especially given Talon's composition. Once Talon gets on site, it's going to be very, very difficult for them. And so we're going to have to see NONGSHIM. I mean, the whole point when you look at Viper, when you look at agents like Vice, is about that delay, even Brimstone to a certain extent. And so with that
Someone
switch now,
red
with the screen going through that teleporter, as we talked about during that
Just
timeout,
really
as
want
I
that
mentioned,
sleep.
Shearwell now working off of the Razor Vines and the Flash.
Oh
and the
boy,
potential push
Margaret
over
didn't spot
by
any.
Short. That shuts down A side pretty much. For all the delay possible, you just have to hold on. The toxic screen, where is it? You're just out
Damn,
in the
has he
open
got one?
fighting. And now Dombey, relay bolt comes up fast.
Whoa, that dude,
as he always
Dombey.
does, but that is exactly where sometimes he will fall.
Dombey's style
As he
of
gets
play
too
is
close
one
to
of the most
sun,
mental things
and
ever.
Talon once again shutting down any attempt at holding onto the site from NONGSHIM.
They're carrying forward with that steel confidence as well. I mean, Talon not really slowing down. Cruz, unfortunately, will be the one to fall, but at least they are able to hold a lot of this space and gather more information because of that ban. Able to keep himself posted up inside of elbow. Spots another play. Ooh,
Oh,
does get
dink
dinked, though.
dink.
It has to kind of throw down that mosh pit to buy a little bit more time and save. Orbital strike
Forced
comes
him
out.
to sight.
From
No way
Cruz
that he
trying to
missed
clear a
him.
little bit more
Wait,
space,
where do
but
they
at
think
the
he's
same
gone?
time, a bit of a trap in.
Okay.
Oh, Ivy still able to land a flick though. But
Ah,
Primy comes
smoke came
back
down a little bit
onto
too
the
late.
trade. It's just Persia gets the shot on towards Primy and hides inside of the smoke to try to stick it through.
Very
But
nice from J-Boys,
he
no matter
hops in
what.
with the Vandal
He
to
had
take
it.
the pop shot right in his face.
Yeah, he will go down, but he did
Okay,
have
it's
the
looking
credits saved up
convincing.
for
It
that
really
last
is.
round.
I think
So Talon,
Danby
I mean, the shots are still
hasn't
there. You gotta give
properly
respect to
found out
NONGSHIM,
how
right?
he
You have
wants to
members like
judge
Persia.
on this
He's
map.
gotta get those dings, whether it's through the wall or not, and he'll
And
be
I
a
would
threat.
suggest
But again, it doesn't matter if
not
you
doing
land 3
this,
shots
first
because
of all.
just how
I
much
would suggest,
that
like, if he
NONGSHIM
really
has
wants to judge on this
battle
map
through.
Parma, he
And
should
we can talk
just
all about
play
how they need
hookah
to
the whole
fix it, but
time.
now they only have one last chance to even get to 4, and Talon's already smiling.
Like, this
at
is one of the
first
maps
half.
where you can actually judge
They're back in with the
like
judge
the
as
whole
well.
time on
They're just
defense,
happy to
and
keep going in with
you
that
need to have
quick
like a whole
pace
game
hit.
plan around it
So
though.
maybe
Like I would
looking
heavy
for
hold
a
showers, smoke on
here's that
default. He
Shearwall.
goes here. You
Block
give up
them off
lamps.
for
He can
Primy.
retake
Steel
lamps
guard
if they ever go
immediately proc
over
here from
towards
Dan
A.
as well. Comes in
They-
from
they
the
would-
side.
they could make
Boy
it
from the
work.
back. Ooh.
The trades were so good.
Yeah, this is
Baits
just-
out the ultimate, potentially
we're
beat
going
up the
split.
Shearwell. Governor immediately takes
The split's
a
gonna be
U-turn,
banging,
and the
'cause both these
long
teams have
range
had
guns
rough
from back. Hard
splits.
to fight,
Ooh,
hit
nice
by the
shot.
Steel Garden, but Francis, nice and clean with a Dombey extend, resets the fight. There's the relay bolt, but oh, Governor's ready for it. He's had that judge. He was waiting to serve Dombey a bit of his own medicine.
How you like them apples? Francis and Margaret now. One from the front, one from the back. But still,
Dude, we tried to do a Parma judge on this map. That's the only reason why.
Burst to buy the attention away for Francis to maybe creep up front, but at the same time, Cruz so ready to turn around.
That's how we made
Meanwhile,
the
Margaret, so
link.
many more targets. Goes in for
Hookah
a
judge
90-degree flick, but
works
then
so
comes
much.
Primy right from underneath heaven, gets the shot. Talon ends the
Yeah,
first half.
chat.
9-3.
I don't want to spoil the rest of this game, but
Yeah,
we're going
just going to
split.
chalk that up to playing bait for Primy there from Governor. We're not going to read into that one too much, but I mean, the play here, the call, it is so good. And Governor, whether it was always meant to be the play or whether it's just a quick reaction, it doesn't matter because it's so good. The U-turn away with the blast back and just baits out the Steel Garden, and then there's people there to trade for him as he hides away in Cubby and waits for his weapon to come back. It is an absolute call.
He's the most
from Cruz
improved
and
player
crew,
that I've
as
coached.
Talon
Oh,
now
for sure,
leads
Yampy.
9-3 at
Mate,
the
did
half.
you watch Yampy
And
when he
I
came
mean,
over to the game?
it's looking kind of similar to
Holy
that
hell.
T1 match. They just come to blind and
that
Talon says,
guy was
when we
awful at
play
the
our
game
map,
when he
things
moved
are gonna be
over.
different.
Oh
They
my
get their
goodness.
own map,
Yampy's
they
for sure
stick
the
to their
most
own
improved.
game plan. They're going in this hit fast and strong, especially on the attacking
Yeah,
half.
Yampy was
does feel as
atrocious
though
at the
there's
game.
very little that can stop
And then he got good
they're
fast though.
keeping
He
true
did
to
get
their
good
game plan
fast.
of getting the spike down and holding a lot of forward
The first 2
space
months are insane.
up against NONGSHIM as well. So this is where I start to worry a little bit. How does this
Can't say that?
composition
No,
work
he'll
for NONGSHIM
accept that.
once
He'll
they swap
accept that.
sides?
Well, some Dombey fans, as he's been getting a
The thing was
lot
great.
of fans
The thing
around
is
the
that
world, win
we managed
or
to
lose.
qualify
People
to
love watching
Reykjavik
this
with
guy
him
play.
playing like that.
But if
That
he
was the
can't make
mental
it through
thing.
The best of 3 today, that is the end of the
He was a
kickoff road for
lunatic
either of
on
these
Jet.
teams. And you can see Dombey feeling that pressure.
I'm on a yellow card, I need to chill out. That's actually true.
NONGSHIM and Shinramyeon fans as well.
CS? Oh no, he was incredible at CS, yeah. But mate, we did because Jet was unreal, right? So we put him on Jet. Then as soon as you gave this guy, and he was a lunatic, and kind of still is to an extent, but he's chilled out a lot. As soon as he realized that he has a dash and an updraft, mate, we saw some mad stuff. OG Flash scored, thank you. But we also just let him go, so it was partly my bad as well, because I did just want him to. We called it limit testing, but it was pure insanity.
All they want is one, and they'll get it for free. Primi still good for it. Okay, the Baramish goes up, so he's still gonna buy a lot.
I enabled it. Oh, I heavy
Now,
enabled it.
Wary of Margaret. It
I
looks
didn't
like
really
it.
care.
Not sure if they heard, not sure if they saw, or if
He
it's
could just
just
do what he
a
wanted.
clear, but it's gonna be a great wide swing, that's for sure. And now Talon leading. In
OG Flash scored. Thank you
numbers 4-2.
with the 5 gifted, dude. I
They're just
appreciate
gonna
that.
split
Thank
up.
you
They're
so
gonna
much.
take the 1v1s.
34 altogether, 5 right now. Chat, you know what to do? Get the slug oil spam going.
That has spent
I'm
a
at
lot
OG
of
Flash
time,
scored.
a lot of
If
space
you
for them
got
to have to
gifted.
re-clear. Ivy going to work on
Overpeak
that
cards.
Use that on a timing, and
Back
that's
then
what
we used to give everyone 2
pressure
overpeak
NONGSHIM
cards.
Talon quite a bit on
Everyone
this
was allowed to
retake.
overpeak twice.
So
Pretty much
Cruz
until I called a timeout.
creeping in. He should find Persia. Yeah, they
And
set their
Yumpy
backs against each
used
other.
those cards very
Now he turns
early.
around, and that should be the call. Ivy now stuck on the site. The Han finds him. Governor lands
Yeah.
the shot.
4-0
it
for the
is going
pistols,
to
by the
be
way.
the defuse.
But
All
I kind of
4
clocked out
pistol rounds
because
so far
it's a diff on
going
this
to
map.
Talon.
That should inspire quite a bit of confidence for the Talon fans out there. But at the same time, NONGSHIM just trying to do what they can, being able to flood in the site.
Warcraft mods? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I didn't play it at 1.6, but I did similar in
Right
Source.
click against Cruz as well, but at the same time, I think a lot of the Talon players have been showing a lot more potential, a lot more levels to that gameplay as well right now. I mean, Cruz namely finding a lot more frags. At the same time, Governor is just playing for the team.
Another double judge as well against Domby's Neon here on the anti-eco, and another outlaw for Governor, which he was finding a lot of value with against T1. Set up for again. There's the Prowler, gets cleared for him. Well, they know he's stuck. Could just go for the spam through the wall. You
gotta be
know
tempted
the
to go
season's
for
there,
that.
and Governor
Very
holds
nice.
true to his faith, lands the shot eventually. Francis down. No information on that side of the map anymore. And now Margaret, he'll have to rejoin, but on this forest buy here from NONGSHIM, it's not looking great.
Still okay for now. Primi to hold out Garden.
Oh, the grab net timing so good as well.
I mean, you just get
And
told
now
off,
Man
yo.
just
There's nothing
needs
much
to
we could
wait.
do.
It is a bit of a tricky angle. He has to make sure he lands the timing, and he'll just get the shots right onto Margaret. The sonic sensor doing its job.
NONGSHIM gets on the site, but not quite safe enough to really stick it through. They're going to try to do it inside of the 2, but okay, Danby takes out Ban. Might have a big pick up 2. Ivy with the Guardian shots back in towards elbow, though. That does even out the odds a little.
Persia resets. You've already closed off the other side with the judge. Ivy, he needs to win these fights. He's waiting for the double swing out, but it's okay. Domby gets it on the other side. Domby's going for the swing! The slide and the double
Dude, when you saw the low HPs, you're like, well, it might just happen.
You have 4 pistols.
Do we lock in for this?
It's just Danby.
10-4,
Danby alongside the rest of the
NONGSHIM,
team. They were able
Bind,
to strike
probably.
back against him. Ban tried to do his best to really hold, but down to the Stinger coming back with the assault against him. Ivy finding the shot in towards elbow, that just gives a little bit more space as well. And down to it, even though Talon had the weaponry, somehow Danby in with the slides still finds the
somehow,
range on that judge.
I mean,
Sometimes
the
it works
crazy
with
thing
the
is
Neon
Talon,
Judge,
it was-
sometimes
they
not.
had to make the choice of, okay, do we close the gap or not? But Domby just says, well, it doesn't matter. I know you guys
Imagine they
have chipped
keep
a
this
little
one
bit.
clean.
Meanwhile,
Chat, if they keep
double
this one clean,
kills across the map. Margaret and
we're locking
Francis
him.
getting one each at long range, punishing
Guys,
Talon for
they're
that
gonna get
previous
the ults
round.
before
No
everyone
buys
else.
on the side of Talon. Just 3 classics left, all grouped and huddled together in hookah.
I mean, you can't, there's nothing that you can really buy up. You gotta maybe get the utility to stay for the next round, and right now it's just NONGSHIM feeling that confidence in
Mr. Comic,
return
thank
on
you
their
so much
attacking
for the
side.
gifted.
And I was thinking about
Gifted
it, but when you
YouTube
got Danby
membership,
this
I appreciate you
online,
doing
and
that.
he's just
Thank
able
you
to
so
do his
much.
thing. You got some range on the other side with Margaret
Balfaz,
on the
if you're
outlaw
here,
as well,
make sure you
picked
say
up from
thank
the
you.
previous round maybe, or bought up, and they're able to really march in.
There were 2 full armors? What do you mean?
50 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, so much time. They're just waiting to see if Talon, I mean, are you going to choose to push or not? Either you push or you get
full
hunted
armors
down
on
by
the
Margaret,
eco?
who is on the lookout for them.
Isn't
Now,
these
nobody's
2 but
expecting
heavy
this.
armors?
If the timing works out
So they're just trying to
perfectly-
tank.
Okay, well, Francis is going to watch out for. He says, wait, guys, nobody's watching our back. I'll
It's an
just make sure
interesting-
just once.
An interesting
They will find
choice.
one more. Now,
It's not the worst
down
thing. Maybe on like
two.
one person
And
if you're
everyone
gonna
says, "All right, Margaret's already cleared
tank the
us, we don't wanna
shots of
deal
the
with this."
outlaw, and you know it's
The
there.
whole time, Persia is still just kind
Both
of
the depths. Oh, okay.
lurking,
Well, it didn't work
hovering
great.
around market at the same time.
Chemayuki,
possibly come
5
back. And Spike
gifted.
goes
You've
down
done
around
so
B.
many
You
recently.
got
Thank you so much,
Ivy
Chemayuki.
inside of the
Hitting the
TP,
big
and he's just
250
holding for it.
gifted subs.
Goes in for
Chemayuki,
the
thank
double
you for the
peek out.
support, mate.
Talon probably looking to
You've been
dive
going
into
crazy
Spike
recently. Thank
or
you, thank you.
maybe
Tell you
look
not to
for
do.
the
Let's get a
X's.
slug oiler
Yeah,
out.
I mean, right now the angles they're
A
holding.
lot of
it's just
gifted
X's
today.
and then
Thank you so
walking to the
much.
spike, 'cause most likely
Chemayuki again,
NONGSHIM
appreciate you.
will,
If
you know, the majority
you got
of them
gifted,
hopefully
make sure you
pushed
at Chemayuki and say
away
thank
towards
you.
that defender spawn, which is exactly what's happening. But look at Domby. He wants more because he's got that teleporter right next to him, so he'll wait until the very
That's a lot
last
this week,
second.
Chemayuki.
Oh,
Appreciate you.
He's spotted. He's got to watch out. He's
Means
got
a
to make
lot
sure
full
he can
stop.
die one way or another in this round. So it's just going to be banned with the double peek,
Whoa.
and they'll actually get 2 for their troubles. Well, the plan works out so far, and Domby will eventually close out
The
the
aim
round.
punch on this.
Yeah, looking for
Okay.
another one still, but yes, there
Did
it is.
anyone
At
get
least
close
some
to their
elbows,
ult? I
are
don't
out points for
think
Talon,
so.
but NONGSHIM able to
Everyone's
come back
2
and
away,
clean up
so they
as
could
well,
double
so
orb default. Cruz
yeah,
1
not
away
too
from
bad for
his,
the
so
upcoming
maybe
rounds, but
there is a
it
good
is
amount of
quite a bit
talk
for
about the
NONGSHIM to
orbs on the
really,
sides.
claw their way
Because
back
it's such
through
an
to
important
even up
round
the
with them
gap.
having to eco next that
Yeah,
everyone wants that
you miss out
advantage.
on one more round, and suddenly NONGSHIM is just chomping at your heels. So Talon will have to make sure that they're locked in.
All 3
Coming up
watch
to the
parties.
spy in
This
the
is
next round.
real. Thank you so
Another
much,
viewing
man.
party over at the
Yeah,
Blue
we,
Side Esports Arena, I assume.
Yeah, they got top
We're past the hard part,
They
really.
got all
Actually, the
sorts of
finals
stuff
are
down
maybe
there.
a little
They'll
bit
have
rough.
even
But
more for the finals, it seems, for Kickoff. I think a lot of people
okay,
looking to
and
get
so that
there,
is what we
so
spoke
have a
about,
lot of
right?
green influencers,
NONGSHIM
visiting
thinking
for
that they saw
festival as
the
well.
they saw the fade towards
NONGSHIM now
showers
cooped
last
up
time, so they
outside
thought that
of
he would be
showers.
over here
Talon
again
just
trying to
gonna wait
protect
to
the
see what
orb.
the first moves are,
Talon,
looking to
mix it up.
react to
Fade
NONGSHIM's
over towards
setup.
long, pick up the orb.
Oh, bam.
That's
Just
a
not assuming
great
that
start.
anyone could have actually just crept through off of that haunt.
And that is
And
the
Margaret
ult that they
answers
just
back
picked
as
up
well.
at
So
long.
NONGSHIM knowing very well
Oh,
that
chat,
Talon
we
is gonna work as an
this
elastic
is
band.
actually
You get a reaction
gonna
from one
be
side,
pretty
there's gotta be
close,
movement on the
I
other,
think.
and NONGSHIM just waits and holds true. If it's
Especially
not
if
Utah,
they're
it's going
just
to be
giving them
contact,
picks.
and Talon pays for it.
NONGSHIM are just so steady.
Gonna be a couple
to
of
be able to find these
crazy
one-on-ones at the
rounds
same time as
ult-wise,
well, right?
but
It's just Margaret on his own, but
okay, Cole gets made to hit over
nicely
towards
to
B,
Nub.
as we
He's
can
able to
see.
find the one-on-one now back
Just
into it with the
solo
numbers. They can then retrieve
deadlock,
information, and that's what I
throw
think
the wall
Prowler was
down
smart for
towards
Francis.
long,
Susses out that maybe
and
not too much around
gamble
the A
3-person
side. They come
stack.
in
You either
with
save
the quick
or
rendezvous
they come
towards
to your
B.
site and you try to
As
duel
soon
them
as the
out.
barrier mesh drops. Well, that might have been a bit of a tell.
Yeah, barrier mesh just going to be destroyed as well,
And
it does look
does
like
Persia
Talon,
now
I
just get the
think
plant?
They should just be saving here, just given
Yeah,
the setup
this is gonna be
already, right? If
lovely
it's A, let's
Brimall.
go for the 50-50. If it's A, we fight. But if not, let's just get the
NONGSHIM
barrier mesh out there
here,
and know if it's going to
it's
be
going to
that
be
B side or
tempting
not,
to hunt,
because
but they
right
shouldn't
now they
hunt
need
because
to carry over these
the
weapons,
Razor's
because
the
otherwise
scary one.
You're giving away 2 for free.
And with how Talon's been using the deadlock ult,
You
that's
said
pretty scary
earlier on
too.
as well, right? Like this could be just that one round, and maybe NONGSHIM starts to chomp at their heels. Like this is where I really start to think. At which point does Talon
Long
call
save,
timeout? Because
yeah.
right
We're
now
gonna be
they're
here for a
starting
little
to,
bit.
you know, go away with not a great start to this second half.
I mean, in my head, I'm if we look at the pattern from Frost and Jovi so far, the coaching staff for Talon, I'm imagining a timeout coming out next round.
Mr.
I mean, I'm
Karmic,
imagining that
again,
they're just gonna
5
have to
gifted
kind of
subs.
refresh them on how they want to play the default, what
5
needs to
gifted
change, how
YouTube
you're getting your
memberships. Thank you
information,
so much for doing that.
right? Make sure that maybe you use some of that utility a bit
The
more
Oiler,
early
thank you
on to
very
just
much, mate.
secure
The
that
YouTube
space and then
Oiler.
hold it, whatever it may be, because if you're obviously
I
holding
appreciate that, man.
passive
Thank you,
with
thank
the
you.
amount
Again,
of
if anyone
smoke
got
set they have
gifted,
on
say thank you
NONGSHIM,
to him.
it's going to be a creep in and a contact play. So yeah, you spend a little bit.
What
but
is
just
your
to hunt, you're
pair
not
well with
getting too
Teo?
much
Because
for
you
your
have
troubles, they just
100%
blast it.
clear
So we'll see
areas
if
of the
Talon
map.
goes for a
So it
choice,
increases
maybe
the
a
amount of
bit
places
more
you
of
can
a
like
fight, a
TP
little
into
bit
it.
more of a skirmish early
And
on
just as a
to
duo
clear
alone,
out
you
that
have
entire
crazy.
portion of the
Like
map.
you got a lot of stuff.
Maybe
Got
group up
flashes and a
together,
drone.
push out somewhere and find a little bit more
You covered a
contact
good
and
amount of the
information,
bases of what you want.
Because from the previous
Who's going to win
rounds,
this
it's just
match?
them
I
all
don't know.
spread
It's
out
going to be
across
close
the map.
now.
This time, the
Kind of
3
depends for these
stack
big
on
ult
B
rounds.
and the push out down towards B long to look for something, but NONGSHIM sprays through.
Yeah, that ult orb, they know that ban is away from just one. Governor trying to bait one in. A perfect timing from Margaret.
He gets out of it though, and
with
that's
his life, so he'll be safe for the time
it's a
being.
good amount of
Meanwhile,
info.
they just wait for the smoke to drop,
4-pass
and
and duel
firing
from
squad
Talon.
waiting for NONGSHIM.
Yeah, they're
They
like, well, if
finally
they're
get
gonna
low
duel
on the
us,
ground
then
net. Keeps
we'll just go
mapping.
for it.
They should hear that. The pin getting pulled out. There's the Prowler just to be safe, but that gives him
No
too
way!
much time.
Francis is 1v3'd him at
Francis
long.
stays alive
They
and
grabbed
takes
Ned
them all
out. They
out.
they thought that they got him. They Astra suck, and then they were like, "Do we still commit? Yeah, we've got 3 of us here. Let's commit." And he's popped them all.
With that Phantom down to just Governor. If he gets 1 kill, he gets a showstopper. Maybe an opportunity there, but you've got to
But
find
dude,
so
imagine
much.
he ends up. Dude, there's another Faunce here as
Razor
well.
Vines activated. Governor just has to skirt all the way around. They even have Margaret watching the back, so Ivy, he's going to be laser focused on this angle. It's a timing between the two, and he finds
Very
Governor
nice.
first on the peak as NONGSHIM catches up to 7.
I mean, these two can't buy.
3 away from evening out the score. And the next round is one where Talon can't afford too much. Maybe a bit of a half buy or some upgraded pistols, but that's it. And just what an incredible round coming through. Talon had the adjustment, maybe the slight counter to be able to peek out and push with the
Yeah,
firing
someone's
squad.
in
They
like
even had the
full
utility,
commit
but
on the
Francis,
swing, so they were just all
Francis
lined
was
up.
there to spray and
And this is
pray and
probably
get
Frost
all of them
saying
down
like,
into the
dude,
ground.
when we have the advantage, we gotta
almost think
chill.
Maybe a bit too much respect, right? They surely should have heard. I mean, maybe I missed the chaos, they didn't, but the pin being pulled out from the grab net. Now, could it have been faked? Sure. But they hear that, then they want to activate the grapple. And then they say, let's play it safe, let's send out the Prowler. But that gives Francis time to pull out the pin, reposition, take a step back, and create an advantageous angle for himself where they are just following out of a bottleneck. And now Talon already getting caught up to just a 3-point differential.
Just down to all these tiny little moments.
Jovi's been doing a lot of the talking every time
crucial
they've had a timeout.
Moments where
He did it
not
similar in
getting
the other
pin
one that we
pulled
saw.
out, or even just the Grefnet and the way that they peeked out, all kind of fumbling everything. But we'll see if this timeout can truly bring Talon back in from, well, I wanted to say the brink, but they are up 10-7, so if they can actually get a round back through, maybe just a few more rounds. and they could
Outlaw
reach
comes
that point.
out to farm them all,
They have some
and
ultimates in the bank. It's
a
4
lot of
sheriffs on their
sheriffs.
side.
And they go for the
Talon
1-3-1, and so literally the 1-3-1
Now
is
gonna
just
hold that spot,
wherever you hear
look
sound
at their
fast, that's
position.
where
It's
you
just two
rotate
people
to.
out front to try to get some information. Nothing
Yeah.
over by B.
Prowler
so it's not a full
doesn't
stand,
hit
it's
anything,
not a rush.
so the 3
They
go
hear
to
some
A.
of that Vice utility, but they're just going to ignore it, and they say, okay, this is how we go for this 50-50
Flat Murray,
choice
yes,
on
it
an
is.
eco, right? Instead of just saying blindly, let's go for a stack on A or B. Let's get some information on B. Let's make it look like we want more information on B. And then as we see no reaction, just Vice util, it's going to be a stack onto that A side.
Bit of a jiggle as well, so that confirms quite a bit of information. So the stars will be procced for the smoke, the nebula coming through. But at the same time, Bats is kind of afforded. Margaret gets to kind of slip through, maybe find something,
Yes.
almost.
Yeah, but that's now 2 people that NONGSHIM has seen. They don't need to go into the A site. Wonder if that changes anything, and Talon wonders the same thing. They're starting
Yeah,
to
they
think,
think
okay,
they're
well, we're going to
gonna
put down
cancel.
the barrier mesh as well.
Call goes
just
into
to prevent them
cancel,
from getting into lamps.
and
We're gonna
we
tell them that we are
gamble
set
stack
up
over
here, and
towards
NONGSHIM
B.
says, that barrier mesh, something's weird about that.
Hey,
We'll
what
just say
though?
you guys can stay trapped in
2
lamps
ults
'cause you
against
have
an
the shorter
eco,
weapons.
Talon
We're
already
just gonna take it in
smiling.
front of sight.
And they're going to spend as much as they can to really get those rounds in, just to even out the score against Talon. Nightfall sent through, they get the spike down now, they're looking to hold towards the back. Let Talon through, it's okay, we have the firepower.
Now Cruz, see if he can find a shot, but there should be a
Surely
shot
they
right
don't
in
use
front of him,
any
so he's
ults
just
for the
waiting
retake.
as long as possible for a kill. And Margaret, he just fires off as he sees the Dizzy come out. You know the Gecko's right behind it.
Well,
and he'll
they
get
gave him
2
a
force
little bit of a
troubles.
warning,
Now
and
Dobby
he's
going in
popped
for
2
another
of
for
them.
himself as well. NONGSHIM all getting the kills they need to. And Ivy will hold the gate. Margaret coming around, seeing if he can maybe get 1 more ult point. One way or another. Okay, he was hoping to get it, but Van will say, you know what, I'm just going to look to go down to the spike. And eventually Margaret gets that ult point he so
Just a
wanted.
little bit to the left on this
Still
shot.
gets it,
Alright.
Gets the kill.
Alright.
Nonetheless,
There is a
it's the
lot of
round
ults for Talon.
NONGSHIM.
The
Talon
issue
is feeling
in
the
terms
full
of
force
money,
NONGSHIM's
not great.
contact, but at the
Ults
same
though,
time,
they got 2
sitting on
ults
that
out of them.
ultimates, and you really got to wonder how they can possibly utilize those very crucial pieces of big utility for the upcoming rounds, right? They're sitting on that 10.
Dude, imagine NONGSHIM won a
12.
pistol.
Margaret wanted the kill there himself, it sounds like. Showing some expression, showing some life. Started to really wake up yesterday against RRQ, and now
I
continuing.
mean,
leading
Talon
the board
should
for
just
his
win
team
this
at
round.
14
We
kills
get Governor
alongside.
out
The op
with the
finally
op, and
comes
we
out
kind of
for
seen him
Governor.
have
This is another
great
thing that
impact when
Talon
he's had an
shined
op
at.
before
They're
on
able
this
to
map.
Set up Governor and then rotate everyone over to the other side. And so
Takes the
far,
line on B,
similar
but they
setup,
do
but
lose.
one Prowler from Francis draws so much attention away
Yeah,
from
they
Talon.
do lose Hooker on
Keeps
this.
them there on towards the B site. You know, the rest of the squad looking to go back through into.
So we can see right now if they hit over towards A, it would be incredible timing.
Angle.
They go heavy showers,
He
3.
doesn't spot anything either.
Danby's got to make a lot of
NONGSHIM,
space
they
here
creep all the
for
way
this
to
to work.
showers during all this time. They're finally going to spot somebody, but there's the Steel Garden. So knowing that they should have the weapons advantage, there's the overdrive
okay,
as well.
okay.
Domby, okay.
As long as he doesn't overheat. I'm nervous that he's going to overheat, but I think it's all good. And they got the Fawns down, so their delay is really, really strong here. Fado's going to go out. They pop the Fawns. What are you going to do? Just tank this? There's another Fawns here. They do the second Fawns so far back that you don't hear it as well. If you go in the smoke. Dude, they delay heavy. A lot of delay here. We've got to keep an eye on Poja's Molly.
Now Governor jumping through, Showstopper online. NONGSHIM will just wait for it. They still
Poja's Molly's out.
being tapped. Eventually gets Domby from close range. You've now taken over the site, but can you survive?
Just lands. Wingman gets half.
Knock away the Molly. Half done by Wingman. Persia gets taken out. Francis deleted from showers.
Ooh,
One
Cruz,
more for
bro.
Cruz, and it all comes
Gets a
down
double
to
here.
Margaret, but he just doesn't have the vision. And the
Okay,
deep
very,
fuse
very
comes
nicely
through
done.
for Talon.
Yeah, they
The game
almost.
plan to
They
just
probably
try
had to just
stick
have
and
like one on
stall,
site,
but
right?
Unfortunately, Talon were able to come back in quick enough. Just feeling it and going back through it. Thanks to that Nightfall, thankfully.
I feel
from
like
Cruz
if
to be able to
you're
stick that run all the way
NONGSHIM
in,
though,
up
you're
to
like,
11.
well,
The Wingman getting
they
the
used
spike
4
down
of
to
them.
halfway just added value as well, right? I mean, if that wasn't there, maybe the Snakebite could have done a little bit more, or maybe for Margaret to get within close range enough to find some sprays. But thankfully, Talon sneaks that round right underneath them, and there it is, 11-8, still sitting on the Cosmic Divide. And of course, that operator.
Okay, now we get a full round. The only thing they have is Astro.
Yeah, once again, it's a setup. Finds more than one, I believe.
Yeah, he
Just
saw
going to
2.
back out, rushes for the shot.
You would argue you
But more
should have
than
had
anything,
to.
The fact that your operator stays alive, he repositions immediately to Hookah and calls for backup over from Primi.
Just still trying to hold, but back in towards this A site, NONGSHIM. Quickly
This is a
rotating
good
over
reclear
towards
from
the
Talon
Team
over
Jiggle
towards
for
B. Whilst has
information.
gone on, Prowler's gone out towards
That's a little
here.
bit
Hits
risky.
no one.
There is a
You would
lot
imagine
heavy
these 3
stack on
rotate
B
at one
from
point,
Talon,
but
still not able to make up their minds. Now they get the contact, and NONGSHIM reads this accurately as well. They know that speed is on their side. The rotations so far have really been going as they have intended, but this time, Shit Boys.
oh boy, how has he not been spammed here? He's lucky to be alive. Nothing stopped this plan.
He's gotta back out.
While he backs out, Danby holds on
Viper
towards
as well,
Lance.
dude. What a hard
Viper's comes
retake.
out
Double
from Margaret,
Fawns.
and
Okay,
this is
first
gonna
one gets
be
shot.
NONGSHIM's to hold. They're trying to keep this forward space as much as possible while Talon tries to launch an assault from the other side, just around the pit.
The
They're trying to
great
break
Molly
their way
on
through
top.
it.
What are you meant to do?
Right,
Send
the
it
Molly
in?
just really making sure nobody can actually come through on the pit. Right now,
Did they get
NONGSHIM
anything
just
with the
making it
spam?
So hard for Talon to find
Guys,
any
there's no
entry,
time.
whether it's from above or in front. But Primi starts to break through the line. Chip Boys joins him. So does Ban. The pit goes down, and it's just a clear field.
Oh.
And Domby gets taken out by Primi.
Damn.
Talon
I did
now
not think they
at
were gonna
map
win
point,
this.
Looking to extend this
I did
display.
not think they were going to win this.
Masterfully dissecting the pit. They keep themselves surrounded on the site. And in with that grab net, possibly the Prowler out from Cruz as well. They were able
Fair
to clear
play.
out quite a bit. And because of that, the multiple peaks in through
They
it,
ended up
were
just sending
able
it into
to
the
still,
Viper Molly,
deal
but then they
with
got double
NONGSHIM's
duel.
utility or the ultimate at the same time. I mean,
And Ban
NONGSHIM, they had some
great
positions
getting,
as well. They were still able to hold this
lamp
spike around
skill.
and everything. But Talon's forces were just a little bit too overwhelming, and that's that map point then coming out.
And that's going to be the
Got 4
timeout.
chances.
NONGSHIM, I mean, they had a heck of a long day yesterday. They would love to try to finish things a bit earlier tonight, but Talon says that's not going to be possible. So NONGSHIM, it's going to be up to the coaching staff to see if they can come up with a solution. Try to take this all the way to overtime.
On towards
Yeah,
around
as soon as
like
that Viper
this.
goes down in the pit, it's
I do wonder if
doable.
Talon will use NONGSHIM's timeout as well to really try to go on a bit of a push out on the defensive side to try to deny NONGSHIM from setting up their executes.
See what the discussion is here from Talon, because quite frankly, overall, in the last couple rounds, the push and pull from NONGSHIM fairly effective, but Talon just making sure that they don't take any unnecessary risk, really staying disciplined if you're the ones on the weaker site, making sure that you're ready for the retake. That operator's still online as well here for Governor, and that's something that NONGSHIM just hasn't
yeah,
quite
and
solved.
they're
I
far
was
away
wondering
from
about
all.
that, but this time Governor is
They're the
not
closest.
on B long. He's actually marking the angle towards A short.
Switching that up every single round, as any good operator should do. And NONGSHIM seems to be a little wary.
Yeah, and the only bit of util to push him off is the passing from showers, so he should have a free shot here.
Let them know, hey, you could try to get some more information over this box, Governor. He's just watching that one angle. Cruz has his back.
3-person walk-up shot. They've got past the deadlock grav net.
And Cruz, it's just too many members. The fake out works completely. Governor trapped now in the back of sight. Shorty v Shorty. He decides to not run away. His decision.
What's their money like? Yeah, they gotta. They should save. It doesn't matter about NONGSHIM getting a lot of money. It's just like keep your money good so you can have the most buy rounds possible out of the 4. It's a bold call from NONGSHIM. All up, just walk here. I wonder if they've clocked onto the fact they have 3 over towards B at the beginning.
Cruz wanting to get a bit more information, see if anyone's peeked over, because they saw the Vice still hiding behind the box the last time Governor checked.
The Viper Wall? Yeah, the Viper Wall was so hard to play against.
And they paid for that curiosity. Domby just looking for quite a bit more value. 3,100 creds. This time I'm fine with it. You know, it's not like he's overextending before the round is over. Well, maybe Francis pays for a little bit himself, but they will look to try to take away whatever weapons, but it will just be NONGSHIM losing out on
I mean, they got that. They got a couple of orbs there. Obviously, they already had the Astro ult.
Sure, but you know, this is Talon at map point. Close to their ultimate, I guess, yeah, you can just go for whatever you can get if you are close to it anyway.
Yeah, but this is really where things shine. Margaret chasing through, knowing that the site was empty as well. The good news for Talon is, yeah, Jitboy's still looking confident, right? He didn't overextend on that hero play 2 rounds ago as well. So
yeah,
they
3 of
still
them.
have 3 more chances. Cosmic Divide still online, by the way. 3 rounds in a row for Jitboys.
Yeah, it's good pressure from Gov over towards Shams.
Right now, okay, NONGSHIM earlier on the A execute.
They have no idea if they're holding behind the smoke.
Pushing in towards Hookah. Ban up on the tube. Spot them out.
Yeah, really going to be trying to mask Jitboys' position, but nobody getting tagged there early on by the arc roads. Eventually it gets deleted, so they know at least somebody is still watching over by that B side.
Hit on the 2 on site again.
Although quite a bit of question marks at the
Surely
bottom
they
of
don't
the
do
other
the
side,
same
so maybe
strat.
going back to the initial plan of slipping through from this toxic screen, going a little bit faster this time. Nightfall at the same time as well to push any potential onlookers away. But Primi inside the lamps not quite hit by anything until Dambi slides in though.
Yeah, I mean, how are you ever meant to kill that?
Dambi comes in just
Dambi double entry.
Governor thought he could hold on. He wasn't
And
tapping
the 3 are looking at each other thinking maybe one of us should have started over there this time.
Fast for these players. I mean, Primi, he wanted the fight. He tried to line himself up against that slide, but Dambi gets right under it, and he's able to take out the entire site.
Yo, he's too fast, too furious. This is not Tokyo Drift. It's Soul Drift. I can't believe how he's able to just turn the whole round away.
Yeah, I mean it's hard though. Like to shoot him when he's doing that. They still got the head bug in the game as well. That needs to get sorted. Because we'll see how it looked, how hard it looked of his head bobbing up and down. Look how it looks. Look how smooth it looks from his POV when we watch him in the replay. Like if you do those 2 side by side, it's not a fair duel at all. And I mean that's obviously why that was part of the reason why the whole double-side neon was kind of busted.
3 rounds in a row, they put pressure on B, and then they immediately rotate A. They make A weaker.
That's right. You saw the head bob, but look on his screen. Like it looks fine.
Even this time, Talon, the Prowler out from B main is just a bit too late. They started the rotate, but by then, Dambi is already all the way through lamps. So if Talon adjusts here and NONGSHIM gets that read perfectly, then that would be one heck of a read from Francis.
There's a chance, but I don't know, man. I'm feeling the tension right now. It's
kind of close to the ults. There is a chance. Who's close? Cruz is close to Fatal, and he Fade eyes deep towards long B, and he picks up the orb. So the Fatal really might help them out. This is also the first time for a while that Talon 3 passed and started over towards A. Insta TP. It all depends on this. Governor did good to jump through there, but he also got one. Solid off angle. Ooh, not up. Yeah, I wonder if he should have just tucked in the whole time. I was just dead.
Cruz finds Persia, not looking. Nightfall used. Talon just need the one Cosmic Divide. They're not close by the short side, and it's just going to be a swing out.
Very nice in the end from Talon.
Make sure
okay, double pistol
did
did save them a little bit here, no doubt. I'm surprised NONGSHIM got this so close with how their defense looked.
Talon, they
This
meet
is fun though.
NONGSHIM's force with their own forces down in this final round, just pushing out, just holding out from showers, right? Taking down these players bit by bit, always keeping the advantageous ratio on their side. So unfortunately, NONGSHIM not quite having the numbers. You know, they had the execute, they had the plan, but it couldn't quite carry them right over that hedge. So all the way through, down into it, we're still keeping true to Talon's confidence on this map of Bind.
Yeah, honestly, it really just comes down to Talon being one step ahead, because it did look like with the orbital strike on Lamps, NONGSHIM had that read. Okay, they keep setting up one person in Lamps. That's where they're hiding. So even if they stack, we're going to be able to get through this a little faster. We can really just blast this site open. But Talon
Who's
says,
winning
you know
split?
what? We're not able to hold on.
Okay,
That's
if
just
we
not
go
what we're holding
off
on
what
to.
we've
Let's just make
seen
sure we're able
and
to
no one
push out
makes
of
any
showers and just
improvements,
immediately rotate through TP instead of taking the long rotation
would
around.
win split.
And perhaps it's NONGSHIM just
Do I
assuming
believe
Talon just too
Talon's
much,
split
but
is going to look
Talon
anywhere
stays
near
just
as bad
one
as it looks?
step
No.
ahead to make
Are
sure
their
they
fixes
secure
incredibly
that
easy
last
from the
round, and
last
brings us to a
split
third
that they
match,
did?
keeping
Yes.
the hopes of
So
SCA Valorant alive.
I'm expecting it should be a
team
it should be a pretty
consisting
good
of
game.
Thai players as well, looking for that ticket
Like their
to
fixes
Masters
were
Bangkok.
real
I mean,
easy.
Speaking of the Thai players at the same time, earlier on it might have been quite a bit of moments from Primi, but this time Cruz stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, you love to see it when the IGLs of any team are able to lead by example. As Cruz not only making the calls,
Okay, chat.
but landing the
I'll be
frags
back in a
as
little bit.
well. Getting that space as that initiator, getting that info for the rest of his team so they can focus on their
Addison,
fragging
by the way,
power.
sorry, I
And
missed
now
your
they'll have to
gifted. If
muster
you're still
up
here, thank you for
everything
that.
they have planned and show us what they truly wanted to do on this split map. But before we go there, we'll send it over to our lovely analyst to break down the action.
Is the host lovely too, Chobra? Or just the analyst? Oh, he's giving me the maybe look right now. Well, Talon is looking lovely on Bind. They definitely figured it out. I think there were a couple rounds there where they weren't playing how they were playing the other day.
Yeah, I think their attacking side was the more impressive of the two, to be honest. Their defense, there was a couple of little questionable rounds, but they managed to get things righted right at the ship, right at the end of the game. NONGSHIM, though, you saw from them, especially in that second half, some flashes of the kind of things they used to do on Bind. Now that they've mixed the Neon back in, you see that same level of pacing, and you could see them really feeling themselves after they punished a few mistakes from Talon and got their money together and started to get the ults rolling. It looked like they were almost going to stage a bit of a comeback on that attacking side, but they just started a little bit too slowly, I think.
Yeah, we were kind of expecting overtime there. We thought, you know, NONGSHIM were really making that comeback. Talon managed themselves well to close out this game. We saw them saving up the ults, dumping them into the big rounds just to kind of keep you chugging forward towards that 13 score, which is how you should do if you're up by a lot. But NONGSHIM really started that comeback there. We were feeling a little bit worried.
Yeah, I think we were, and I asked you guys at home or watching from wherever you are if you Pacific likes overtimes. Enough of you said no, but you know, split is on the horizon. We are going to break that down later, and I think that's a potential overtime map. Talon, again, we've talked about this agent composition, and Talon has really managed to figure it out. And I was even talking to you guys, asking you guys, why would NONGSHIM start on defense?
Yeah. So I felt like because Talon showed an incredibly strong defense themselves. So if I'm NONGSHIM, having seen that, you want to put Talon on what you would perceive to be their weaker half. But I don't think it worked out like that at all. I feel like Talon showed a much better attack half than they did the other day. They got to show a lot more of it, obviously, and then their defense didn't seem like they were able to be as stable as they were against T1 because of the pace that NONGSHIM were able to bring.
Yeah, I think, or lack of pace, really. Like, NONGSHIM started quite slowly. They were actually punishing a lot of Talon's mistakes in that initial half, but yeah, swapping on the sides that I would be expecting as well. For Talon, I think, you know, their attacking side, they got a lot of value out of it. Cruz was having an excellent game for himself. It was kind of the tie core that dragged them through that game. Governor, I feel bad for the guy because on attack he was just kind of playing his role, and when he was getting the entries, he had a great game. But this is one of the games where like they had a good attacking side. He's just sending it in. He's literally doing what he's been told to do. He's trying to create space for the rest of the boys, and they had a good attacking half, so job done from him. It's really more so on the defense where there was a few more mistakes, and where in the other game, Governor was a bit more of an op presence, right? And in this game, even when he got the op, he unfortunately, wasn't able to come up with the goods. But sometimes that can happen when you send a duelist player in so much on attack. That can really knock the confidence.
Yeah, he's a role player. I don't want to see any Governor hate. I feel like he did his job well in that first half. He's going in, he's making space. We saw it in the game against T1 as well. He's fast and in, and then he's making space for his team.
Yeah, going into these replays now, and look, NONGSHIM, this is why you play Vice and Viper on this map. B is just such a stronghold, man.
Yeah, we can see how they're disguising that sheer wall behind the Viper wall here so that you don't really know it's there to trip it. It's a really nice little wrinkle while we see them bring the Viper back there.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about, these fast set plays that Talon want to do. Execute heavy right from the pistol round. We question, how will NONGSHIM defend this? But these bathroom crunches with the Brim smoke on default was really, really nice adjustment. You can see Persia drops the Brim smoke. It cuts the site in half. They crunch from B long through the TP into showers, and they just tackle things one at a time while forcing Talon into a weird position.
Yeah, we could have crossed the second half now, so NONGSHIM attacking and Talon on the defense. Now, this is where things definitely slowed down a little bit more for Talon, but we see how they're just fighting across the map here, really managing to open up these picks as Talon were kind of walking into them. Yeah,
NONGSHIM just kind of slow defaulting a lot of the time, and they're picking Talon players for free, and then you see a little bit of a trap work well for Talon. They actually land a lot of utility, they get some kills, but then they kind of overcook, overextend. They're trying to triple peek Francis and take him out, and he sprays them down with the Phantom. And this is where some of those moments, like I said, in that initial gun round, 2 picks for them, and then Francis comes up with a multi-frag, and then NONGSHIM really looked like they started to feel themselves. They got the money rolling, they started to get the ults rolling, and I thought we were going to end up in OT, but it was really, I feel, partly due to maybe Talon a few little overpeaks, maybe a few little mistakes that got NONGSHIM their confidence and really slowed down their ability to close out that game on defense. But once Talon got their stuff together, got their money going, they were able to actually finally get it done. And you got to give this guy some props, because this guy gets a lot of criticism as well out there. A lot of people say that Cruz, can be a weaker fragger at times, but he's got a lot on his plate, guys. Like, he's got to, manage a lot of the game plans. He's working with the coaching staff. He's probably translating some stuff, and he's trying to IGL. Like, that is a lot for any one player to do.
It's an insane amount for one player to do. So the fact we're seeing him at the top of the scoreboard should be heavily commended. So well done, Cruz. Yeah. I think, plus it's so nice when you have your IGL at the top of the scoreboard in a way where it's him saying, like, look guys, if I can do this, you can do this too. I'm going to lead from the front here. I'm going to step up and be the guy. If you need me to do that today, that's what I'll do.
Yeah.
And so it's good. He dragged them through that map, like we said, gets them to the map 3, and at the end of the day, if they win the series, no one will remember that map being a little bit messier.
Yeah, that's right. And you know what? The IGL was also the MVP of map 1 as well.
Yeah.
To win the map and your IGL as MVP, I think that's something really special there. So again, I agree with you guys, what you've been saying about Governor and Cruz and their performance today, and that they're playing their roles, and sometimes beyond. Now, we're chuckling a bit about splits. Split is going to be a little bit of a dicey one. I think it's going to be a little scrappy. It's going to be a little messy unless they've learned to clean things up. Now, we were talking about Talon's comp. It's very interesting.
Both of them are.
I think they're both very interesting. And Talon, one thing I wanted to see, maybe even in the second half of Bind there, is confidence. It's very much needed for the play style and obviously the kind of playbook they have. I think this is the same exact thing for Split. For this kind of team comp, you need to be aggressive, and we didn't see that last time.
This is an execution-based comp at the end of the day. You're playing Teo Breach. There's no hard info gathering outside of the stealth drone. You just have the Yoru to make space and a lot of very juicy set plays that you can run. You don't have any hard sentinel either, so there's no hard hold on the site other than Astra anchoring with the stars, as well as, like I said, execution-based util. So I think this is a comp that can be very hit or miss. It was very miss against Global, but I don't think that they necessarily were playing it well on that day.
Yeah, that lack of sentinel, as well as it kind of being slightly detrimental for your side holds, it also means no passive info, which is really big. So you're running that double duelist with that double initiator, so on defense you have to not be afraid to get aggressive. And if you're, as we say, if you're going to get aggressive, you got to start winning those fights. That's something that didn't really work out too brilliantly for them on Bind, even if they did manage to close out the map. So I need to see cleaner execution, high confidence, like no fear.
Yeah.
Let's go get them. That's what they need to do.
Exactly. There's no Poppy now anchoring one site, so I feel like they should be able to go in. But you were talking about how kooky the other team's NONGSHIM comp is as well, and they're sticking to the Neon for this.
I don't know if they're going to play the same comp for either of these teams, to be honest. I didn't really feel like they were playing maybe their real comp against the side of Zeta, but for NONGSHIM, they're going to back themselves with a couple of little changes. It is once again Neon Cypher, but without the Fade, they're going to mix in the Teo, which Francis was very good on previously.
Big changes for Talon.
Talon changed their comp.
Cypher Deadlock. This has been a classic.
Yeah, they've
the
been
teams run this, and having that Sky as the initiator. Sky can do a lot on this map. We see the dog get a lot of value up mid, but for NONGSHIM, they need to be counting this utility. It's about baiting out the dog. It's about baiting out the nade.
Something a little bit more traditional, kind of for Talon, but then you got the Deadlock in here.
Sky, I totally agree with that. Talon playing a bit more standardized. NONGSHIM trusting their style, but once again, this is the same for almost every map for NONGSHIM.
Danby's gonna have a rough time against this.
Just making small tweaks, game to game to game.
I'm very excited for Split. We got new comps, and we got two teams who have been
Talon with a new comp.
Let's see how this
He said they'd look a lot better on this map. It's a good sign they've been working on it.
Split. Always bangers on Split. Only bangers on Split. And of course, as a map 3, we hope for nothing less. NONGSHIM and Talon. Yeah, we were talking with the analysts before the match as well, talking about would there be comp changes. And I think most of us agree that NONGSHIM probably going to make changes one way or another. For me particularly, just because it seems like they've been really warming up to that Tejo, and it's great to see Francis continuing on it. But Talon
gotta win
saying,
a
okay,
pistol.
we're not cooking anymore. We're going back to something a bit more standard.
Yeah, hopefully standard gives them
Damage, flush them out into the open once you swing.
Does allow them to move across the map a little bit
Instant
more
reaction to losing B main, double fight over towards A. What's 2?
Yeah, he knows that there's at least 2 people here, so he calls for support. It's going to be a little bit late, so he has to run all the way over to mid.
I was going to say, how far are we going to send this? Instant reaction from NONGSHIM after losing middle. Sorry, after losing A is to push middle. They should know that there can be 3 here.
Further back into possibly stairs as well. I mean, I don't know where he's going at this point. A little bit out into rafters.
Oh, they just fully leave the site.
Towards the B site, alongside the rest of the team.
Margaret's got a lot to do. Yeah, that's rough.
Finding a lot. Domby back in underneath hell with the right clicks.
Yeah, Cam finally getting cleared out as well. Domby was stuck there with the grab net, so eventually he will be able to escape just a bit late. Salvo going to allow
the Rockets
Domby to go for the wrap
and they
around, puts
push
that pressure
spawn.
on. So Talon, they now can't go for the immediate flood ban, has to watch for the flank, and that keeps him tied up. Domby making it sound like he's escaped, and that's just going to be the bait for ban.
Yeah, they kind of switched positions on this. They got Astra sucked for the tap of the spank.
Can they make sure they block it with the util for the time being? There's the fault line support. Primi will escape just in time. Domby lands one at long range, and he's trying to fight the swing around. 24 HP, but Primi wins out, and eventually Persia
you would imagine
get here on time. Not quite.
Oh my God, the spinning might have saved him there. He might have dodged a headshot.
All for good old Governor to
Okay, nicely done from Talon, dude. They are 5-0 on pistols.
To be able to win all 5 pistols for today like this. So good, but at the same time, I mean, the game plan for NONGSHIM to really bait and push all the way towards the back of spawn. I think it was good, but at the same time, it kind of worked against them just because Primi was able to find a lot of these impact frags. The fact that he was able to hold them off for so long gave Talon the defuse.
Yeah, I mean, opening up that site immediately, recognizing that it's going to be a split all the way
Judge.
to the back of Alley.
Double
so
judge.
On an eco, just 1 or 2 pistol upgrades here. Sheriff, Ghost, and Frenzy all across the board. Now on the other side, once again, double judges. I mean, Talon, if there's one thing that they prepared today, it's to make sure that they have the weaponry to shut down Domby's Neon.
And it has worked out so far, especially on Bind. Shall see that kind of carries forward right now, of course, though. Frenzy in Domby's hands, I don't know.
Well, the dog does get drawn out. The Des talked about it. That's one piece of utility.
Whoa, the stun hit both. The grab net saved him.
Where's the swing around? Where's the trade?
Nice shots.
With the transfer
really nice shots. Maybe he just saved him.
The Sentinel of B site Governor
Kind
now
of saved them
arriving,
twice,
absolutely
right?
pushing them away.
Saved them with the
And so
grab
that
net,
lets
saved them with the
Matt know, hey, just
shots.
get us information on the A side. See if they've ever really quite rotated.
Not quite yet.
And Jip boys, you heard that noise. He's waiting for it. There's the bait out. He doesn't care if he's stunned. He's got the distance closed in. And at this point, I think NONGSHIM probably starting to wonder, man, are they ever going to stop buying judges? Because it is there every single round that they have the opportunity.
You wonder if NONGSHIM's ever gonna switch up their pace a little bit, but right now, just Francis on the classic.
Oh, they got unlucky to not get kills there. 35, 20, 21.
Clean things up.
So 4 weapons carried over. Always a pretty big investment from
Yeah,
TALON.
and
but
double
they're
judge
able
is scary.
to at least carry over whatever weaponry they have. Now, obviously, especially on the defense, you get the judge. I mean, it'll have some value. You are technically at weaker weaponry, but now it's going to come down to that positioning and the default hold from TALON. So we'll see what the read is from Cruz.
Certainly could work out really well, especially on their defensive half. On this map too, there are just so many spots.
If Premi
room, screens, the judge, or even
wants,
just
I say wants to use it and kind of finds the situation to use his ult.
Find quite a bit. NONGSHIM though, previously a lot of B garage alt orbs being picked up. This time straight in towards A with a full buy.
I'm liking the salvos going deep into ramps. You're ready to fight close. Clears out, you know, behind the box, behind the wall, right at vents. And then you had the extra stars as well to make sure once you take that space, you're able to hold on to it, that it would be disadvantageous for TALON to try to immediately re-clear. So, all right,
Shotguns? There's been so many shotguns, yeah.
Ramps almost every single round from NONGSHIM. But then, yeah, how do you draw out some of these guiding lights? There it is, the trade with the stealth.
There's
one. Oh, the suppress is
good.
This
pretty good, the sonic sensor at the top. You would hear it before you enter into sight though, right?
Once he's close enough, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's cool though, the fact that it aims down a little bit.
I mean, again, it's the
If you
bonus
actually
round
had
for
that
TALON,
with a
so
Viper,
NONGSHIM
it's
is just
kinda
kind of playing, all right, well, where are you guys hiding? Like, where are the judges? Where are the other weaponry? Where are you trying to just kind of bait us in to an easy fight? Tombi just trying to bait out a stray shot or two. Margaret will try to blindly fire as we see the spike get planted. It is
Let's see the
planted for
5v5
Heaven.
retake. They do have
Ivy
the
waiting
double
by
judges,
ramps.
but they got satchels, so
just holding spike down.
maybe they can send it.
TALON trying to flood back in. Can't see what. Can't
Oh!
wait to see what
Whoa,
they're gonna
he's
do. It's the
actually
annihilation
sniped
straight out
him.
from screens.
Wait,
Yeah,
where was
just
that
lands
from here?
right there in
Oh,
the
that's
corner,
awesome.
all the way across the map.
He has a
and that's
lineup
gonna
for
pull
back
one
of
member
elbow.
away. Dombi now has to fight for his life on this side. It's not going to work out. They're already all there. I mean, you might have some
Yeah,
utility,
you
but
got
I
an
don't
Astra
think it's going
Suck,
to
so you
be
can delay for a
enough. You
little
have the
bit, but
full
after
line,
that, you can't
trying
really
to get
do too
them off
much.
of it.
Jewel
Keeps
in Heaven
Membi,
is
lands
everything.
the shot from long range. That gives Margaret time to swing around over to Heaven. They're still fighting for their life. They have to get through. They have to get the spam. But Chip Boys, oh!
Killed the
shot
diffuser
comes through
Persia,
from
like
Persia,
just though,
and
it was
that is
close.
just in time
Every
for
single
NONGSHIM.
person goes down, they should be
so
happy.
Close to it. He swapped over the
Dude,
classic,
this could be a
hoping
stacked
to
replay.
defend the
This
diffuser
this
as well,
deadlock
but
ult is awesome. Check it
unfortunately to no
out.
avail. Persia just
Oh,
quick
guys, it's
enough
criminal if you don't
to
show it.
recognize the situation. Look for the angle
it's
in
criminal.
towards that spike. So close, so
you'll have to
dicey
trust
in
me, it
so
was
many of these
awesome
moments, but
deadlock
down
ult.
to it all. Both teams really fighting neck and neck in some of these
He
moments.
did it from
Almost
here,
getting the bonus for
off
TALON.
of something
Yeah,
here.
takes out all the
And
weapons,
then it
though.
goes
so you get that
to
round win for
elbow.
NONGSHIM, but it doesn't mean too
I
much.
think it was awesome.
You're back down on Sheriff Santa Bucky. Sure, one away from the Armageddon, one away from the Cosmic Divide. So if you can get an early kill, there is some opportunity to try to bring things back in this round through those ultimates.
Trust me, bro. Yeah, pretty much.
NONGSHIM will go back into something a little bit safer right now, just looking for something with the Sheriffs and a little
They
bit of pressure
win.
outside of
They
B.
win
I
the
mean,
round.
similar
They
to
go for the
Margaret
eco
from
next,
before, if
and
there's
they
a
do like to
pressure
do this,
somewhere, TALON's gonna
NONGSHIM.
start pushing somewhere else, and that's what Margaret's
They
looking for, but inside
want to
the
make
cage,
sure that
a
they
little
have
too
the
clear of a man.
full
He
buy
gets the
rounds.
spam through.
And just has spidey senses when he's watching across from screens.
Good grab net again, to be honest. Stops the initial hit.
A lot of utility
And then they had grab net into Astra Suck to make him go out into the open.
Premi gets traded out by Francis. He's good for 2 kills. Jip
Whoa.
Boys with the transfer shuts down
Imagine
the main
Jip
forces,
Boys
and
doesn't get
TALON will
that
lead
kill and they
3-1.
pick up that
Oh, you
gun.
gotta love it. Whether or not it's just the transfer.
Survives
I
on
think he
40
dodged
HP.
A bit of a flash as well, maybe. It's just so darn quick and clean with how he's able to land that. And because of that, Cosmic Divide up and ready and online for him as well.
Yeah,
this is
Margaret
just
got a
a
little bit
timing
unlucky there.
shot from Ban. Understanding as someone who oftentimes is lurking on this map himself, is what the time is going to be from Margaret. There's the ante, like you said.
The second kill was
And
fast from him.
Nice double kill from Jit Boys, just holding strong and an immediate timeout.
Oh, it's an early one.
I mean, you consider even the round they won, you know, it was just by the skin of their teeth, and they had to lose out on all the weapons. So that should tell you that it wasn't the position you wanted. You didn't have the correct read against that retake, even though you even had the better weaponry.
Yeah, we'll see what Silconon is going to try to provide to them, but at the same time, I do think they are building up close to some of their ultimates now, so possibly.
Yeah, I mean, it's an important round, no doubt about it.
Those pieces of utility,
They saved for this.
Time, you know, if we're thinking about how NONGSHIM has to, well, yeah, draw it or wait for, you know, bits of the sky utility or the paint shells and everything, they also need to keep in mind, you know, where Primy's positioned, how they're going to work against things like the Gravnet and the barrier.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is, even if he doesn't use a util, unless you force him into a bad position, Primy's always going to be happy to take that first fight, whether it's Domby, whether it's somebody else. He's confident. I mean, he's been through just everything on that ladder.
Astro, Astro.
Position every single act. So, yeah, we'll see.
I mean, you would imagine he could do some mad stuff if he wanted to.
I was wondering if TALON would try to push out, to try to get ahead of these ultimates, and if NONGSHIM would maybe wait for
maybe
him,
set
right
shots
now,
too
both
obvious.
teams
I would
take the
also
areas
be
they
ready
always
for
can
TALON to be
first.
aggro on this round.
Right
I
now,
could
what's
see them
worked for them is this
late
AM's
group
pressure,
in
but
middle and
okay,
push in if they
immediate
don't
star from Jit Boys just to try to hold them back.
get anything early.
Now TALON, they've left that A site open. If it's going to be ults on the site, they're happy to just give it up as long as they hold on to heaven. It's a very clear game plan from Cruz, the IGL. Stealth drone gets sprayed down, but this hides Governor on the side. Yep, there it is, and now the crossfire begins. Margaret
And
and
the two at the
Domby
back
down.
didn't swing.
That's going to be the tip of the spear, but also the flanks just completely erased from NONGSHIM.
Oh, and Primy out for another angle hold as well, up against Francis down. The spike stranded, and it's just Ivy to try to slip
and
on
they
through
just
inside
completely
screens.
won it.
Persia falls.
Well, it's
Yeah, the
outdueled him.
light checks as well, so TALON this time just reading the entire setup of NONGSHIM. I mean, that guiding light checking if Ivy, you know, did you sneak through? Because we aren't seeing you anymore. We saw that utility early on with the fault line. So now Ivy will just hold. If he can save it, he'll be happy to carry over the Phantom. But if not, he will fight for his life, try to get that Rolling Thunder online.
30 seconds left.
To kind of carry that all the way over. I mean, close to their ultimates if they can work up to it, but why not? Otherwise,
Wonder how many they need on attack.
First half
Double
as well.
Sentinel.
TALON has already built up quite a bit
One
of
of
momentum,
them's
and this
deadlock.
This is a TALON that truly looks and feels ready.
10 seconds left.
TALON, that confidence coming back up one by one. Governor only one away from the
I
show.
think they probably need quite a lot.
That way you
I
don't
actually
even give over.
I actually think
the
I think the deadlock
side. So
cipher
Ivy's
stuff on
still
this
two
map is
away,
pretty
but
strong on
Showstopper
attack.
now online. TALON is feeling great in this first half.
When you said great, I heard like Frosted Flakes.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
It's the best way to start your morning. No, we are not sponsored.
No. But yeah, I mean, that truly is, you know, how TALON is feeling right now, as if they just gulped down a delicious bowl of milk and cereal. They're just that good with how they're able to read it round to round. Even picking up the ult orb, Ban was right there and ready to trade off if needed. But at the same time, I mean, looking at the next round now, you have some ultimates to work
Hero
with.
gun and TALON starting to run away with it a little bit money-wise. NONGSHIM try and create a lot of pressure over towards A in reaction to that. Normally, you would leave middle and go fight over towards A, so that's the plan for them to be able to walk through middle.
So he gets up close. Now he should recognize that there was a pass through, so he's just gonna hold. See if Domby tries to get curious. Oh, and
no
Domby
way, that
finds
is
him
the most
right at the edge of the
insane
smoke,
timing,
guts him down
like
with the
maybe
stinger.
in Valorant.
Gravnet does catch him. Does the Berry Mesh trap him? I don't quite know, but the relay bolt will keep Primy trapped away.
That movement is wild. Dude, look at Danby go. Bandit great to get two, gets a good plant for heaven, and you kind of want to see Astra just tuck into vents here and play util. Dude, Danby takes the hit of the ult as well. Oh my god, he goes back for another 30 HP. That's the only thing that stopped him from getting the ace. That's a nuts round from him.
So they know that he should still be stuck somewhere over on screen.
The texture, it actually was.
And there it is, smile for the camera, Governor. The street take's not looking good. Down to 30 HP.
Hey, shout out to Dambi. I mean,
and it's a classic
chat, this timing in the smoke is so unlucky for Cruz. Look at it in the replay. Just as he decides to leave the smoke, he'll probably just catch like a leg.
And the movement straight out.
Look at that.
It was like some kind of a bit of a fake, but then immediately, as soon
And he
as
has no
finds
info on
the
Heaven,
contact
right? So he's scared of Heaven. So it's not like
the fault line
not like he's wrong for
from
looking
his
at Heaven
teammates as
there.
well. But because of that, he was then able to take down the next player, pick up the rifle to take Primi down. So much value.
Yeah, he said he wanted the one to get the
2 people on each team that they're going to struggle to buy next. Kind of 3 really for NONGSHIM, but they got his own.
It does for Gen.G. So they still have a little ways to go to catch up. Talon still up
Wait,
at 4
what's
rounds.
this happened?
Sonic sensor set up on the A side, and now the
Teo
mid.
Util,
With a trap play early on,
I imagine here and here, with a smoke that
happy to leave
blocked
that
vision
area of
from
the map
Heaven,
open as they'll have that passive
caused
information.
such a rotate.
Well, at least right now, Talon going back to try to hold out around Rams, especially with Governor right around the sides. The Grafnet to swing out, though, but ooh, not quite able to find the peak against NONGSHIM. Instead, NONGSHIM holds, and because of that kill, now the site is opened up. Armageddon to hold off further space as well, just to secure the spike plant.
I don't mind this Armageddon. They're playing it very safe. Obviously, it doesn't provide much more value, but you had 0 insight into who else was on Heaven.
Saving?
You just saw one pushing out, and you got to imagine there was going to be backup because you saw the Grabnet as well. So just in case there were more,
will take that.
They're going to be able to get the plant, and now with them having
It did no
extra
damage.
ultimates as well, they imagine, okay, as long
It's
as
very
we start
early
getting
to do
more
this.
angles covered, this post plant should be safe. And
It's
that's
very,
exactly
very
what's
early
happening.
to do
Talon
this. I
saving their
think
weapons
they
onto
should
the
be
next
going
round.
for damage,
It's a
yeah.
solid plan, especially that Armageddon. But
At
at the same
least
time,
on
for
2.
Talon's side, now looking at their economy, yeah, this save makes sense.
Dude, if I'm
but I also
NONGSHIM,
wanna
I'm
start
not
thinking about
hunting at all.
maybe the timeout?
Like,
Because
this
NONGSHIM
money
has
this
been
early on
repeatedly
is
taking
incredible.
So much pressure, so much space up around A Rams because of their setups. And Talon, maybe a round before they were able to hold, safely off towards the outside, conservatively enough, especially when Governor was up around the ropes. But with the upcoming rounds now, where they're starting to let that slip, you got to find some kind of
Timeout?
solution to hold that off or work
Timeout.
around it.
Yeah, small adjustment in this
Yeah,
previous round,
and
but obviously not the
they
one
got
they
faked
needed.
out by one Astra
So the
Smoke
coaching
and
staff
Teo
will call for a
damage.
timeout and try to regroup with the rest of
So-
the players in the server.
And they also
The biggest question
need
being
to...
is, okay,
yeah, I did,
we
Prodigy.
deny Heaven control, but that means they'll just plant and push us
but
away
they
anyway.
need to
I mean, of
hold
course,
A
that time they
side
had Armageddon,
itself.
But other times it's been Dambi just
They
constantly
gotta-
pushing
they gotta
immediately
hold,
into elbow,
like,
pushing against screens. And then you still, they
A
never quite
on
figured
site.
out.
But they might go
Persia's
aggro.
a couple of these rounds, he's just super safe, far way back in advance.
I
He
mean, it's
regroups
the
with
internet,
team.
Prodigy. It happens.
So Frost sharing his
So
mind.
good.
Yeah, and it sounds like okay. Yeah, he's liking what he's hearing.
The next
I
coach
saw a yes
Potatoes.
there. Sounds like Cruz
I'm waiting
saying,
for Mini
okay,
to
I get what
decide
you're putting down, I'll
whose
pick it
Lotus
up.
he wants to steal.
Go back into the next round.
I think it's
Hopefully
G2.
being able to inspire more confidence for Southeast Asia's last hope right now on this final map. You got to imagine as well that you're working against a team like NONGSHIM that has
Okay,
been
but I do
tested
think this was a good
through and
timeout
through.
because
And now
they've
really
just
need
strolled
to
over towards
test
site.
themselves, your
Now you
mental
see the
all
double.
way
Okay, this is
against
nice as well from NONGSHIM.
feeling a bit of
NONGSHIM
that
know that they're
pressure as
going to
well,
be talking about
considering
A, right? They're just been strolling
series of
over towards A,
elimination after all.
getting a free site. They're
And
playing
look at
heavy
this,
heaven.
off the timeout.
And
Okay, we've
NONGSHIM
pressured A side enough.
looking like they're at
It's
least
gonna
in a
be
position
full
to
A
send it
setup
over
now.
towards B, as
I
it
like
might
what
be a little
Talon's
bit
doing, though.
weaker.
Put up all the delay possible on A side now. We can't deal with it. Let's just delay him. But that means we're gonna heavy
Yeah,
stack
and we
on
just
B. In
insta
case
send
this is
it.
another read. There's some
Damage,
rolling
close
thunder,
force
deep
man
left
to
of
the
sight. It's an
open
immediate
breach,
flood all the
or
way back in. They're
double
all
stun
already
in case you try and
outside, ready
flood
to
out
pop
as
out
well.
of rafters. Man already
And
on
that
the site.
deadlock
He's not gonna be able to get it, but Cruz good for the trade. Governor guns
means
down
that
Dambi.
Dambi
That's
is
the
on his own
overdrive
for a
gone.
long time here.
Still a trade
Margaret's
even, but
absolutely
Margaret
set.
with the drop
Ooh,
down,
nice
Governor
shot.
swivels on a dime.
He absolutely sent it.
all
I thought it'd be
alone,
good for 2 there, but
1v2.
Governor's popped him.
Still no information about Jet Boys.
Nice.
And he will
That kill from
arrive in
Governor is the
time
one.
to secure the round for Talon.
What a
do
timeout
do
conversion.
not
I mean,
mind
just the perfect
the
setup, the perfect possible
do not
read. I
mind
mean,
the call from
best
NONGSHIM here, to
possible
be
setup
honest.
that they could have if NONGSHIM was to repeat, their same setups from before. All that delay util
Mate, he
on
needs
A
something to
would
do
have
for
worked out,
you.
but because they had the 4
Hasn't done
players up
anything
around
for a
the site,
week.
because these 4 players were able to find their kills, they were able to turn everything upside down. NONGSHIM, they still were able to flood into the site. The Power Rush came out just in time, though, thankfully for Primi, but at the same time, because Governor was able to spin around, find these kills, take down Margaret. The whole round went towards
Talon, a lot of ults now as well.
Back to the next round.
NONGSHIM going a little bit faster. We got to punish over towards mid with the trip mid, and this guy's got the spike. Nade grabs Ned off of the trip getting shot. Let's go. The only reason they kind of get out of that is because Teo's insta-legged it, and Neon is fast.
Ban holding it off angle. There's the drone immediately swinging out in front. I don't mind the attempt, but he couldn't land the shot. Didn't want to wait for the drone to get spotted first. Wanted to swing out while they were waiting for the dog there on the ground.
He didn't have information that they were holding that far up close, so it's a little bit unfortunate. As soon as he peeks his barrels,
Yeah, this was the change-up that happened in the timeout though, right? Actually fighting on the site A itself.
Jitboys though will be able to try to hold inside of
Dambi
the
tanked his own. Dambi tanked his own stun.
The second kill out. Ban with Primi with immediate assistance. Now Governor inside of sewers tries to get ahead, but unfortunately shot down by Ivy.
They
so
attempted to
a
go.
2-on-3 scenario for NONGSHIM.
You have that cosmic divide, but this seems very impossible. Talon, meanwhile, they want to keep the lead. Seeker's going to be used.
Did he stun
Both of them
himself? I
coming
thought so.
from this A
It was
side,
Deadlock
both of
stun?
them
Oh,
coming
okay,
from
okay.
A main. Now all the information needed. Talon doesn't have to watch their
Yeah,
backs.
chat. No, you're right. You're right.
He's just going to hold an off angle and
Because if they did the same setup from the round before, then that makes a lot of sense.
And NONGSHIM will go for the save.
10 seconds left.
He's definitely Neon stun. No, I think chat's right. I think Primi had a... Because at least the round before he had a Sonic Sensor there as well.
With how they were able to get the read for the rest of the map as
And
well.
this for sure was the Talon timeout coming into play, right? The much heavier hold onto someone A site. We got a smoke to help him out. If you guys are right as well, we're gonna see it now. The Sonic Sensor there also.
Yeah, man, unfortunately.
Yeah, we didn't get to see it, but I still think you guys are right.
Fast enough there. Meanwhile, 2 people, so they can take away the drone and the member swinging out. NONGSHIM fast on that one.
Wonder what they buff with the sensor? No, they did a thing saying they're not going to buff Deadlock anymore, right? I think, or at least they're not going to change the sensors. I think they saw it in pro play looking kind of good, so they were just like, we can't do it.
Ooh, this time Margaret a little bit caught outside of ramps.
I mean, Margaret is just Margaret's just in so much trouble there. Tried to get the cage out, but gave him a little window.
No way to get out of that one, but that's good util investment because now you can keep your eye set onto that B site. You've got some tripwires just for delay, just to see information on the setups in the post plant. But they will slowly get cleared out one
Governor
by
gets a
one.
kill, he gets
You still have control of Valley,
his
you still have
ult.
control of
Do
Heaven,
they
so
want
it's
to
not a
Astra
bad
ult
shot
here?
for Talon as they look at a 5v4 retake, but a nice first shot from France is going to even things up.
2 people other side of the Astra ult.
Cosmic Divine right there to block
Big
off
flash.
Barrage, but still trying to keep them pinched down around the pillars. NONGSHIM will continue to fight. Unfortunately, though, Ivy falls, and it's just Persia, who has been noted, tries to swing out around it, but 2 targets.
Yeah,
a
Talon
little bit
just
staggered in their positions.
too
and they're
committed on this
able
one. They were good.
to gun him down.
Like they were just so ready
Talon
for him
with
to
yet
commit
another
even.
round, a successful,
Putting up some
first
numbers.
half so far.
They've been putting a lot of work
Really
into
good
this.
swing out
Primi's
wider
Deadlock's
as
great.
well, just understanding that there's a good chance that Persia goes for another swing out right before the second ping, trying to
And
go for
I
a timing.
think
A lot of
they can
players
have a
will
good
go for that,
attack.
see if they
I'm
can
pretty
pick off
sure.
one more. And this way they make sure it's still a 2v1. So Talon holding strong amidst
I think
the chaos.
Deadlock's great on
But I
this
also
map.
want to give props for the switch up on the setup, right? This time again, you set up for, hey, if Dambi goes in deep with the, against the tripwires, we're going to find him, but they're not going to get taken out easily by the early salvos. And this way we can reposition a little bit. Now another stack of utility onto A, and this time we go over to B. Now what are their positions? Because NONGSHIM just read, okay, it's tripwires, middle of the site, it's in the back of site. He's going to leave and then try to rejoin on Heaven. So curious to see if NONGSHIM tries to strike through mid.
Well, they were thinking about the alt orb at first, but right now, maybe truly back in towards mid. There is a star there from Jit Boys, though. 2 players to hold outside of mailroom. NONGSHIM with a creep up.
Hey, Cowder's sound and dog goes over towards B.
NONGSHIM,
Gets
they
shot.
will just have to kind of battle through right now. 0 information.
And
they
the
only have
Governor
a little
obviously
bit of vision
can just
through
send it
B
with his
Mirage,
ult
but
here.
no information, quite frankly, on the A site. They're just watching to see if anyone's pushing aggressively with that camera from Margaret. So Playing a bit scared. It's a high-low. He spots one. Might have spotted both, in fact.
Did a
Just
good
gotta
amount of
back
damage
away.
there.
Notices that it's the Sky. Getting that information. Stealth
Yeah,
throw.
with that info, I
Danby
think their
holding
mid's a lot
close, but
weaker.
immediately Governor says, "Get the heck out of here!" And he will shut down
Danby
the Neon. No
almost,
entry for you.
almost got out of there.
So good so far. Talon has been able to meet NONGSHIM every step of the way. Now, possibly with the paint shells as well, to continue to fend
I
them
feel
off
like
and
Governor's
hold.
had a
He
rough
holds
best
such
of
a tight
3,
angle up
but
around,
on
the
split
edge
he's
of
playing really
Raptors.
well. He's
Well, the rest
been
of the team
responsible
getting
for
ready and
quite a
play
few
around
rounds.
as well. Cosmic Defy comes up, and that's the signal for Governor. Going for a quick peek, takes out at least one. Margaret down to low HP. Jitboy's onto the other side, flicks the angle up towards heaven, and continues to hold outside of garage. That's Persia down.
Jitboy's is locking down B.
Francis out from hell, trying to
doubt
find a
about
bit
it.
more spacing, but tied and stunned up. Primi gets the final frag. Talon up to 8.
Last round.
Really
in the
good
half.
plays from all members on that B side. Governor with the first shutdown. And then immediately we're going to see Jitboys when he realizes, okay, Margaret's been tagged up. He just wants to make sure that he can keep his eye on main, so he quickly swivels back up to heaven. And then look at this reposition, making sure that Persia doesn't have that pre-fire. It's just a lockdown. And yeah, Governor's got to feel good about that one. Full
Yeah, he had a
decision
great round.
and full hold on his own up there on heaven. Just a little bit of supporting
12 to
utility.
2, 14 to 5.
Absolutely capable player, for sure. Right now, last round of the first half, trying to hold. It's back to that A default from NONGSHIM, but this time it's the full team right around this side, just looking to possibly full send it. So far, Salvo's relay bolt even spent, but nothing really found just yet.
Oh, the salvos being used nice and early just to clear out space, but this time they'll make sure they secure it. Up
God.
through heaven, it's a
Oh my God, he
crossfire.
tanked that
Governor, he's
flash.
caught out. He just wanted to wait to see if Danby would re-peek, but that is going to be a surround here. Primi needs to win that. He's going to hold on to heaven. That'll keep NONGSHIM locked up just a bit. Allows for his teammates to re-enter. Everyone is tagged up. They still don't expect Danby to remain there. And now it's Ivy. It's just a ping pong back and forth. The bait and switch. Danby swings out again. Primi's
I was
ready
going
for
to
it.
say, this one from
Alongside
Danby
the
is a
dog,
bit too much.
Ivy holds
Especially as his
really
mates just
far
showed
back
up
just
there
to
and they're
keep
so
them a little bit
ready for
interested,
it.
or create enough pressure that they're going to keep thinking about that towards the back of their minds. Meanwhile, the rest of the team from NONGSHIM to hold around the site, screens,
Primi
as
gets a
well
kill, he gets
as
his
back
ult.
of elbow.
And he's been sniping
Ivy
people
wasn't
with his
spotted
ult.
by that Gatting light, so there's a timing here for him to strike back. It's a nice crossfire for now on the site between Francis and Persia. Francis not able to win it, but there's the fault line. The annihilation
Dude,
to
it
keep
hit.
at bay.
It hit
does
again.
Land. So Ban in a
1v1.
1v1. You just need to win
Oof,
this fight.
Persia.
But
Beast.
Persia says no.
Primi still got the kill. Dude, Primi's nuts with this ult.
Such an incredible
doesn't miss
effort
with
out
this
from
ult.
Ben. The annihilation. Smart and forward thinking. He was able to land that, but down to the final shot.
Yeah, this would have been an
Unlucky
incredible
with how
clutch
Persia
from
was
Primi,
able
by the
to
way,
read
if he
that
won
and
this.
play ahead of him, crouched
Like, it
down,
would have been
down at a bit of an angle
really up
against him as
there.
well. Still though, it's not too bad of a first half for Talon. This ends in a 4-8.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of the minimum you would have wanted, just given how you were looking coming into it, getting that pistol again. Feeling fairly confident with the switch up to a more, now traditional
Would
composition.
it be 6-0 in pistols? Could you
Unfortunately,
imagine?
despite the quick turnaround on that annihilation, originally thought about using it to clear the site.
Yeah, I mean, they're all laughing.
able to
They're all
secure
having a
last
good time.
round.
I wonder if that was
More
the
worrying
discussion
thing
about
is
the pistol.
They're just enjoying themselves again.
Yes.
They were yesterday,
It
played
is
42 rounds
devastating going
on map
0-5
2.
on
I'm just
pistols.
saying, we're just playing some Valorant here on the biggest stage in Pacific. The worst case, we just get better for stage 1. What a mindset to have, not much to lose. Meanwhile, Talon, not only did they go to champions, not only did they finish as a top 4 team in Pacific, but they would love to return to an international stage at their home ground. Back-to-back international appearances to finally start to silence the doubters.
Surely they get one? Maybe.
You could truly see
We'll see.
just a comparison of the faces on both ends of the spectrum right now on both teams. Smiles from NONGSHIM, a little bit more tense and serious on the side of Talon. They are feeling that pressure. Of course, a little bit more comfortable with the 8-4
Governor raid boss.
Of course, but we'll see
And they
how this
want to
all
go
shakes
for
up
the
in this
fast send over towards
final
B,
half
grabbing that
of the
heaven.
entire series. Talon starting things off on the attack.
Yeah, Governor, just a full set of
Persia's gonna have to do a lot here.
And a frenzy, so he is set up to be a little bit of that raid boss. See if it's going to be successful. Smoke comes out, but
Got a
he's
kill
not
trip on
going
site.
to stop. He jumps all the way through
Whoa.
it, lands a headshot onto Persia. That opens things up.
Yeah,
for
he double
Talon
satchels
immediately.
over the
Quick
trip.
turnaround from heaven. There's a good tag, and Dombey jumps down, but Primmy's ready
Really?
for it.
I
Trade
mean,
from
they
Francis,
traded.
but Spike's still down, and Ban still hidden in the middle of the map.
I think he hopped over, so he was kind of hurt out by
Ooh,
Francis.
hold up.
There it is.
This is probably
Shot
the
from
best
flank,
chance for a
picks up the
pistol.
ghost, and maybe a slight opportunity.
Governor still
Nongshim to find a
has
retake now. Ooh,
armor
all the way through the back of
and a
garage,
ghost
actually.
now.
Yeah, just banking on the fact that there is nobody in garage. He'll have to quickly clear it. The flash just to keep their attention tied up. Jit Boys found. There's the stun. Pushes him away. Don't think he was hit, and Jit Boys is ready for it. That's a swivel 180.
Yeah,
Ivy
Francis just
now pushing forward, has to find the
confident
1v1s,
that-
but this is one of the worst
confident
angles
that
for
they
it.
hit on the
And Jit
stun.
Boys with a triple
6-0.
will give Talon
Every single
every
pistol.
single pistol tonight.
Yep.
Everyone.
How are you meant to
6 out
lose a
of
best of
6.
3 when you get
Just
six
unbelievable with
pistols?
the performance thus far. I mean, they've always been good to start things out this way, but especially with some of these players in their hands right now. I mean, effectively in that final 2-on-1, a crossfire setup, but also Jit Boys to hear and spot everything out. I mean, he has kind of been the rock for Talon right now on this map.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see that because
Damn,
that
he's
was
going
what he
through
looked
it.
like
He
when
bought a
debuted in
stinger.
Pacific 2 years
There's probably
ago.
a Bucky at
But
one
he
point.
started to feel
He
that
settles
needs to make some
for
hero plays here and there. Sometimes it
armor,
works, sometimes
Sheriff.
it doesn't. But here today in this matchup against NONGSHIM, returning to his original self, holding faith on one part of the map. This time Talon all grouped up. It's a fast push out from mid from NONGSHIM. Not sure if they quite suspect it because they have nobody watching it. Turn around. Waiting for it. They're ready for it. Governor with 2. Connects on
one of the
3.
better
Already
one of the better
halfway
agents
there
to
for the
start
showstopper.
getting
So
orbs as well and get the ult online.
Now the
You know,
other side of the
deadlock
map as
trip
well.
saves them
Okay,
from getting
rotation's
pinched a little bit
already over.
also.
It's just Margaret to
All
hold
they've
her
lost
up
so
around
far is
B.
armor.
You're alone, you got a classic.
Governor
No way
gets
this
thrown the
happens for
spike as well,
NONGSHIM.
I'm pretty
Talon,
sure, so that he
they're
can plant.
happy to launch this death march
Gets the orb as
straight
well.
into the A side.
Very
There are
nice.
some trips around, so maybe an opportunity for Francis to get away with a kill or 2, but not too much.
Yeah, his
Actually,
team
not
was
gonna
fast to
find
shoot
anything.
that trip as well.
Yeah, Salvo's used as well just to try to get a cheeky kill. But now, not going to find
Oh my God.
much. He
What was
gets
that?
quite a bit of chip damage here and there, both on the Governor and Jit Boys.
The
Goes
fact that
straight
that
right
hit
click.
was crazy.
Governor,
Yeah, and
he's
they're just
on
letting him
for the
farm.
ace. He already picked up the orb as well.
Even a death
He'll
here
get
is
a
worth,
showstopper. He
worth
wants it. He
even.
finds Margaret. Margaret, you got to run.
Look
You
at
got to
it.
run. They're coming for you. Oh,
Yeah, but
the
Cruz,
ace
don't
is
get it.
inside,
Run
and
away.
Cruz says, we want the round.
You
We
should've
don't
run
quite
away.
care about the ace.
Yeah, the round secured. Also, you know, a little bit of an alt point for Cruz is always good value. It's always good. 10-4 is such a good score for Talon to be in right now. And you can see the player cam, like, keep your eyes on that. Once Governor found this 4K, he starts to smirk a little bit as he starts that hunt and pushes, you know, the final player all the way over the Cruz.
That's what I wanted to know.
What?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know because, come on, that
I
one looked like
agree,
it was
though.
worth giving over. But either way, only 1 point away from that showstopper. If you can get an orb, it's going to be an explosive entry trying to get Talon up to 11 off of their bonus.
Starting things off. All right, 4 stacks straight into garage.
Yeah, Persia.
Good damage.
I want to try to deny that ult orb. Jit Boys takes a lot of damage, but that is going
Yeah.
to be the orb given over. Showstopper online. Dombey with a nice 2-tap on the judge.
I mean, this was still nice from NONGSHIM, right? They know they want to try and get the orb over towards B main, so they do a bit of punish. Do get the orb, and that means the Governor wants to use it into this round, so losing that first death before he gets to do it is a little bit rough.
What they've got now from garage, from mid.
They'll go
doesn't
mid
find
or to
anything
distract
much
as you
outside of
free
melee.
pass and contact walk B.
He's waiting for them to try to creep in, maybe with just contact. There's the gravity well, but Governor's already passed it. Finds one. Finds two with
Damn!
the Guardian.
How
A 180 opens
has he
things
got
up
that
for Primmy.
second kill? He's made it
That's the site
so
now, possibly
doable.
spike planted as
Governor's
well.
having an
Baron Ashton
absolute
still block
map.
things off.
Again,
Spike picked up.
he's had a pretty rough 2
At
maps
least
before
able to
this,
just get that
but
plant in while Cruz
this is
holds
just,
back sight. Look at Francis
this is some mad
from
impact.
heaven.
Sonic sensor heard close. So Margaret quite well aware of it. Primmy finds sight of Francis. They each know the position of 1. Cruz still
Gets his
holding
damage in
all the way
10, he
back,
has
trying to
1
get a little
stun.
bit of a heal onto Primmy. Margaret finds this opening, but there's the Sonic sensor. He's caught in the trap. Francis with a headshot.
Damage.
He still knows that
Push him
Primmy
out into the
behind
open.
that pillar.
Never gonna feel comfy. Oh, okay, he's
Low
feeling
health
comfy.
Salvos to push him out. Wants him to come into the fight. Oh, no!
Primmy got the
Salvos did
headshot.
their job,
Oh
but
man,
Primmy
it's
did
done.
his as well.
It's so done, chat.
Oh my goodness! Of course.
Primmy,
of
21
course.
to 8.
when it's
Governor
just
16 to
he's
9.
able to deny
Jip boys, is that 15 to 4?
salvos and everything, and he just didn't care. He knew that
No
was
way,
just
the
one
direct
job,
straightforward
get the kill,
slide.
and he brings it home.
The
This is now
straightforward
a
slide.
Talon up on towards 11, and at the same time, NONGSHIM that's running out of chances, facing elimination.
I mean, they got a force.
Such a long match for NONGSHIM yesterday. They came
For
in
sure.
looking strong on that Lotus. Just told the world that it doesn't matter if the data's out there, doesn't matter if we've had to grind the night before. We're here to continue. But perhaps the tank is finally running low as they struggle to find a solution.
Is this what
It's
it
over
takes
for the
your
noodles?
NONGSHIM to run
Yeah,
around
might
as
be.
it's 2 overtimes in 2 different
I
years
don't know how they...
and so many games.
It would
Who
have to be
knows? But
some
right
kind of
now,
judge play to bring him back.
Yeah, it really has been quite the journey for them. With the timeout being called now, looking for any possible solution so far on their defensive side.
Chat tomorrow.
Off this timeout, spirit still relatively high for NONGSHIM, but we'll see if that can lead to victory once again.
And they didn't go for a judge here on the best judge map.
Light shields, some slight
Heck.
upgraded rifles. Wait,
Should be a tech pause. So we'll wait to see.
There hasn't been
Perhaps
many
just,
Pacific
just a
tech
quick gear
pauses.
check off of that timeout.
And when they're here, they haven't lost for that long. So
whichever side that might be.
this honestly is a rare
Francis
one
was
for this
sitting on
year, at least so
Armageddon.
far.
But otherwise, so far, just thinking about their defensive side for now, you know, maybe looking at some retake opportunities with the composition that they have, but otherwise still facing a bit of a tough time currently against Talon.
Godsight in the YouTube
Oh,
chat.
that
L
was quick.
Sliggy, what I did, it's not my fault. It's a tech
right
pause.
back into it.
Why have I got a random stray? Bira, thank you so
Stopper
much for the
still
prime.
online, didn't
Thank
have
you,
to
thank
use
you
it.
for the 10
Brody was all he
months.
needed on that bonus.
That was so uncalled for.
Tomby, you gotta watch out. He's been flashed. He's been pushed back. The relay boat does its job, though.
Dude, they got the Raze ult as well. Oh, there goes the
Tomby,
Raze
good
ult.
for 2, just taps him right out. There's Yarmageddon. That pushes him way out of the entire zone. Spike now dropped.
I have retrieved the spike.
Quick off the timeouts, finding a bit of a pinch against Talon with their supposed execute.
I'm
but
on
right
Dan.
now, Jit
I'm
Boys
on Daniel.
finding the
right?
shot through
With
mid
the
as
tier 1, I
well.
think that's how I say it.
2
Thank you,
on 4.
thank you.
Spike picked up a quick race towards the B site. Is it
Thank
enough,
you for the
though?
tier 1, mate. I
Truly,
appreciate
it's
that.
gonna
Welcome
take
in.
quite a bit of time for Ban to reach his destination.
Yeah, Domby's well aware of it. Jitboys just has to go out. He has to get kills. He has to get more space, and he needs to win this fight, but it's just not going to be enough. Ivy's way ahead of it. Jitboys does not expect him to already be at that angle. The salvos will keep them at bay. Now they know for sure because they have vision of ramp as well.
Right.
And NONGSHIM will get that shutdown off of that timeout.
When do we start believing that they need to
5
win
to
a
11.
round where the ults
Not
get
too bad, but
used?
just
That's
still
when you
got
start
quite a
believing,
bit
because these
of a journey
ults
to
should
go
just
for
win
it.
this round.
Light shield still in their sides. Talon, you know, might be able to play around.
Kai
next
_Lee
upcoming
as well with the prime. Thank you, thank you. Okay.
That's one timeout, one round
Okay,
after
maybe
it.
with the prime. Thank you, thank you.
We'll see if it's enough to continue all the way through. This Talon, they still have now more ultimates. Still nothing used. The Stinger's bought up. One of the few
I
teams
placed
in
my
the
eyes on
Pacific
the YouTube chat
to
as well. Of
continue
course.
to utilize these
Gotta see when they're
Stingers
flaming me.
when they're just short on economy.
4 stingers.
It's a really significant advantage that Talon
Talon
have
are really
most
making
rounds in their
sure,
bags, but okay.
in theory,
Snaps through around mid, at least
like
notes
on
that
paper,
there
they're
is
making
the
sure that they
KO
don't
really
grow
close.
this lead by having a
The
lot
most
of
important
ults
thing is going to
and
be that they
full
recognize that there were
buys.
Stingers, so I'm a little surprised that Francis was holding close, just trying to go for that off angle. But it's
But they
multiple
use the
people
ult
here.
into the
Dombey
eco.
good for one, but it's an immediate trade. There's the annihilation.
And then
that
now this duel
eliminates
is everything,
the members.
but they won the
NONGSHIM,
duel,
this
so it
isn't the
doesn't
fight you
matter.
thought you wanted.
And then Persia has
now
to
a
kill
pinch
everyone in
on
heaven,
towards that B
and he
side.
has a
Setting
judge.
up the barrier mesh. Persia, he just needs to
Oh
hide away.
god.
He's been spotted.
Did
He's been
he?
spotted right there between the smokes.
Oh
He's
god.
holding on with the judge. They want to find him. There's the hops through
Yeah.
and the trade for
And then
Privy.
Margaret needs to
And
1v3
Talon
and ban 6
looking to try
HP,
to finish
so
this
Ban's
match
probably giving him a
just
kill.
one step closer.
Eagle-eyed.
Margaret still alive. Calls for the cause.
Ooh,
with
Astral
Vitality,
gives
they
him a
just
lot
wanna
of
get to
space,
match
and he's got
point.
a cage to
They
get
don't
through
want
it.
to risk anything. Would that Singer buy? I will say that this is a worthy investment. If it secures that match point, keeps you 7 rounds ahead. 7 chances is quite a bit. There's the sonic sensor. They know about it, and there's the gravity well. Jitboy
Okay, very, very nice in the
securing
end.
his own destiny there as
Well,
Talon
yeah.
now reach match point. 1
Very
round
nice.
away from
I
retaining
didn't really
their
think it would go
top
down in
4
that
spot
fashion,
in
but
VCT Pacific.
I think
So
Primi has
much
100%
stability
hit rate
thanks
with his
to
ult, by the way.
Jitboys. I mean, a bit of that, you know, possible read from NONGSHIM, but unfortunately not the one they were looking for. And Talon were just able to strike back in full force. At the same time, because it's just a Stinger buy, this is a half buy. Even if they lost a round, Talon can still buy up, but thanks to that, it's free upgrades. Now Governor has Showstopper, Cruz is close to Seekers. This is gonna be hell for NONGSHIM.
NONGSHIM wanting to hold close. They don't like the hits that have been coming onto that B side. They rely on their firepower, but now was not the time. He's past
there
the
we
salvos,
go.
a rocket of his own in hand, and B side opened up. Domby is close, but you gotta respect the Showstopper. Just gets blasted close range. Make sure no one's right around the corner. There's the barrier mesh. It spots Domby as well, so you know the backup has arrived. And look at Band's position, holding all the way far back. Talon feeling so safe in this post plant. All angles covered. Sonic sensors still alive. Stealth drone, it does get popped. We'll get 1 ping, but there's the grab net.
The grab net
Slowed
just
down.
wrecks
He
the
He wants
slide.
to get away, but he gets
Okay,
taken
very
down.
nice. Very,
And
very
Primi
nice.
will help
Governor had a
bring
really good
Talon
map here, so did
to
Primi.
yet another top
Obviously,
four
so did
position,
Jitboys.
and couple steps away from
Okay, so the
Masters
plan
Bangkok.
of
Just feeling
getting
that confidence, right? Feeling
getting
that
the
energy.
non-neon maps in
Talon
theory
surges
worked out,
forward with that win
and
from behind, carries
Talon
it over
changed their
onto
split up, and it
Split.
looks way
NONGSHIM
better.
tried. They had some
This is a
answers,
nice split
but
from
not
them.
so far enough that it brings them close to the end.
Much
It
better than the
ends in
first
the
one.
13-5.
I still think NONGSHIM had a pretty good run. They should feel
They're
they should feel
continuing onward,
happy to
still
know that they can
hanging
do a
out
good
at the
amount of
top,
damage this year.
trying to bring international
Like the goal for them is to
spotlights
just
onto the
get to
scene
champs.
as
They don't have to
Talon
do anything else really.
rise up and continue to soar up from this lower bracket.
Still, though, I mean, what a run it has been for NONGSHIM, right? I mean, a round of
They
applause
need to
to
kinda
them
look for
because
that
they
fourth
have been
spot.
serving us with some of the most entertaining Valor so far, especially players like Domby.
Random fork.
And, you know, just the
So yeah, he has
full
Talon
runs
going on the lower
maps like
bracket run,
yesterday.
right? Is he beating the?
But down
Dude,
to
he
the
must be
end of it
doing
all,
alright. I
Talon.
think. I think I have
Grabbing
to
that
give him.
Talon capsule.
I think I'm gonna have to owe him the 12 memberships.
25 and just looking happy, relieved, proud, all sorts of mixed emotions. But
I'm
at the end of the
pretty
day, a positive
he's doing
result
great
to
in these
continue
pick'ems.
on until next week. They'll have a couple days rest. as
We'll
they
have to
look for
find
one
him and do a
extra couple matches
comparison.
to get to Masters Bangkok. For now, we'll hear from the winners themselves as they just wrapped up this match.
New month. Free memberships.
Oh,
I should have done them when they gifted. You know what, Lexi? I don't know how to do them unless someone gifts. So next time someone gifts, I'll do it.
I need Jitboys and Cruz. All right, I'll give you the microphone, Hector.
Too many throws!
All right, too many throws. But come over here, guys. Cruz and Jitboys. Send over here. Here's a microphone for you. And Cruz also. 자, 이렇게 해서 탈론 e스포츠 선수들, 짚보이 선수와 크루즈 선수 만나보도록 할 텐데요. 가장 먼저 이 프로스트 감독님이 경기 끝나고 마이크를 좀 이렇게 드렸는데 너무 많이 던지더라 라고 얘기를 했는데 크루즈 선수
Dude,
어떻게
6
생각하는지부터
pistols.
한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, you guys. You guys made it to top 4. Masters Bangkok, one step closer. It's so close, right? But Frost just said, too many throws, too many throws. So anything you want to say about that, Cruz?
Yeah, we did misplay a lot, and we could have done better. Our first map is still horrible, but I think we are getting into our rhythm, so I feel good.
사실 오늘 경기 잔실수도 많았고 1세트는 진짜 홀업을 했는데 그래도 탈론이 슬슬 이렇게 리듬을 찾아가고 흐름을 찾아가는 것 같아서 정말 좋다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 짚보이즈 선수 오늘 굉장히 큰 활약을 보여주기도 했는데 지금 승리한 기분이 어떤지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. And what about you, Jitboys? You showed huge impact today. How do you feel about today's win?
ไม่รู้ก็รู้สึกปกติเหมือนที่เคยทำปกติ
You just feel like it's just another day at work. That's it. It doesn't really feel much like he's just here to play.
아, 그냥 뭐 특별한 건 없고 일하러 왔으니까 밥값 하자라는 마음으로 오늘 경기 임했다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 좀 특별했던 게 사실 바인드에서 농심이 조합을 바꿔가지고 왔는데 여기에 대해서 탈론이 컨택 플레이로 잘 응답하는 모습이었거든요. 좀 누구의 콜이었는지도 궁금하네요. Now, this one's for you, Cruz. NONGSHIM REDFORCE, they switched their comp up on bind, right? You guys answer right back immediately with contact play. So whose call was it? Was it yours or was it Frost?
In game, I think it was my call mostly. Like yeah, but then the game plan was just I just need to read and react to the game.
크루즈 선수가 이제 딱 경기 흐름을 잘 읽었고 사실 그때 이렇게 리액션을 취하고 이렇게 반응하면 좋겠다라면서 경기에 임했다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 집보이 선수 사실 이 마스터즈 방콕이 또 태국에서 열리잖아요. 좀 마음가짐이 다를 것 같은데 어떤 마음가짐으로 킥오프에 임하고 있는지도 들어보고 싶습니다. And for you, 집보이스, and you too, Cruz. Masters Bangkok is literally in Thailand, right? So what is the mindset for kickoff? I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys really, really, really want to play in front of the home crowd.
เหมือนแบบว่าคือจะได้ไปเล่นที่มาสเตอร์แบงคอกหรือเปล่ารู้สึกยังไงแบบว่าที่มาสเตอร์แบงคอกคือที่ไทย
ก็รู้สึกดีครับแล้วก็คิดว่าต้องไปให้ได้ครับเพื่อไปเจอคนที่บ้านเรา
So he feels good that we have the Masters in our own hometown, and he really wants to be in front of our own crowd, and he wants to play in front of everybody there. So yeah.
홈타운에서 열리는 만큼 팬들 앞에서 꼭 좋은 경기를 보여주고 싶다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 이어서 다음 경기 젠지 아니면 DFM을 만나게 될 텐데 혹시 누구를 만나고 싶은지 집보이 선수에게 먼저 물어보도록 하겠습니다. 집보이스, next up will be either DFM or Gen.G. Who do you want to face?
Gen.G.
Okay. Was that texture telling you to pick Gen.G?
No.
Okay, you want to meet Gen.G. All right. Okay. What about you, Cruz? 일단 집보이 선수는 젠지 텍스처 선수가 자기네를 뽑으라고 얘기를 했는데 그런 이유에서가 아니고 젠지를 만나고 싶다고 답을 했는데요. 크루즈 선수 그리고 감독님은 또 누가 올라왔으면 좋겠다고 어떤 사전에 얘기가 있었는지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Who do you want to play next, and who does Frost want to play next?
I think we want to play Gen.G.
Okay.
Because we got smacked last time. Yeah, so I want to, get back my revenge.
Okay. 젠지를 만나고 싶다고 얘기를 하면서 아무래도 저번에 만났을 때 두드려 맞았기 때문에 복수를 한번 제대로 해주고 싶다고 얘기를 하는데요. 잠깐 제가 여기서 돌발 행동하면서 텍스처 선수. 네. 뭐 답할 거 없어요? 복수해주겠다는데.
열심히 하도록.
Texture told them to try their best. Okay. Now, thank you guys for the great interview, and hope you guys have a good game against Gen.G or DFM. All right. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 탈론의 두 선수 만나봤고요. 이어서 농심 레드포스가
stacked interview. We ended up getting like 3 players involved.
찾아주신 팬분들께서는 농심 레드포스 선수들에게도 굉장히 많은 응원 부탁드리도록
chat,
하겠습니다.
I will be
Now,
right back.
thank you
I'm
guys for the interview, and also we have 농심 Redforce
eat
fan
some
meet
food
and
for a
greet
little bit,
downstairs
and then
in
I'll
the
be back in
lobby.
time
Please
for
join
the start
them
of the next
and
game.
say thank you for a great game. Now that's it from all of us on stage, and let's
All right.
enjoy your winning
I'll be
moments
back
with
in a little bit.
highlights. Production, highlights.
All right, let's get the highlights going. Thank you, Jen, Premi, and Cruz. And you can see there, Cruz, in fact, was translating, and we were talking about how difficult his role is on this squad. He does have to translate for this team. Not everyone speaks Thai.
Yeah, he's a real leader. I mean, it takes a real special player to do that. We said before, Cruz has had some criticism in the past, but he really does carry a big, heavy burden for this team. He's leading from the front. We saw him have a great individual performance today. It's hard not to root for him. I like the guy. You know, he's doing a lot.
Yeah, TALON is a systems team. You know, they play some funky roles, they change things up, they have their own approach and their own spin on how they want to do things, and when it works, I mean, that split game speaks for itself.
Yeah, it's worth noting, you can't play as flexibly as TALON do, and you can't change as much as TALON do day to day without having incredibly smart players. So this style shows that Frost has a lot of trust in his guys to always be ready to adapt and to conform to whatever they're trying that day.
That's right. We know who our most flex player is in Pacific, but I have to say TALON's probably the most flex team here in Pacific as well. And I'm really glad they cleaned up a lot of the issues that they've been having, not just last week, not just the week before that, but for a while. So they figured out a formula today.
Yeah, I mean, they're still just so inconsistent. Like, they even mentioned it themselves. The Lotus game, even round to round, they would be like, oh, we know Persia and Danby plays Rubble, and then the next round they would run in and get absolutely domed by the exact same setup they just countered. I think Split was a great read, though. They definitely won this game in the veto. I mean, this is just not really a map that NONGSHIM has had a lot of reps on in a long time. I didn't buy that they were going to run that same comp against Zeta that they ran again, and they did make some small changes, but TALON was the team that was definitely one step ahead. Primy's been very comfortable on the deadlock.
Great.
They went straight back into something that's a little bit more of a standardized pick at the moment, and they played it excellently.
I mean, I think I've never seen a team get so much value out of Deadlock. Deadlock gets some hate for being, you know, underpowered, and some people have said, why on earth would you pick Deadlock? I think Primy's showing a lot of good stuff. They had a lot of neat little setups, and also the value he's getting with the ult is quite rare. You don't normally
He hits
see
almost every ult, bro.
I don't think I ever saw him miss it.
Yeah.
That makes the ult incredibly powerful. That's obviously the biggest downside, is you can't just whiff it and it's 7 or 8 ult points, whatever it is, gone out the window. But no one is Primy. He seems to be connecting.
I think for that ult to work, also the comms with your team needs to work really well.
Yeah.
So that means there are a lot of things that are the chemistry on this team is starting to build up. They're starting to find themselves here. And we were talking about their mid plays last time they were on this map.
Yeah, I feel like TALON really understood their defense. This is something that they did continuously throughout the half, is they would force away NONGSHIM away from mid. Here we see them come back, they force them away from B. This is basically penning NONGSHIM into going towards A, and we see in this round, JitBoys end up having an amazing anchor as NONGSHIM are trying to come in. Plays around his own smoke beautifully, dodging the stun there, just so smooth. He's stunned up by the deadlock trap. The Annihilation comes in again. This is perfect game planning.
Yeah,
TALON.
both JitBoys and Primy had excellent games in map 2 and map number 3 here. And I think TALON, I mean, you can see they're forcing NONGSHIM to play at their pace. You talked about the mid-trap already. Grab Net Nade is such a strong combo at the moment. Looking at some of these rounds here with the salvos, I mean, those are some nice salvos back sight. But what I really wanted to focus on is just the fact that we have salvos being invested every round by Francis at the start of the round on NONGSHIM's attack. He's playing against Deadlock Cypher, which they haven't seen TALON play too much of before. So they don't have the read on where the Sentinel util is going to be. And time again, they're investing the salvos, and it's not countering any of that Sentinel util. And it's making their life very difficult on attack, and you could just see TALON take full advantage of that.
You have to be able to break the traps, especially against Deadlock Cypher.
And especially when you're running Neon.
Yeah,
there's no raise. They don't have paint shells to break the Senti util. Danby just needs to rely on his team to break the trips for him, and it's not happening.
Yeah, paint shells are a really easy way to do it. We saw in the off-season, right, when G wanted to play the Neon, they brought in the Sova, because you have to be able to break that trap. So then we see NONGSHIM try it with the Teo, which in theory is a great answer, but it's not if you're not connecting. I feel like the Deadlock and the Cypher had free reign that game, especially that defense arc.
We talked about TALON playing the execution-based comp. I mean, it was the same thing that NONGSHIM was basically running in that game, and they just weren't executing it right, unfortunately.
Now, Primy was our map MVP, clearly, on the deadlock there, but who is your match MVP?
JitBoys was fantastic this game. I picked JitBoys. I mean, Primy had fantastic stats, but we know Primy's going to get his numbers, so I really wanted to give JitBoys a lot of props, especially maps 2 and 3, the maps that TALON won. His anchoring work was phenomenal. He's great in that controller role. You can even throw him in the Senti role. Kind of similar reasoning and similar skill set to what I talk about with Karen, where I'm like, oh, I could set in my suit, like my team segment, whatever you want to call it. I picked Karen in my Senti role. I think JitBoys has that similar kind of skill set where you saw it on that split A site. Positionally, he's just so perfect playing around those nebulas and diving in and out of his smokes, creating those little pockets of safety and catching his opponents off guard.
Yeah, he's so sharp as well. I feel like when we talk about consistency with Talon, I think JitBoys is one of the more consistent players on that team. I think we see him topping the scoreboard time and time again. He had a great year last year. And on the topic of consistency, top 4 again for Talon.
Yes.
So there is definitely something there. Something is working.
Oh,
down on that
absolutely.
stage.
All I have to say is to Talon and JitBoys, soy mak. And now let's look at where we're standing here on the score. Big time is big timing here.
I'll take that. JitBoys helped me out there, match MVP.
To be fair, I guess we do have 3 of the players from the game just now on your squad.
That's
so
true.
are you feeling confident, Pilsky, going into match 2?
He's already got the 1 MVP, so that's going to be a really rough run of things. I think I'm going to lose again today after setting records yesterday. I'm about as consistent as a lot of the teams that have rocked up to Kickoff.
Well, to be fair, we did do the vote. We did the coach vote, and majority of viewers actually picked your team today. So they'll go down with you. Whatever the penalty
they have
is.
just as accurate predictions as we have here on the desk.
Exactly. Well, I don't know what the penalty is for today. We'll be discussing that later. We do have a second very exciting match coming up, but we're going to go on a very short break, so don't go away.
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Gen.G.
Oh, baby.
Ooh, there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect? It even has my name on the side.
마우스 누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me. It's by me.
It's by me. It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Kickoff, where everything is always a surprise at the start of the year. And we have another giant here in the elimination bracket. It's Gen.G.
Absolutely. It's strange to see them in the lower bracket in a sense after what they managed to pull off last year, but here they are fighting it out against DFM another team that we didn't expect to be here, but maybe for a different reason.
Yeah, no, definitely not. They've been on a bit of a hot streak, DFM, but for Gen.G, really feels like they're getting outdone a little bit by some of the other Korean teams who are showing their excellence up there in the upper bracket. They've been very rough around the edges. They've been very slow to start in a lot of these games, and that is not something you can afford to do against DFM after what they've been showcasing so far in this tournament. When these guys are on, you know, you can't be waiting 8 rounds just to get the boys warmed up. You got to make sure you get in the game nice and early on.
I think that perfectly describes any successes they've had so far. That's exactly what's been happening. The coaching staff still remains really strong. They're figuring out a lot of things, but it's happening really, really late in each game. DFM, on the other hand, could be one of the top 4 for the first time ever.
Wow.
And we've seen the rise of Gen and just why May want him on his squad. He's finally shown up.
Yeah, most of his standout games have really come on Abyss though, especially the last 2. I still haven't seen him flesh out and develop a good play across the whole map pool. For me, I think Akame is definitely the standout, or Akame right there with May. I think those 2 are by far the best 2, but you really can't go past that GN performance yesterday against Paper X to show just how big of a ceiling he has, but he really is not hitting it all that consistently just yet.
I mean, it's just so refreshing to see DFM this late on in the tournament. After the last 2 years of DFM, they've kind of, you know, they've not had the greatest of success, to put it mildly. But it's so nice to see them turn it around, you know. They pulled out such a huge upset yesterday. They're going to have so much momentum coming into the day that, you know, we saw them backstage a little bit. They're all happy. They're having a great time. So it's, can you pull off another big upset again today?
You know, their pre-match meal ritual seems to be McDonald's. Like
I respect it.
Having a lot of success with it. Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Some fast food buff. Now, this leads me to this graphic, and the guy who made this graphic, his name is Andy, and he's slowly removing it from the hard drive. It was a clean sweep prediction for Paper X on the Korean side, on the English broadcasting side, and even from the audience. So after yesterday, this completely changes our prediction for today, and you can see how convincing DFM was playing, enough to have a 50-50 split with the talents and almost with the viewers as well, with you guys as well.
What is with you guys though? Like, it's always you 2 against me on the desk every time. You guys are like, I feel like there's a bit of collusion going on the desk. Like, I'm just like, I think these guys are pretty good, and then they, you know, both you, Morgan, and Vic, you guys listen to me, and you go, nah, we'll go to the other team. You
know what though? If you look at all of the talent prediction rates, we're mostly around the 50% on average, meaning most times we're half wrong or half right, depending how you want to look at it. But that means how hard it is to predict this kickoff.
It is hard to predict. We don't have all the information. We're not inside in these teams. The teams have a much better idea on how close they are. They're scrimming against each other. We're simply looking in from the outside and we're giving our best guess. That's all we can do. And yesterday it wasn't good enough, and I did not want to get caught out again. I don't want to be called a hater.
I'm just hearing a lot of excuses again for not many results, to be honest, Morgan.
Well, we also have our 2 star controllers. Well, at least a superstar controller, Karen, and Jen is the controller for DFM, but he's been slowly stepping up. Like you said, Pilski, it's been a little bit inconsistent, but he's been finally finding his footing with the game against Paper X of all teams.
Yeah, a massive game on Abyss against Paper X, it has to be said. Karen, another player who you can say has not hit his ceiling at all this tournament either. Yeah. He's had flashes of what he was able to achieve last year as, I think a lot of people agree, the Rookie of the Year, so I think he needs to wake up. I think a lot of players on Gen.G need to wake up in this series, and there's no excuse. The coaching staff will be able to sit there and watch DFM play already. They've had time to prepare for this game. If they drop this game against DFM, then Gen.G need to have a serious think about what to do heading into stage 1.
Also, we saw that interview with Jen yesterday where he said, I'm gonna come for you today, Karen. I want to take it to you. I believe him right now. I think he's just going to sprint it. I don't know what map it's going to be on, but I know
mid and shorty him.
He will go down mid and shorty him.
Respect.
Now we're starting to see a lot of the maps being revealed throughout Kickoff. Both of these teams have been playing it. There is not much overlap here. How are you feeling about this, Big Time?
I think we're definitely going to see Abyss. DFM have kind of shown time and time again that it's their comfort. They're 3-0 on it.
Yeah.
I would very much expect them to go back towards that today.
Yeah, DFM is the team that they'll just go for what they're comfortable on. They're just going to go for their confidence peaks and try to play their style. And they change it up a little bit as well. We've seen them already change their pill comp up quite a bit. And on the other side of of things, Gen.G, a team that just plays the same comp over and over and over again, even year to year. So I don't think they're going to be changing too much either. I don't think there's going to be many surprises in this veto compared to what we get from maybe a Talon series.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right here, especially when it comes to Korean teams and Japanese teams. They stick to what they know and what's been working. And like you guys have been saying, Abyss is the very first one on the block, and DFM picking this, absolutely not surprising. They have a plan for it, and it's been working.
Yeah, I think Gen.G play a little bit more of that kind of standardized comp that we're expecting. You know, it's a double init, so it's going to be somewhat of a mirror, which we already saw DFM have been doing pretty good in a lot of the games that they've been playing against other teams, playing that mirror. Lotus, I mean, this is Gen.G's stock standard up there with Bind. They love these kind of Viper maps where they're able to play that strong comp that they're used to playing. They have a very deep playbook. And then Haven, I think, is going to be a great third map decider. I really want this to go to map 3 because DFM in the off-season and against Zeto, who's been the solid Haven team, loves to play this map. And we've seen already some bangers from Gen.G on that map. So
Both
I really hope
off-season
this
and
one
now.
goes
Yeah.
third.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think this is going to be fantastic. I completely agree. Haven being that third map is going to be absolutely fantastic. Now, both of these teams for Abyss like to play the more traditional or the new traditional comp for Abyss.
Yeah, the only real difference here is we see DFM opting for that Astra as opposed to the Cypher. It lets you default a little bit easier, especially towards mid on your attack. That's something we see DFM like to do quite a lot. But on the flip side, the kind of opportunity cost of that is your anchoring isn't quite as strong and you don't have as much passive information.
Are we watching Jinbong or not? Are we watching Jinbong anchor
That's
on
not
the
fair.
Astra
That's
or
not
not?
fair.
You're talking in general, right?
I'm talking about pure theory.
No, bro, Jinbong on the Astra, that's some magic. He's just
Very true.
He's hiding inside of his Astra smokes. He's putting the nebulas up. He's bobbing and weaving inside of the smoke like we saw from Chip Boys in that last game. So I have a lot of faith in Jinbong. That's going to be fantastic work from him. And I agree. It's great to see the mid control you can get with the double smokes. You can cycle the smokes in the post plant and things like that as well. So yeah, very, very similar approaches and similar comps. And look, DFM did used to play the Cypher, but they're liking the Astra a little bit more now.
Well, let's send it down to the stage and welcome the two teams, DFM and Gen.G.
VCT Pacific 2025.
Gen.G have collected some of the biggest accolades last year, but this season they're struggling to stay afloat. With the core of the roster still here, Munchkin, Karan, and Texture, perhaps they can rise through the lower bracket once more. However, their opponents are DFM. Japan's last hope has a completely new look here in Pacific as one of our potential top 4. And the question is, are they going to be able to slay another Pacific King today?
I mean, it's a huge ask. They managed to pull it off yesterday against all the odds, but today is no easier for DFM. Let's not like count our chickens before they hatch. DFM played a great game, but it's another mountain that they have to climb today.
There's the guy who's hopping on the bandwagon, predicting
I think they can do it.
It's all about vibes, bro. Nothing that happened last season matters.
But look at these vibes. How can you deny it? They have new toys. They had dinosaurs yesterday, and now they're pulling out the tigers. Gen.G.
Yeah, I like it.
I love it as well. I mean, you can clearly see that they love playing with the vibes. They've got a vibes guy. Everyone says how important that is in Valorant, right? And
they're enjoying
I think for DFM, look, they beat a Paper X that was a very sad-looking Paper X yesterday. As far as I'm concerned, they've got to prove it again today
We
against
had
Gen.G, but Gen.G have
salads,
also got to
chicken
step up as well.
salad.
They've looked very shaky at this tournament so far.
Yeah, but it's very easy to write off success with shakiness. Like, you know, I get it, Gen.G have been shaky, and I get it. It wasn't necessarily
the maps
DRX
so
top
far.
form, but
There we
DFM
go.
deserved
Thank you,
that
Prodigy.
win
You knew what I was going to say.
If they come in with the confidence
Abyss,
that they were able to
DFM
bring
picking
yesterday,
Abyss, that
especially in
makes
that map
sense.
too,
We got
then
Lotus
this could definitely go
and
the
then
distance
Haven.
at the very least, and if not, 50% of us at this desk will
Yeah.
As usual. I mean, look, honestly, for Gen.G, they've just got to show up early on in the series. They've got to ask DFM some questions, because PaperX was not posing any questions to DFM yesterday. DFM was running their game plan. DFM was running PaperX over,
subs
and
in the
Gen.G,
break?
they need to make sure that they put them in their place nice and early on.
Yeah, they haven't given Gen.G a lot to work off of going into this series, but I'm with you guys on this. I'm not going to be
10
surprised
to the
if this
chair.
goes a full series, and I would
That's
love
crazy.
to see it go
Jemiyuki, thank you so much for
distance
doing
here.
that.
Gen.G also a vibes team.
Trying to
Don't
sneak
forget,
them
when
in.
we see
That's
Texture,
crazy.
We see Karen,
Thank
we
you
see
for
the
doing
core
that.
of this roster step up and you know, get that vibes right. It's great. Foxy9, in
chair
addition, you know,
stream,
swapping
just
over
earning.
from DRX looks a lot more comfortable
And
in
then
their new Korean home.
Gen.2, right? With the Prime. Thank you also. Chemiyuki, appreciate you doing that. Hopefully people say thank you if they
We're
got
also
gifted.
looking across to Yeoman, who hasn't had the best performance so far this kickoff, but if he can come out of his shell today, that's just an extra
They
feather
only
in the bow.
donated to the chair.
Foxy9 had a very tough time anchoring on
Had to
the
set up
sides
a
of Abyss
separate
last
thing for
time
it.
around. I think it went 2 and 10 on the defensive half
What do
at
we
one
got?
point,
We
so it
got
needs to not be a liability,
traditional
'cause
comp,
DFM
Cypher,
loves to slam
Astra
sites on this
Diff.
map, and as we expected, both teams are not going to change up too much. This is going to be about the fundamentals and the adaptation outside of the comps.
Yeah, when you have these very simple comps like this, the near mirror
Para,
matchups
thank
where
you so
the
much,
styles
Para.
are the
Appreciate
same,
the Prime. Thank you for doing
both
that
teams
also.
know what the other team
Thank
is
you for
trying
the
to do.
Prime
There's no surprise,
use.
there's no cheese. It's pure fundamentals.
Small adjustments.
Yeah, small adjustments. It's that real head-to-head test. So we're in for a good game.
I think it's going to be a good game, boys, and we're going to send
Yeah,
over
I think
our
it's good
casters to
maps
take
for
the
both
second match
teams,
of today away.
I feel
Let's
like.
go back to Chobra and Quack.
It's definitely Gen.G don't mind this map.
Yes, thank you very much, Desk and Big Ski. And I mean, just the whole thing truly at this point, right? No do-overs, no change-ups in the composition either, but just a final game to really push them through in that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if DFM can truly make another miracle happen here for the Japanese fans. I mean, already a huge success for the new DFM squad, entering into this top 6, potentially now on the doorsteps of top 4. Already, even if they lose, it's a huge accomplishment, but the Japanese fans are hungry, and I think the players are too. I mean, we've seen now individually, this squad is very talented. They've hit their peak at different times.
If they can do it a second time, Chobra, oh my god, then they truly earn that title of like Kingslayer. That's gonna be quite a statement moving forward into like stage 1 or maybe even Master.
That is
Cup,
true.
Who knows?
I
But
agree
yeah,
with
it
that.
all starts right
They
here
take down
on this
Gen.G
very first
here.
map. Abyss, they've
It's
been
like-
playing this so many
it's
times all
big
throughout
heads
kickoffs.
that they're taking.
Yeah, see if DFM can continue to evolve on this map. I mean, earlier we saw NONGSHIM continue to play that Lotus, and that map still looks good for them. So DFM should have that confidence. I think a big thing really is, like the desk said, can Gen.G ask enough questions?
Right.
Can they
We
get
got
enough
Gen.G
initiative?
on
'Cause
attack,
quite
we got
frankly, against
DFM
DRX,
on
they could not,
defense.
especially once they went over the defensive side. So we'll see how
And
many rounds
DFM's map, and they've been pretty good on this map.
A bit more comfortable
They're
when
definitely
that
pretty
half
good
switch
on this
comes.
map. Gen.G go for the
It was a 9-3
spam
first
A
half
comp,
against DRX's attack.
or at least spam
and
side
a lot of it
hits
was
comp.
really just kind of like DRX bypassing or ignoring Foxy9. So
But
we'll
what else
see,
is there to do
what
on this
DFM
map?
does. But right now it's Gen.G on the attack, and they are happy to hold.
A fast push out, though, from DFM, and this is one of the big differences, right? Going out forward to have a bit more information on A main and have the ability to maybe get a cheeky kill before you call for rotates or anything like that.
Yeah,
Get a
they
little
get
bit
info
more
over
audio
towards
cues as
middle.
well. So Art,
They
he's
got
in a
early
dicey
info on
situation,
A,
but
and
he
I mean,
should
Art
be
is
able to pick
committed.
up on a couple more cues
He has to
so
do a
Gen.G
lot
are
on
gonna
this
cut
pistol.
down. They know they've given up this entire space before. They should check this corner.
Slow walk against him. Karen setting up for smoke.
Okay, he gets a 50-50 duel.
At least a fake into B, but there it is, and instantly swings out. Texture went down though, so that is a little bit of firepower lost.
Yeah, but with someone so far ahead, Gen.G feeling relatively safe to go ahead with their own recon as well, and that's going to be a bit more valuable in the post plant than the Jet. May takes a big hit as well, so Gen.G's post plant looking pretty solid. They already cleared someone of the flank on mid as well. You still have the tripwire live from Foxy9.
Sheriff picked up as well. Paranoia in towards back to spawn, and of course the rest of the team to watch back into heaven. That's May down. Quite a bit of value already for Gen.G. Karen with another peek out, another player down, and this time it's going to be Jen alongside Foxy9, who's continuing having to hold the
Pretty
angle.
convincing.
Final shot through. Karen gets
Pretty
it.
convincing.
It's Gen.G with the
Yeah, the
pistol.
sheriffs.
Yeah, setting
The
up the two
Gen.G
youngsters
sheriffs.
on their squad
Do it
to help
again.
finish the job here on the pistol. The setup
1-0,
already
we'll
was
keep
great.
track of it.
You know, you sacrifice texture, that's unfortunate, but it's the pistol.
Didn't
you know
didn't
that
really
there's
like
not
the
much
DFM
neutral on
pistol
either
too
side.
much.
You have your Sova alive, and you know that it should be relatively safe. Just one recon in the back, a smoke
Like a
on the
Sova
site, and
solo
you're ready to
setup
head in.
aggro
And then
towards
Karon
A.
starting things off hot.
Committed.
I really feel that
In-
Karon
in
has
what
to start
most
to
people
step
call
in
the
to
one
fill
and
bigger
done.
shoes for this squad if they want to continue to carry on some of the same theory
It
and
looked like
philosophy
they
had from last
heavy
year.
thought they were going to
And
go
that's a pistol
middle,
that you need
but the
to do
comp
that.
can't really go
Surely.
middle too much.
Gonna give him a bit of a boost for the rest of the map right now, especially for Abyss, where Gen.G doesn't have
5-person
the greatest
stack.
track record, but earlier on, you know, it was that dicey
Dude,
position
look
for
at this
Art.
buy,
Gen.G
though.
read it. They knew how to play against it. This time with the guns playing a little bit more conservative. May with the eager peek
They're
out,
allowed
though,
4
does
deaths.
find us a little bit of info.
Obviously, they
Yeah,
want to
but
have 4
Gen.G has
deaths,
decent
but
information now. They already stepped into B site, and they just noticed different pieces of utility plus the jet. So there's multiple members on A. Even if it's not a full 5 stack, it is a heavier stack onto that side. The spike slowly being transported over. Texture just holding to make sure that there's not a counter push out from the B side.
And Texture is the one with a rifle. So I've noticed this a little bit now. Gen.G have been coming in with
I think a
these
team with a
buys where
non-fragging
it's just
IGL
one
can
hero rifle,
survive
the
in
rest
this
of them
current
are upgrade
meta.
pistols,
It's a little bit harder with
Marshall,
Teo,
and they're
because
looking to
I would
bring
say
this effect into the third
IGLing becomes a
round,
little bit easier with
hopefully.
Teo.
But right now, playing it slow and
But
steady.
I think
Fox9
so.
on the
I
lurk
don't think this
missions.
format.
Spots out Art, so
Oh,
can't quite find
I
the
don't think this format
just
with
gonna wait for
a
it.
new
Shot
agent
dart. Regen armor does come
is
back
great
up,
for it
so
though.
back up to almost half effective health. But that should give them the signal that mid's been taken over. It's going to be a surround, and now they look to potentially push even further out of the B site if need be. Everybody's on site, looking to get prepared to push out towards the stairs, towards those heaven entryways.
Early 0 point as well, so they kind of know that at least Akami should be nearby. Foxy9 still holding the angle, but not quite landing the shot with the Marshall. A little bit of a, okay, not even really a tag. Man, on the other side as well. The rest of the team continuing to push up front now, but
This is
Karen
the only
will
gun
take the
though.
offensive
This is
into
the
her
person I have to
stairs.
watch out for.
Yeah, Texture had to watch out, but that's a nice clean second shot, third on the round as well. So that should secure the round.
Alright, and like we said, they're allowed 5 deaths. Sorry, they're allowed 4 deaths, and
nothing lost. He's purposely even going to go the other way, just leaving it up to the 2 other members with sheriffs to finish off the job. And the round secured, rifle carried over.
they saved the
One
one.
of the things that this allows Gen.G to do is then buy up to match on that bonus round. So a bit of a variation from the old FPX buys with the 3 rifles, and now just saying, hey, well, we'll just match buy for buy. It's really not a bonus anymore.
Just a standard round.
Yeah,
But
straight buy for buy.
Hopefully, you know, being able to get those rounds under their belt as well. There's a very good chance for it for sure, and that's what this round
Good
is all
team's
about.
force
They played
against
it safe and
Gen.G.
slow. They had Texture
Whoa.
leading the charge, or at least holding the position.
That
towards
is
B,
an early
to then make
timeout.
the call in.
It's attack, right? Or
Just a
attack?
tech pause
No, it is
here.
attack. Okay, I
Oh,
was gonna
the
say.
2 teams. It would have been a little crazy
I
to call
thought normally
that
there's
early timeout
normally
just
there's the red.
after the eco round. It does look like
Teams could
double
start
check a
buying a
couple
bit
things
against
on
Gen.G if they do this
Akami's seat right
consistently
now.
from the second round. Yeah.
Referee standing behind,
Problem
relaying
is like the
information
force
over,
on
but
defense
he's
is
pulling his
never
chair up, so I'm
great,
gonna take that as a sign that
but
he's
I do
ready to
think
go.
like
Hopefully. I see that
like
the
a solo
timer screen is
Baki or
still
something.
frozen, so actually not yet.
Solo Baki could
Well,
be
they gotta
alright.
relay it over and then confirm and make sure everything's working.
Like maybe
double
just a
check
real
on the other
small investment.
side. I'm sure it takes a couple extra steps, but we'll see.
I don't know. We'll see what teams want to do. We'll see if
They
it's
need
also
to double check things
consistent.
on,
I think it
but
might have been
not
consistent.
too
I've
much
definitely seen them
discuss,
do this
obviously.
buy already.
Pistol round working out, Gen.G being wary of that push out from Art, but that is something that both teams will have to do. It's either that or really having just impeccable timing rotations on that util, right? Whether it's the KO.
What was the reason for the 6-hour tech pause? Mate, I have no idea. Because I think it was just Rossi's PC, but how it takes 6 hours to change a PC, I'll never know.
Before the final strike happens when you're on the defense. So defending teams will sometimes
Audio
continuously
issues.
push out, and oftentimes
Yeah,
it's
that's
gonna
what
be
we
that
got
A
the whole
site. You have a
time.
little bit more
When
room
was
to
that? That
work
was
with.
last year.
We'll see if Gen.G
It was first
continues
game of
to be
last
wary
year.
of that advance.
T1
There's
against
that full buy right now.
Bleed.
All right, still, actually still keeping some light shields in their sides and regen shields as well for Gen.G.
Yeah, so not double dipping into the armor, but they'll make sure that they buy, and then they can buy again the next round as well. So Gen.G really setting
6
themselves up
hours.
for an
Did they
economic
go and buy a
snowball
new
here,
one?
more so than the game
I mean,
originally perhaps
they should have
designed.
had backups, but honestly, they might have gone and bought a new whole PC.
Breaking the door more just to
You might have
create a
actually
little bit more
sussed
pressure on
it.
the other side, but there is that little march up in towards A.
Art holding another off angle again, all on his own. Now he does this a lot when he has the Odin, but
even if he went and bought one, I think he would do that in under 6 hours as well. Oh, the smoke came just in time to block the flash.
Just in time, GN gets taken down by
Yeoman's done incredible.
Talked about how he needed
Next
to step
duel.
up, and this might be the round where he starts to wake up for the team.
Yeoman.
3 on the board.
Karen off to the other fences as well. Akame trying to hold his best. Gets
Whoa.
the spike down. Yeoman gunned down as well. It's just Foxy9.
When he's got
He
that
found the trade,
snappy
but
aim,
now
it
the
looks
one-on-one
incredible.
against Jinbong, who he doesn't
No
want
matter what,
Warrior
it's
to believe
incredible
just yet.
damage for Gen.G.
Is down though,
But obviously a
Jinbong's
win's a
still
win.
distracted on the spike side, and Gen.G will get their bonus round, leading 3-0.
Yeah, with the light shields finding so much economical value right now, they're carrying everything forward into the next rounds. And the next rounds where they'll keep on buying up. DFM, they had a good little hold. Art bought a little bit of time for Jin to come back in, but Yeoman just shuts everything down.
Yeah, that jiggle peek against GN was so good because GN was just waiting for them to step out of the smoke, but he gets caught off guard. And Foxy9 left down to the 1v1.
It's a great
Gaining
start.
that confidence right off the
Outlaw.
bat as well.
Outlaw
DFM
comes out
once
to
again
farm.
on a
And the
weaker
good
buy.
news for
The Sheriff's and a
Gen.G,
Marshal in hand, and they are just gonna get
other than
skewered by
that,
Texture.
is the fact that like
That's 2
everyone's so
members already
close to an ult.
lost. And that should be
They
the
might get
round
like
gone
all of
as
these
well, by
ults
all
online
things in theory.
in the next round potentially, or the you would imagine the round after. Let's see, because they still got orbs. They still got a plant.
The challenge, he does have the Marshal.
They still got 3.
Waits for the
Okay, so
smoke
that's
to
one
bloom,
ult.
but Texture takes advantage of that. Karen now
And
sensing
then
for
that's
that extra
one
player
away
towards
from
the B
another,
side,
so it's
calls
gonna be
for
a
the
plant
push
with
in towards
KO.
A. That's the second player down. Shot steps into heaven. Oh, Jen's right around the corner.
And Jin will get 1, but no weapon recovery quite available, so he'll just wait, see if he can maybe creep around, get maybe 1 or 2 more kills. But they aren't going to find out. Oh, does he turn around? Texture, he's ready for it, but he's just waiting. He wants to try to push out. Aside from that, and he eventually says, well, if he's not in heaven, where has he gone? Turns around, and that's a 4K for Texture right at home.
And of course,
I'm Prodigy. I'm looking at both chats. You reckon everyone? Impressive.
As long as he gets
kind
the
of
4K,
flick,
right?
you
Maybe
flick
that's
shot
where
at the
Gen.G
guy on
starts to look
YouTube
a lot
and then you
better. It's 4-0
insta one
right
tap
now
the
as
guy
well,
on
and this is
Twitch.
a really
It was
strong
fast,
start
bro.
for Gen.G
I
on
saw
the
that.
attack.
That was crazy.
Rifles picked up, Bladestorm at the ready as well, and DFM not quite finding the answer just yet.
Texture's happy. I mean, this time it wasn't like he was nearly getting the ace, just finishing the job on
He's
that
got the
round.
chat mechanics
Was
down. He
wondering
really
if there would
does.
be
It was
an
really
early
fast.
timeout,
I'm
but
telling you.
DFM happy to wait until this
There was like not
operator
even a
round if they
second
can make
between the
this
delete
work,
on
they
the
can carry
2
it
different
over.
chats.
We'll have a little bit more breathing
Okay.
room, holding that off angle
Big
against
buy
the
round, like we
window.
said, we're gonna have
They're
ults
basically
up.
covering for Jinbong.
It was a legit
on the
transfer.
site. The desk talked about Jinbong's ability to weave in and out, dance around that site for DFM. But this time, the hold far out. It's really more about
Chat warm up.
keeping that operator protected.
He's used his aim labs before.
The drone going up and down,
Okay,
looking a little bit
KO
difficult
all
as
gets
well,
popped
but now
out,
he
and
is ready.
Astra's
Flash
out in
on
the
over,
open
though.
here. You would
Texture
imagine
looking for
Astra's
the
dead. No one
opportunity
to shoot the
collapse
recon
on
as
the
well.
Jinbong
Did they
does
just leave
get
him on an
tagged, but
island?
Not quite the range. Pulls out the blades, and
What a
Munchkin will
shot.
find the kill alongside Foxy9. May still holding the angle far back. A little bit of a hop up from Texture.
I don't know how the shot didn't hit
Just
though.
yet. The spike planted now on
Did it go to the right?
DFM might have to consider a save right away. I mean, you still have that operator in hand. You don't have much other util to really set up. You don't have a good line of scrimmage. Yeah, you have to back out because you've already been spotted up in heaven. And that is devastating because despite Jinbong being spotted and dropping down, making it look like, you know, trying to draw all the util towards him onto the site itself.
The chat, this A-hole just didn't make sense to me, right? You got one committed, he was basically here. You got one in heaven, and you play against the server, and the most common server recon literally goes like this, right? So what's this guy meant to do? Meant to shoot the recon while people are running at him, and he's probably getting... Well, he's been KO'd, so he can't do anything. Like normally the person here's in charge of shooting the recon. This guy was late because he's watching middle. This whole B setup just doesn't make sense.
Another thing that he did mention,
Sorry, this whole B setup. I said A earlier. This whole B hold just doesn't make sense.
Team. They're not going to change their composition around too much.
Okay, it's a good timeout. That B, they can't hold B like that. They'll lose every round.
Execute together as a whole team in that round, and that's ultimately what broke things apart. So next round coming up now, it's going to be the timeout for DFM to really look for an answer
in the op
to
was
the
too
question
defensive.
that now Gen.G has asked.
Absolutely, and I'm with
Because
Pilsky
he
on
gets
this one.
smoked off. Yeah, I don't think it was ideal, the setup. I would have been fine with the op being heaven if the other guy wasn't committed on site and he was in the pause to shoot the recon. Then maybe he can pop dash, go through and take the shot. But also against a KO, against a KO, I don't know if you should be playing committed anyway, anyone.
But you can't really.
He's never gonna be able to pop his dash because of the KO.
Differently from Paper X. It's always gonna be
there was definitely a lack of
2v2s,
forward over
3v3s
towards
that
B,
they
I
set each
guess
other
is
up
what I'm
for.
saying.
It might not be as clean as last year, but the fundamentals don't change. The idea doesn't change. And DFM, this is gonna be the true challenge. If they can overcome that, then you're really evolving as a team with that teamwork, coming across another finish line to level up once more. But just battling, other people who have great aim, but
Bangkok
perhaps
teams?
not
I'm not
always
sure.
there as a team.
Pacific's
that
hard
may
to
not
call.
be enough to topple the likes of Gen.G.
You would probably lean towards
T1. True to
T1,
what we're seeing for now, but we'll see if this
T1
timeout
DRX,
can
I
bring them
guess
to
at the
least a
moment,
round on
but
the board.
I
They
don't know.
still
I
do
don't
have
ever
that
want
off
to count
after all.
Gen.G
With the
out.
Hunter's Fury as well. Right now, a little bit of an aggressive angle in towards A main, doesn't spot anything out. Gen.G straight down mid.
And then
just
America's, I
absolute
think
mid
it's going to be
covers.
Sentinels
They're gonna try to
G2,
potentially
unless
trap out
something
the operator
crazy
as well.
happens.
They hear it. They know it's trapped. Man, you don't have anywhere to go.
EMEA, I think
Trapped
it's
out,
Heretics
needs to protect it. They
Vitality.
need to find a way out, but there is no exit. It's just Akame fighting for his life on the side, and
nice
that
shots.
he will do. Not only keeping himself alive,
But
trying
this
to
was
protect
this was
Ming,
much better
but
over
now
towards B.
all
Like
alone,
they
waiting for that
played
backup.
together.
Already a 4v2.
Even though
DFM
Akame
is
is
here
just
on the site.
straight up aimbot everyone.
Just to try to work their way around.
His
this
aim
one.
on the A
Shorty
retake
ready.
looked really good as well.
Pushing in,
He's
but
looking good
it's gonna
today.
Re-smoked.
Yeah, Munchkin just waiting to see if anyone's going to clear that. A nice timing from Akame. They know where one is. There's a good paranoia. See if there's a reaction. Yeoman actually gets a nice pick.
Just because I complimented
so
him.
DFM, they got to reconsider. Art's going back.
Please
he's
play
just
together.
not
Just
sure of the
confident
information,
swing.
But now they hear both guns.
Confident
Art, you have to
swing.
come back.
Guys,
Art,
please,
you need to be
confidence.
here for your team.
Show me some
Jimbo
confidence.
is just getting
Guys,
cornered on
you
the
gotta
side.
give me some kind of confidence. That is the most scared players I've ever seen.
This on its head, making it 6-0. Where has the confidence
Where's the
gone from
confidence?
DFM?
No, he's spot on.
They had the numbers.
They
but
can't play like that.
Gen.G just playing it safe. Found the isolated duels against them. The advantage completely thrown out to the sides because DFM weren't quite sure if Gen.G were still aggressing back into the site. They started to move, they started to buckle, and that was the go signal for Munchkin to start picking them off.
I almost fear for the rest of this half from DFM, because when you start having some lack of confidence and then you lose a round like that, it can really topple your mental game absolutely down to the ground.
Yeah.
But so far, trying to stick together, trying to regroup. DFM, they've shown such good games here on this map. They need to be able to stabilize here on this round.
It's all those little second thoughts, second guesses when you start to think too much about your own decisions, but that's when you really got to just hunker down, calm yourselves down, you know, take in those little wins that you get and find that confidence back in slowly bit by bit. Hopefully they'll be able to do just that with Mei right up around the stairs now. Karen though, quick to smoke it off. Maybe looking to push on through with the null command now, and there it is, Mei with the first opening frag, now continuing to launch the onslaught alongside Gen and the rest of the team. Akame, gunned down,
they just
able to
forward
pick him back
defuse
up.
this, no?
Art in with the Hunter's Fury as well, just to toss in a little bit of distraction, but unfortunately Texture holding on true with
Jin,
the outlaw. Jinbung swings out
wait.
around the side
No, he has
with
a
the
smoke,
Sheriff,
okay,
and
they
we'll
have
be able to
smokes.
find a little bit of attention.
Okay, they got half.
Munchkin swings back though. Yeoman in with his own Hunter's
Insta
Fury,
half.
continuing to send through
Okay,
the beam,
very,
but Jin
very
sticks
nice.
the defuse all the way
Yeah,
through.
there was too many
DFM,
people playing
they
off
take
site
the
against a
round.
KO.
Akame takes
Okay,
more
they're on
kills
the
as
board.
well.
Let's see what they got.
Just
They got
saying, I'm gonna eat
they
the
got a
Hunter's
double
Fury, we're
armor
gonna get the
rebuy,
half,
and
we're gonna play
then
the numbers. This is what
3
you needed
people
the
have
last
to
round.
rebuy.
But hey, no matter when you
But
get it, as long as you get it,
they're
you're
on the
able to
board, so the
continue.
matters.
Because now they finally get one on the board. Mei spraying through as well. Akame once again, he's honestly really started to turn into this point man for this team. Really being the one who leads by example. Even if he doesn't always get all the frags, he's the one who's out there getting information, getting the
The
position.
money's
to
not
set
as
up the
bad
likes
as I
of Mei
thought.
and
There's only
Gian.
one person that can't buy next.
sometimes the catalyst that you
Jinbung
need for the
could
team.
because he
Right
could
now, Cole
he could
actually go through A
just
main,
get light
holding a bit of
armor, the
crossfire
Guardian
this
maybe.
way. dodging the 0 point. May will keep himself up.
Yeah, they have no idea
just
May is
needs only the KO. So making it look like there's been no
Wow, okay, maybe they're really aware.
Akame doesn't have the trade angle either. Gen.G, they now know that the A site has gotten a bit weaker, but they will hold, trying to see if there's a rotation over. Art, the jump peak is spotted, so you know there's at least one watching mid, but that means one probably still on B.
No, they were super aware that they could dodge the knife
there. So it's going to take some time. So Gen.G is going to peek the weaker side of A.
At least, though, DFM will have their stars up around the sides, and maybe a chance for Akame to really fend things off.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's pretty much the you know, on Ascent where you dash to back a site. It's similar. Smoke up the top for the updraft. That was awesome.
And then just pushing all the way towards backside as
well.
well.
Who else used to do that? Oxy. There we go. Yeah, yeah,
you see when you look at a team like Gen.G. They may not be at the very, very top like they were in the middle of the year last year.
I mean, you have faster
but you
that
consider the caliber of the players, you consider the caliber of the coaching staff, and they are going to have plays down to the T. They're going to make sure that everything is covered. All right, we take a couple hits in the first couple rounds. It's all right. We still got backup plans. And now DFM, they're going to have to dig even deeper into all the prep they have done to try to figure out this map.
It's the map that they've played so much already. But it is Gen.G after all. So much of it, so many of their movements, everything already drilled. They
save
even
guns
know
as
where
well.
the final players possibly could be hiding and time those peaks to perfection.
I mean, Desp will probably be waking up around now.
Into the next round, DFM will have to buy back up, but not truly in
It's 500 ads.
Yeah, and it looks like it might be another timeout. I was wondering, because right now, if you don't call the timeout, I think the half just ends, right? I don't think you're getting another round, just given how the players are playing. There seems to be a lot more kind of panic and running scared, not
Double
ready
timeout.
for it. You're trying to hold positions, but you don't have the confidence to really take the fight.
Pause.
Okay, it's a tech pause.
I think they're going to force
We'll see if there is a
this.
timeout afterwards or not. But for now, it does look like
Maybe it doesn't suit how they play.
Player gear again that they'll need to double check here, this time on Art's side.
Could be whatever it is. I mean, it always is like the tiniest.
I think T1 or DRX are making finals. And what we've just
throw
seen
you off. So for
gameplay-wise,
a
you
player
would
that
go
is
with
always very
DRX.
crucial to have everything set
But
up.
I don't know. In terms of,
Hopefully, it gets
I
sorted
don't know.
out
I just
quickly
can't.
enough.
For some reason, I can't
Players don't want nothing more than to get back into the
say
game,
that
get
T1
back
aren't
into
going
the
to do
zone.
it.
Looks like a little nod and a
I just believe in
confirmation.
T1.
And we should
But I
have
think in
all
terms of what we've
players
seen at the
getting
moment, DRX are
ready
playing better.
to continue the match. Still waits to be seen. The second timeout is going to be used. It's always
Meteor's
a
going to
move used in
Meteor.
the
It
first
probably
half,
is
but
that.
If you don't do
That's
it,
why I think that's why I find it
mean,
hard to go for
unless your players are
DRX.
able to turn around this round,
yeah,
this half is already looking like you are going to be way far back on the back foot.
I hear you, because you don't want to go into that second half with like a 10-2, like, ugh, you know?
I mean, I don't know if it's even going to get to a 10-2. That's my concern.
Oh.
No, honestly, you look at the way that DFM is playing, they have these setups in the very beginning of the round, but then they start to get scared, and then one person's trying to anchor down, but they're not ready for multiple fights like sometimes they would be, and then they just lock up, and then you're already down in numbers. The round's already gone out of your hands.
It is a very true consideration that we're thinking about right now, but at the very least, no timeouts. It's going to be May holding the angle out towards a main, taking a lot of damage already.
And Gen.G, what they're doing is simply, okay, the only thing we need to worry about are these cheeky angles, right? Holding right off around the box. Maybe it's something like a judge or a shorty. Maybe you're holding an off angle. We just need to check for that, and then we're also letting you know, hey, you like to push out to get that A space? Well, we're going to deny it. This time a good response, pushing out of mid at the very least, but they've tried this before too, and Foxy9 has gotten inklings of it. And so right now, with 4 members already here for the execute, Foxy9.
Well, I feel like we've been here before. One isolated on B side against a KO.
On the site, catches sight of Jinbo,
Oh.
can't land on his feet, and that is just a slice and dice through the site.
I mean, it's just an eco. It's not too bad.
Oh, God.
I still, the B hold is killing me a little
right
bit.
around the corner, but he's just on the classic, so looking for whatever he can get. Gen.G, you know, they have everything surrounded, everything locked down. Art for a bit of a jump peak, but nothing's found either.
Yeah, just trying to set up for a recon here for May, but that should be pretty telling. Foxy9 a little bit late to swivel onto that, but either way, they will
It's looking
both
rough.
survive.
It's looking really rough, yeah.
And
There's a buy round and there's still potential for like 8-4, but I would just be so confident spamming B hits at the moment with what's going on.
See if he can even make it out. Honestly, you might want to consider dropping and floating through one of these gaps just to see if they find you or not, because they're here. And that should be a drop down, and they find him. No weapons carried over. The 1 hero rifle also dropped.
2 full loss bonus sitting at 3-6. I mean, he can still buy light armor. It's fine.
No chance for me whatsoever. Maybe at least to find 1 kill.
Should they stack? They just need to play together right side of site.
I mean,
or
tried this
full
setup,
commit on site, or have early info with the jet.
Towards B main, and hoping that he would be
They can't do the whole 1-1
even when that
on
all
B
goes down
site.
south. It's just so tough to fight against Gen.G like that.
Okay, and they kind of go for both. Go
a bit of a
3-person stack,
for DFM,
and they have the jet here.
Or at least just to, not worry too much about the
Okay,
mental
knife
side
goes
of
over
things.
towards
Just
deep B.
try
They don't see anyone, so they want to re-clear over towards A, because obviously they had flash, recon, and deep knife. That gets the drone out of them to re-clear the pressure at middle. They have a deep smoke, so they can clear everywhere. This drone doesn't clear this corner though, so they're not going to be fully confident that someone hasn't timed them in a little bit.
But now, just holding a default, going all the way, long way around, all the way over to A. May should arrive just in time. Art, the importance here is to stay alive rather than trying to get a kill. Because if you can do that, you can start to take more space, perhaps in mid, perhaps in B, just get a little bit more information.
The DFM have a chance to recover? Yeah, they do, but...
I mean, they're not fully committing into it.
And the good news is the B hold is less committed.
50 seconds, they saw, I think, the recon as well from the Shadows TP play as well, and that's a little bit of an attempt to gather info, but okay, Art starts it off with a kill.
Yeah, Paranoia to keep them delayed as well. There's still 3 members here. You only tag 1 close. There's the fragment, but he's still hiding in the smoke.
Really nice,
you don't
dude.
find him. Art's still alive. He gets 2-3 on the board for the round. GN now holding in the back, but it's with May this time. He is not alone. And Yeoman stranded on the site. He's gotten quite a few kills, but it won't be enough for this round.
Dude, got a little bit close. This was much better from DFM as well. Like, they insta-cleared the pressure over towards middle. Heavier stacks over towards the site. Over towards B, we're playing off so we can retake it. They want to fight towards A, retake B.
And Gen.G tried their darndest to really bait a lot of that out.
They need 4? Yeah, they probably need 4. You can do 3 in a pistol still. Like, it's a very attack-sided map. Like, it's not over. It's just a rough situation.
DFM, if they can get to 4.
But this was a much better play from them.
Doable, obviously,
I also like the 3-person start early info.
We've seen exactly how DRX was able to dissect Gen.G's defense. Maybe DFM, they can take a page out of that book, but they have to get there first with enough rounds on the board.
Okay, Gen.G save a good amount. Nice. This is back-to-back fast kills for them also.
Now that's going to slow down Gen.G. This time, the jet being gone means a lot, as they just aren't able to power through with the firepower and the util left on the other side.
So good
Did they lose their entry?
Really hold that down.
This is a good call from Gen.G though.
Protect Art as he tries to
Because you would imagine they are playing
off
site with what's been going on, so you don't need the dash to actually get through
Jinbung as well on towards
this
the
and
B
this.
side, trying to block off as much as possible. But Gen.G, they're getting within range and they're ready to explode.
They conditioned to play off site.
Flash, straight in.
Jinbung, he's going to try to hide out. Akame's trying to protect him for as long as possible, but they can't both die here. Jinbung will only trade for 1, but sight given over again. Even stairs, you have to re-clear.
What an important duel this is.
Oh, hey. Welcome to
committed pop and swing.
And he shuts the retake down. Paranoia goes out for even further delay. The drone tags May. You know both members are here. Yeoman needs to collaborate on a timing, and there is another bait and switch, this time with Munchkin. It all comes down to May. He wants another round. They need every round they can get. 1v2. May, the swing out, and Yeoman is on point
No,
today.
he is firing.
Quickly respecting the fact
really
that it
is
is
firing.
May, but because it's these last 2
DFM
players, they do so
win
much
one
to try
again,
to
lose
throw
the
him
next.
off
Money's in the bin.
With the tells, the TP from Karen really
This is a good call from Gen.G though as well. They've just conditioned him to not play over towards site. This recon on B is getting too much value.
To stagger his movement around Karen and
It's been like the whole story over towards B.
Reacting to May's peak. So darn well played, and it's just Gen.G up to 9-2 right now.
It just
up, pulled out by
Cleared all of this
Texture.
again. They don't have to worry about
I mean,
everywhere.
they have
Everyone's
that
pre-aims
play,
here.
so
Smoke
just
heaven.
making sure that he can wait for a push out. It is that last round and a half. You know DFM is going to get antsy. So he's waiting all the way far out of A main. Meanwhile, during that, the pressure onto mid. Gen.G looking so much
What's the
more
difference
fluid
between a
than they did
pop and swing and a
against
something
TRX.
swing? Something will do
pressure,
this.
this
He'll
time
commit
back
to a
onto
pop
A
and
main
swing.
as
Like this is
well,
a pop and swing, right? You
making
go
it be heard.
wide and then you stop and then you shoot.
A little bit of that
I
noise.
don't know how something does
DFM,
this
they've got
consistently,
those question
but
marks
he'll
in
like
their
double
head,
back
not
on
quite
himself
sure
and
where
then
to
he'll
really hold it.
he'll
Look
like
at their
side.
position
He adds
so
an
far
extra
back.
sidestep to the left.
Shinbung, nice jumping. I was
He like
afraid he would
bounces
just
off a
try to run
wall or
back
something
try to take
and
a
then
position.
commits
You've
out.
already
It's
given
really
up the
weird.
site. You have to make sure that you're ready to play for the retake. You have the Cosmic Divide. You can't go over the risks here. Akame stays alive for now. Jinbung tries to trade off of it. All right, you get the kills. You're staying alive. Jinbung dances. Barely gets nicked right on
Dude,
the angle
Yeoman's.
by the Hunter's
Dude, he's
Fury.
11 and 3.
40 seconds with the Cosmic Divide up as well. That's when Gen.G really goes for that full rotation.
He'll
over.
walk
It's
back
just
2
Mei
steps. Yeah, he
on the
does a
A side,
little.
sure,
He goes
but he's
back on
holding
himself
Heaven on an
slightly.
off angle. Art hears Yeoman up by the top of mid as well, but okay, gun down. Jin makes it a safe trade. 2-on-1 against Mei. What's going to happen?
Mei, he needs to land the first shot. He finds it, not quite able to get the kill. Texture gets by with the Bladestorm, tries to position on top of the site. Spike not
Nice
planted
shot.
just yet, but now it all comes down to Munchkin.
Three
and he still
and a
needs
must-win
to plant.
pistol.
He would love to get at least one more kill.
I mean, with time, he
He's
shouldn't be
about
able to win
get
this.
spotted, and
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
too
Okay.
many members. DFM
That was
will
impressive
keep
from
the threads of hope
Gen.G,
alive
but
with 3 rounds.
DFM. Oh
was
man,
quick
the
to
B
react
hold
off
really
the
let him
updraft as
down.
well, but because it's 3 targets, just a little bit overwhelming. But
He
yeah,
got a
there
little
it
bit
is,
better
9
after the
and 3,
timeouts,
DFM,
but
not too bad towards the end of it all. They played it safe,
he
and
just
it
gave him a
does
free kill
pay
on site
off.
every
I
time.
love
No
that
one shot this
Akame
recon.
just had this nice little key piece of utility. He notes that they, Gen.G has been setting themselves up really close to site, especially around the smokes, and that's why he throws that little fragment down. Makes use of it to actually peek into it and finds, I think it was maybe Karen inside of the smoke. So all of that just to give them some tiny advantages and forcing Gen.G off the site. Good little plays, and hopefully this gives them a little bit more confidence, especially when they're playing on their attacking half where...
Damn, a lot of timeouts on
all facts
YouTube.
and
When
regards,
did
they
Twitch
have been
become the
doing
most
better,
well-behaved?
a lot better on this side.
Where's everyone
See
flaming
if
on
DFM
YouTube?
can really
today?
muster everything they have, as it is going to be a long way out. DFM fans here, just hoping to see them in the studio another day next week. I mean, as the Death said, it's refreshing to be able to see them this deep in the bracket, to be able to cheer for them to reach another new peak, rather than just scraping together a win here and there,
It's still, yeah,
but
must win
really
pistol.
setting new heights for
Everyone
themselves.
Toxic's already been
It
banned.
would mean a lot, not just for
Might
the
be
players,
right.
but for the entire community watching over from Japan. And boy, would it mean a ton to take down the 2 Pacific holders from last year. And
The Japan viewers, no, Japan viewers are normally crazy
Such a
respectful.
big statement for all of Japanese Valorant. If Talon was, Southeast Asia's last hope, or is Southeast Asia's last hope, DFM
YouTube
is
was
that
always
last
the
hope for
worst.
Japan.
Damn, dude.
Starting things off on the second half on the attacking side.
DFM looking to pressure mid. It's going to be an equal push out from Gen.G. And just hiding away with that smoke, purposely keeping it low so it's not spotted easily. There's just not enough members from DFM.
I mean, they
here.
got the
need to
most
win their fights, but
perfect
Mei landing the
pistol.
first
Yeah,
shot just
they have
draws
the
away
most
all the
perfect setup for a
attention.
push, and the
duo
pistol that
of
they
Mei
needed,
and GN start to
it's
strike
on the
back here in
board.
the second half.
Let's see what they
Holding
got.
themselves up by catwalk.
Let's see if they can
So
snowball
much
this
spotted
as
out.
well.
The shots connecting as well. Just
Do they
Munchkin
want to
left.
try
1 on
give
5.
May the plant? Yeah, they do, and they get up the orb as well.
Just
So
bank
orb
on
for
the fact
May,
that it might be
4,
A, and if it's not,
plant 5,
we'll
3
see what
away.
his choice is.
Get away with a kill or 2, find the alt orbs, maybe try not to give too much away to
Maybe the betas from
DFM.
Twitch have gone over to the YouTube chat. It might be that. I think it's
Taking this
maybe
time
just
to
new rules as
discuss
well.
things a little bit as well,
YouTube
it seems, but he is just
stream
going to
hasn't
creep
been
forward. If he can get a kill,
alive
like
as
you
long.
said, he'll get a point or 2 towards that null command, but if not, happy to go down to the spike.
DFM though.
A chance? It's a good
they
chance,
note
yeah.
their numbers advantage, and they're playing it tight. They're pushing all the way into defender side spawn. They spot nothing, so they kind of know. Maybe he's mid. Maybe he's coming all the way back through attacker spawn. Oh,
Did Gen.G win fast pistol? Yeah, they did. It's 1-1
Looks like
for
he's gonna
pistols.
get caught out right there near the end, and DFM says that's fine. We'll be able to save our lives going over. May just wondering if it's going to re-peek back out to mid, but Munchkin goes down to the spike. DFM now up to their 4th round with with a couple strong pistols as well. So curious to see if they all buy up or not.
Looks like they most.
Like we said, 1-1 for the pistols, and no joke, they
keep as much of it
had the most perfect pistol for what was going on in terms of the full pass and mid
This is the
push.
side that also Gen.G did struggle with against DRX, though. I mean, they ended their defensive half only with 3-round wins against DRX.
Well, see if DFM, they're going to set up for mid once again. Just a scouting over by A. Oh, a deep smoke out with the recon as well, but it tags all three, so that's a lot of information from Akame. Tries to spam against Yoltor, but they'll happily give that up.
Yeah, Marshall shot fired off as well, so they're kind of aware, not wanting to challenge it too much. None of them have shields after all, so Gen.G playing it safe back towards the A site.
They're allowed 2
Couple
deaths.
holding inside of B link as well, while DFM
Allowed 2 deaths. We got a sheriff. So
after
the Marshal, if they wanted to buy it, you know for sure there's gonna be 2 people that are 1 shot.
See if they can find a timing. Jinbun gets a sniff of it. Something tells him something is off.
Is the mid box one way good? It's good for like here holding
Up a
this.
smoke, but obviously that's a fake. Gen.G knows that now. So the 2 members on A side, do they play close or do they try to play for their lives? Looks like they're just going to
But they did. I think they tried to bait it out. Either they baited it out or missed it, or they did it high to swing.
Jinbun still very much within range of footsteps, so it's going to have to be quite careful. The rest is the Gen.G just trying to hold as much as possible.
I was going to say.
Looking for maybe some kind of attack through the recon.
They've only seen one,
Art
so.
will be able to evade it and get close enough to get the spike down. Akame in with the first Marshall shot towards the back.
Hit him on the head with a knife.
Just clean shots from Akame. I was wondering maybe they need to start pushing back.
That's
all
nice
the way
to get
out towards
closer to the
defender
KO.
spawn, but Akame lands the first shot, and it's okay if
Should
Jinbun
do
goes
1
down,
damage.
only
It should
had
at least
that
do a
sheriff
little
in
bit of
hand.
damage. It's a
Lands
knife.
like this, a very, very clean anti-eco with all of their upgrades being carried over. 3 rifles and a Marshall in hand.
That could be really effective for the upcoming rounds as well. Just Karen continuing to jiggle, spotted out by
Insta
Mei.
kill.
Clean and simple.
Just have KOs jumping
Akame
around corners with
eliminating
knives.
the entire flank, which is quite lovely. 5 to 9.
We'll
see if these carried over rifles will do something.
It's gonna be a great. It's gonna be a great bonus. Do they wanna get rid of the Marshal and buy an outlaw? You know, 2 people light armor.
But it can still be deadly in the right hands. May only 2 away from the Blade Storm. So overall, the economic setup quite good for DFM, but still a little ways to go as Gen.G is ahead by 4 rounds. Once again, with the double controllers, DFM wanting to make sure they absolutely control mid first before they start to work the map.
True that. Still back into it. A little bit of a spam in towards A, though, just in case with the smoke that far up front. So just to check. Not Gen.G not quite giving out too many reactions just yet.
Yeah, but an early drone as well to
I
make
like
it
this.
really
That's what I
look
thought.
like
That's what I thought might
DFM is
happen.
pushing,
So
you know, starting to
yeah, we can
creep
keep an
up
eye on
mid.
that.
So Gen.G,
2 people
they
you
need
can
this
1 shot.
information. You constantly see Karon jump peeking in mid.
Got
to
a
see,
high
okay,
low
when's the
setup over
timing? Is it a
towards
pinch
A.
onto B? Do we have to push out from
This
somewhere?
would
Keeping
get
Gen.G
annihilated if they
under
wanted
wraps.
to do a fast
When
A.
comes out on
Obviously,
A, that will give
KO
them
flash
a little
pop.
bit more time to work with.
And then KO flash
But
pop.
DFM, they might even use this to
May
play it as
gonna
a
have his
fake.
knives for next round, no
Just
matter
continue
what.
to put that pressure over by the
Dude,
A side.
everybody Utah's
still
hunting
trying
the
to
Gen.G
keep
players.
Gen.G interested.
Actually, that's wrong. It's the
Texture,
other way
though,
around.
quickly holding the
Shark
angle outside of the main
96 with the
spots,
prime.
nothing
Thank you,
out.
thank you
So
with the 3
down
months.
to 40 seconds now. Gen.G are starting to think, like, are they towards mid? Are they towards A? Because we're not seeing anything around B.
Cool is to go over towards A. Do they search for the?
Just make no sound. Make it look like you're just
Do
going
they
to
search
rotate
for the
out.
kills or
Putting
do they
big
just
pressure onto
flash pop?
A, and it works
Oh
perfectly.
god.
Even though they tagged May,
Oh,
he
they
just
shot the
backs
knife.
out
Okay, there's
quietly
a
as if
chance.
he's the only one here.
Yeah, and he's got to
now with the
leave
recon
sight.
coming in,
And then
you
we're
have to
splitting
empty
over
the
towards
site.
here. Oh, dude, they get a free
smoke
sight and a
out
plant.
towards A heaven as well. It just blocks so much of it off. The only thing that Gen.G can play
No
now
smoke
is
for,
from spawn, from security, and that's not good
Gen
enough.
for a bet.
It's going to be the spike down for DFM.
May holding close. He loves that spot already. Has quite a
He-
few
he
highlights
should
on it
choose
just from this
spawn to
tournament. You
smoke,
still
but-
have Jinbun over by Vents as well. The first mission is going to be May, and Munchkin gets it with a slow creep out.
Nice shot.
Art's ready on the other side. They still have good angles, but a full flash against Gian shuts him down, and Munchkin
Yeah, they know he's heaven.
just
Dude, look at the
leading charge
HPs.
for Gen.
Oh my,
On the
10,
bonus,
46,
the spam
35.
comes through to
There were
set
some
up for the
close
teammates,
duels here.
and Gen.G will go up to 10.
must have seen him just as the smoke
yeah,
started to blow. You
DFM.
would have thought that DFM had the right setup, right? Jinbung
It's
inside
hard.
of vents.
You want them to
They have so much
prioritize
of it
here, but
coming
they have
off.
no smoke
But
to get
just because
here.
Gen.G's that sharp, they peeked out of spawn. They found players, and also taking that fight out to bridge. Like, it just broke so much of DFM's post-plant positions off. Munchkin, I mean, how on earth was he able to go on such a tear?
Oh yeah, spots him right at the end as well. And I think the really, really clever choice that Munchkin makes here is to go through contact. You're not throwing any of that util, because once you lose sight of backside, the crossfires and the anti-flash
Good damage?
becomes a lot easier.
Oh, it's
You have
good
3
damage.
angles
It
you
could have
would
been
need to
worse
cover.
though.
So just going in with
Or
contact,
better, depending
checking
on
left
who you
and
support,
checking right.
obviously.
And that's how they catch May off guard.
Yeah, playing it safe and tight with the rest of the team. Typical Gen.G style. Very strong on the retake, and now DFM
Okay,
has
this is
kind
nice
of
for Gen.G.
worked their way across the map once again. Nothing outside of A. It's been smoked off.
I mean, did he see him at the
Full
end
bunched
there?
up, all up towards B.
So A just being emptied out. They have the tripwires just to check how deep the enemies come through.
Oh.
Now drone goes deep. Texture, they know that he's trapped, but who else is on the site? Well, Munchkin
Oh,
down.
good luck,
no
Texture.
bodyguard for Texture.
You gotta kill everyone.
Here comes the flying drone in May with the blades out.
Uses
he wants
dash
to
to-
kill, but
oh my
Texture
goodness,
shuts
uses
him
dash to
down.
get out of
the
there.
attack already slowed down. Texture trying to spade through. He gets Akame as well, and the spike still yet to be delivered onto the site. 2 members guarding each other in Gen.G.
Damn,
Texture
dude.
on for 3. Can he get the 4th? No, well, Karen's already gonna go for it. Jinbung shuts down Texture, but it's only Jinbung left who makes it a 1v2.
He was stuck all the way towards the back lines, and with that, he was able to find
Texture,
Texture,
yeah,
who was
dude.
hunting for kills.
A rare
Spots out the
bless
next
on that.
player as well.
He pretty much
Two on
did
one, though,
kill
he runs
everyone.
right up from behind,
30 seconds
undetected. So there is a chance at thwarting Jinbung.
I mean, he's
on
got a
towards
plan
that
here.
Spike plant. Karen keeping himself tucked away as well.
This is tough because you do have to just go for the plant. It's just too much distance for you to cover to try to get a kill first. He needs to try to isolate the 1v1s. He has
Ooh.
no idea
Ah,
that
it's
Yeoman's
unlucky.
already through. The timing from Yeoman is perfect as he
Yeoman
brings yet
is
another round for
14
Gen.G.
to 6.
Yeah, I thought about it, but had no idea. And I wonder if Karen actually made a slight bit of movement just to bring the attention back to
Yeah,
him,
he might have
because
baited.
He knew that at least Karen was
Definitely
right
might
up
have
around the
baited
front.
and we didn't hear it.
That's what Jinbung was more worried about. That said, though, all said and done, it is a score that is now 11-5. One successful round, a couple of successful rounds from Gen.G, and that's all it took to bring them to this huge lead. And it starts off with Texture.
I mean, Texture almost on for the 4K again. Eventually gets shut down, but it delays so much. I mean, the spike eventually not planted until Jinbung picks it up.
Truly. So it just bears noting that DFM does need a lot more information to work off of, but right now, Texture straight inside the smoke.
Has he
The up-tilt
tanked
hurt,
no
but unfortunately,
bullets
Span's
there?
not
He
quite
tanked
found.
one
Texture
right at
finds
the
a
end.
shot through to May instead.
That's
A
wild.
little bit of their own
They spam
medicine
like
against
90
DFM.
bullets
They were doing
basically
this
to
a
get
lot
him
to
one
people
hit, and then he
like
just
Gen.G
goes
and
for like, what,
the
6,
criminal,
7
the
bullets
man
and
is
insta
Akame
pops
gets a
one.
nice answer back.
And
Are as well
okay.
Gen.G, perhaps underestimating their
Yeah,
opponents just
maybe-
a bit, expecting them to shy away from the fight.
Maybe thinking there wasn't going to be this many numbers here.
Oh, well, they're going to have to pay
Kinda
the
messed
price
up,
for it
no?
now. It's 2-on-4. Jin maybe down a
They might have to save
mid
as well.
HP, but it's not the worst thing in the world for DFM, and they will continue to scout and check things out with that drone.
Oh.
Karen hears footsteps.
Oh.
Yeah, he knows he just has to fight it, so he's going to hold a further out off angle, waits for both targets. He's nice and calm, good for 3, a triple
God,
for
man.
Karon. A
Has he
1v1
done that?
setup for
And
Foxy9.
Foxy is here so
The timing,
early.
he hears the footsteps,
Oh
and that's
no,
all
they got
he needs for
2v4,
the
bro.
confidence to drop down
They got
and bring Gen.G
2v4.
to map point.
You talked about Karen needing to step up for the team, to take matters into his own hands, and this is just that. Look at how he holds the angle. It was probably should have been an unwinnable scenario
Garen, I
for
mean, he owned
Gen.G,
it.
given how
He
everything
owned
on
it.
towards
No
mid was
doubt
just
about it.
completely broken apart, but he gets the first kill. Goes
God,
for
he
the big
dinks the
sidestep
second guy
towards
with the
right,
first kill
and
as well.
Continues to reposition. Those 3 kills gave all the value to
Yeah,
Gen.G
as soon as I
in this
saw the
round.
spacing on the through the
love
wall,
that
I
he
was like,
purposely
oh boy.
hides deeper into the corner as well, just making sure he can find more than one target, because that's what he needed. And that is going to bring this to 12-5. 7 chances for Gen.G, everything in the world, but DFM, everything now on the line. There comes the ultimate, trying to find a target. It eventually does onto Foxy9. That's all the Cypher
Whoa.
Util also taken down.
Oh my God.
Cosmic Divide, Karon, he jumps
Oh my God,
above
there's
it.
someone
Do
next
they
to
know
him.
that he's through? Yeah, May got an
There's someone
inkling of it.
next to him
Maybe
in the
heard it right
smoke.
at the end.
Holding hands.
Right around the smoke. I mean, that is where May would like to be as well, to hold off the angle in towards spawn. But now that the smokes have gone off, he's going to get off of it and in towards a safer position right underneath Heaven to check for the angles.
And they tried to go for contact again. Gravity Well comes out, and this time DFM's ready for a GN at a wider angle. So DFM keeping track of what
Good
has
reply.
worked for Gen.G.
Gen.G, no money on this one. They got to eco.
6 more times in a row is the big question.
Yeah, it's just the fact that it's a
this
long,
round was, quite a bit of
long
a
road.
paced play. They had the Cosmic Divide, they had the smokes, they had the Hunter's Fury to allow them to get into sight. And of course, May as well, who was so quick to get himself perched up top on the boxes. So that was truly the key for DFM in the round, but it's a play that can't be repeated too much given their ultimate stuff now. I think Akame at least is sitting on the null command though, so maybe that is a slight moment of reprieve for DFM, but for Gen.G, you just caught a glimpse of that. They got 5 ultimates.
Oh.
No guns, but 5 ultimates.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but
honestly,
surely they
if you
would.
get a
Surely
first
they
kill,
don't use the
maybe
ultimate
you use them
eco.
all,
Like
but if
texture
not,
for
happy
sure.
to spend it on the next round.
Maybe if they
See
get a
what you can
kill,
do in
it
this
gets a
one
little bit
with
tempting.
the just one rifle on Yeoman. Bladestorm will be used right away, so that gives a little bit more firepower for Gen.G to work with.
Okay, mid smoked off as well.
So Gen.G, they just want to make sure that they keep some control of mid. That way they can rotate a bit faster and they don't have to rely on a complete gamble stack early on without too much information. Obviously coming in with just pistols, they want to try to hold on to their util until they need to fight. So they will just keep Yeoman for a little bit more information. He needs to keep a good timer on that smoke. Dart comes out from very close. Yeah, Art should know that that's coming straight out of vent.
Immediately drones, so that is a little bit of a tell for Yeoman as well.
Yeah, but there's no one looking to trade for Yeoman. So DFM, they will continue to creep back up. Yeoman, if he can find a good timing, if he can find that kill, he can't quite get it. He has to shy away, but that means B-site now in danger. There's the no command, everything offline. Foxy9 just waiting on timing. He's been shut down, he's been pushed back with that fragment, and that leaves Karon.
And honestly, Art's kind of in trouble as well.
Sheriff in hand, perfect.
Oh, what?
In the world is that? May still trying to recover things for his team.
Oh no, he tried to pick him up. Oh god, they're putting the ults into it.
This might be how it ends. Akame still down. Spike now recovered. They want to try to get something going. May set up for the kill, but May, can he stay alive long enough? No, it is Texture.
Okay, nicely done from Gen.G on
but
this.
It starts with Karon, a headshot in the smoke.
I mean, the snowball on attack and then just the individuals. DFM had to clean up this defense.
They break apart DFM's winning streak on the map of Abyss. Down to it all in the final round where Gen.G didn't have that much to work with. They had the ultimate, sure, but not quite the guns. But with the quick plays, with the right setups, DFM, they go in for that quick push down B link, and Karon was ready for it. He hit himself inside of the smoke. You talked about how he needed to step up, and he did exactly that a second time today. What a player, what a guy.
The pop flash was perfect from Akame. His timing was so good, but Karon knows the mission. I either get a kill or I die. There's no two ways about it. And as soon as he sees that flash pop, it's just a shot fired right on the heads of Akame. And that slows down the entry point. Gives time for Foxy9 to sweep around and keep things at bay. Spike not planted. Unfortunate for DFM, they just couldn't wrap their heads around Gen.G in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough because it's their map pick. This was a much better Gen.G. Dude, when Yeoman starts fragging in Gen.G, they look so scary.
Almost unwinnable scenarios.
He's definitely a little bit inconsistent, but when he's like on, he's. I feel like they just like sweep games.
Guy who's just not afraid of dying.
What's the next map? It's Lotus.
Rounds, obviously not a clutch, but a great call and leading right at the front of the pack. But this one right here, Karon really puts a nail in the coffin and continues to be now a veteran on the Gen.G squad. As they lead 1-0 in this best of 3. We'll send it over to the analyst desk.
Have we seen DFM play? You said we haven't seen DFM play yet. Lotus.
Oh, why thank you, Chobra and Quack. Gen.G. Doubting them?
Chat, you guys are. This is rough, by the way, as well. Especially when you look at that.
Oh yeah, guys.
That's really, really rough.
Predicted for DFM today, for sure. I mean, I saw them play against Paper X.
Chat, chill on the Paper X stuff. Like with Paper, I'll cover Paper X for everyone that's asking. Paper X, I think they just need to change comp stuff. That's it. I really, that's where I strongly feel like they just need to change comp stuff. I will also say this format is brutal. Like this format is brutal. You got new maps, you got 2 new agents, like a lot changed. You got double LM, and loads of teams improved. So, like, give some teams some time. And stop flaming. You guys are flaming. Like, so, the mods are doing like overtime work at the moment. You guys are flaming so much. Just chill a little bit. It's okay.
I think they played with so much confidence, they took so many fights, and they started winning
Just give some teams some time.
Today,
it hasn't been that long.
It's an entirely different story. This looks like a much more broken down DFM, and for me it all started in that Munchkin clutch, right near the start of that game. I feel like as soon as I saw that, I thought, oh no, DFM might be in trouble.
That's actually a really fascinating point. You know, coming into a match with the sort of mentality of we're the underdog, probably not even expecting.
Moderating your favorite team getting flamed, yeah. Dude, they're hitting you emotionally as well, Prodigy.
And going up against Gen.G, the Masters Trophy carrying
team. And chat also, for your takes, you have VLR forums. Like, people like to reply and like to listen to that stuff. You want to complain? It's a good place over there. Yeah, I don't care. I don't want to hear it. I really don't. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I get you're angry. There are other places where you can type all that stuff. Maybe you got good takes. I don't know, but I don't want to hear it because in my head, I just think that you're a silver bot and you have no idea what you're talking about. And there's a good chance I'm right, but I could also be wrong. But VLR is the place for that. Forums, people listen. People might not look into your rank, and maybe your opinion is valid. But I just don't want to read it here. I can't be bothered.
Yeah, when you can sort of smell
I'll be back in a little bit.
Success, you can smell that victory, the pressure starts to come down. Now, our earlier head-to-head was Karon and GN. Pilski, I mean, how is this looking now compared to what we were talking pre-match?
I mean, Karon made some fantastic plays that game. I think the main thing that I want to praise Gen.G for is Munchkin was super on point, and the game plan was on point from the coaches as well. They did not start slow. You had Munchkin winning opening duels, like taking 8 duels against May and winning them. Karon had a couple of multi-frags like we wanted to be seeing from him. It didn't matter whether they went A, whether they went B. They were constantly getting ahead of the play, ahead of the rotations here, and you can see Jinbung's in a lot of trouble here, guys. Like we were saying, this guy's insane at anchoring on the Astra. He had a very tough game, and that is all due to Gen.G taking full advantage of the way that he's been playing and running DFM around the map.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it looked like they were just running a Jinbung wherever they found him. And, you know, once again, you speak about confidence. Gen.G started so strong. They're slamming the sides and making it so hard for DFM.
Look at these Munchkin highlights, guys. You see him throwing the util, like he's throwing the util in the early round, and what's he doing? He's running it down. He's taking aim duels dry wherever he wants to go.
That's why, Captain.
You know, getting active, and yeah, 100%. He clearly, him and the rest of Gen.G, texture improved. Although we're giving him the MVP, I really feel like Munchkin was probably the MVP for me. Like, he was reading the game super well. He was taking a lot of aim duels, playing confidently. He was changing sights on the KO and KO knifing DFM when they were trying to go for executes, setting up the plays with really good supportive flash work on attack. Like, he was fantastic this game of Abyss.
It's a day for fragging IGLs.
Heck yeah. It is definitely happening. Francis Cruz and now Munchkin, and we have seen it in past interviews with Gen.G, with them commending Munchkin and why they put him on particular roles and not just as a caller for the team, is because he himself as a player, his personality is very aggressive in terms of play style, and this really very much suits how the rest of this team has been playing. In fact, you know, not too long ago last year when Gen.G started to rise through Kickoff, it was like a year ago where a lot of people doubted Gen.G. It was because they had sort of transformed how Korean Valorant was being played, and it was a lot more aggressive, a lot more confident, a lot faster. And Gen.G is reminding us now, again today in the lower bracket, who they are and that they're here to stay. I mean, so you got Munchkin on your side.
There was doubters. They doubted me. They said I couldn't do it. They said I didn't know what I was talking about.
Well, I mean,
mostly him. But
You guys are coaches. You are the experts for a reason.
This is what I mean.
The guy who predicted DFM to win today, right?
Okay.
The game's not done.
It is not done.
Everywhere. It's not done.
DFM have to regroup now. That's the
we
big
have
thing.
another map.
We're going on to Lotus, are we not? The game's not done?
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying?
It's scary for them. It's scary for them. They need to find their footing and they need to find confidence. That's the big thing. They're a vibes team. We keep saying it, and they have to reclaim some vibes here. Otherwise, this might be a fast 2-0 for Gen.G. This is such a good map.
Morgan. Let's. They played it once in the off season, buddy. They barely played this map. They're playing a bloody Breach Neon comp on Lotus. Like, oh come on. What are we doing? What are we doing here?
I have to say, I'm a little bit less confident. After seeing that map 1, after knowing what map 2 is, I think this has gone right into Gen.G's hands. They're going to be licking their lips.
Sir, do you change your vote for today?
Oh, no.
Can't change it now. Come on. We're not fixing the predictions.
But I will say I'm worried about my prediction. I think that's the best way I can word it. There is still hope for them, you know.
What's the hope?
You have to play the game. They need to start much stronger. They got ran over at the start of that game. They lost rounds that they should have won. You're not putting the rounds to bed. So Gen.G just, you know, they just cracked the game wide open for themselves. And that's what DFM need to do head into this. I want to see a pistol win. I want to see a bonus win. I want to see pushing. I want to see confidence. That wasn't there in the first
one. No one on DFM showed up to that game except for maybe Akame. And he had a couple of nice little multi-frags. For DFM here, if they play the same comp, if they play this Breach Cypher comp with the Neon, like this is another kind of execution-based comp where you need to find the right reads. If you're starting out on defense or something like that, you've got to be able to get the right trap plays going off of the cam. At the same time, though, we've seen a lot of teams that don't have many reps on certain maps just bring some funky comps or change things up. So this is a chance for DFM to catch Gen.G off guard a little bit because we know exactly what Gen.G is going to play, guys. Let's be real.
Yeah, that's actually a very fair point, and we've seen exactly that happen here. TALON, who was playing earlier today, is probably the masters of that, surprising a team with a completely different idea, which throws their opponents off. But it is Gen.G, and you're right, we know what they're probably going to play. We probably know how they're going to play, but they're so good at fine-tuning and reacting to it because they stick to what they know, and they just make it perfect.
Yeah, that's a major point. If you rep this comp as much as Gen.G has, you've seen everything. You have a huge bank of responses to know if a team wants to run the Breach, how do we respond? If a team is playing Neon, how do we want to respond? You have all those reps, so that's the advantage you have over changing your comps a lot. So I think if there's a team you're trying to catch out, you don't want it to be Gen.G because they're very well prepared.
Yeah, random adaptation on the fly is inconsistent. If you can have a solution that you've already made and a deep playbook like Gen.G will have on this map, and then you go, oh, this round will work against this thing that they're doing, it's going to be way easier for it to actually have impact.
Well, Pilski, I know you predicted Gen.G. You're one of the 4 talents who did. But I want you to make a case for DFM. What do you want to see from DFM? Because you are definitely not sold on their comp, what you've seen from them in the off-season. What is it going to take Gen.G down?
Do I see? I'm kind of debating in my mind. Do I want them to change comp and do something weird because that's backfired for them on Pearl already once before, or do I just want them to play this Breach comp? I think I want them to do something weird. I think I want them to play double duelists or something and get really aggressive and really active because they're looking really disjointed today. If they bring the same level of disjointedness into this game, it's going to be tough for them. Looking at DFM, they have changed things up, but not on the aggressive side of things. They're going to go towards the Astra and mix in the Vice. So the double controller, this almost kind of looks like what NONGSHIM were playing.
Yeah, it does a little bit. We have that Astra Omen. It's really nice. You got the Vice in there with it as well. We see the roles change just a little bit here. Now, Gen on the
Gen.G go for
Astra,
the standard.
Expect an art on the Omen.
Looking like 2024. And then DFM go for Vice with an Astra.
On the fade, on the singular Enid. That's
Double
definitely an
smokes.
interesting one, especially because Art loves his Odin.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going to be in tree on the Omen like we saw from Estrella.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what we'll see. We'll see the Omen in the tree, Odining and moving forward.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've been seeing so much Lotus in the last 24 hours, but we haven't seen enough of Art on Odin, and it's always spectacular when he is on it. We're going to go into map 2 and send it back to our casters, Chobra and Quack.
Thank you very much. We'll see if DFM can answer back.
Okay.
Gen.G's
Can they get
Lotus,
off to a
not
good
map
start?
That many teams just from even all around the world
DFM
could crack
bring
so
out
easily
the
last year.
double sheriff against the double
Already
sheriff kings.
Continue to prove it again in 2025.
It's 1-1
and it
for
continues
pistols.
to be a home ground for them. DFM, they've had a little bit of time to study it.
Gen.G, though, they've shown that they do know
Yeah,
how
look
to
at
deal
the
with the prize
Tether
as
nade
well,
combo
playing
at
that
C.
game
That's a
against
rare
RQ,
one.
so we
But
shall
on
see
a
what
pistol,
does happen.
pretty
DFM
strong.
starting things out on the attack. Not a lot of presence towards Rubble, so DFM looking to at least take up a bit of that space.
They already have control of B main as well, so push comes to shove, a rotation through that blue room. They're already pinging it, just making sure that they keep their eyes set in case there's a push, a pinch out.
And that could very well give them the sight, unless Yeoman
Once again, snitching on a chair, Euler? No way.
Yeah, it's just going to be flood into that B site. The talk screen comes
Gemma
up, but
Yuki.
obviously coming in through Baby Door
What's
is
going
gonna
on?
negate some of that delay.
Why do you keep gifting to the chat?
Yo, man,
Thank you
just
for the
has to
10
make sure that
gifted.
no one's actually pushing through on Waterfall. Curious to see if
Dude,
Texture's
without
gonna
the,
try
without
to do a
the
door play
Euler
where
snitch,
he's
I
gonna
would never
group up.
know.
Looks like he wants to go
Thank you so
potentially
much,
all
dude.
the
I
way
appreciate
around
the
and
10
then eventually
gifted.
tap the door.
The chair thanks you.
Okay, that does take a little bit of time. Meanwhile,
Thank you so
main
much,
forces
Jamiki.
all around the site
Who
itself.
snitched is the K.
A little bit from
The
heaven,
Leah's
a little bit
comment.
from the straight
You'll
up
never know.
angles. The paint shells to block off Gen.G. Yeoman tries to get ahead. He has to jump ahead, but takes a lot of damage in that
Dude,
process.
Yeoman
and
tanked
May,
double
alongside
Omen
Gen,
flash.
will be able to collect on those frags. Texture now up from behind, has the doors up and opened, finds at least a pick, but Karen not quite landing the flick. Down to just Texture, pushes out of the
Okay,
smoke,
very, very
but Art
nice.
suffocates him.
Yeah, 4 members left alive. DFM already had such a good stronghold on the site. They were even watching the flank a little bit from Jinbung, so he might be playing the
We got
bait, but he's
a
still
2-1.
got, you know, that lurk
2-1
DNA,
for the
the
pistol.
flank DNA, just to make sure to keep his team safe. Eventually walked all the way back around Rubble. But more than anything,
Mother Bard
you're
as
taking
well.
that Rubble space for free
Mother
and
Bard,
then
thank you,
saying,
thank you.
okay, that's
You tried to
weird
sneak that in as well.
because
Thank
I
you for the
don't think
18
you
months.
empty the A site
Wait,
entirely
thank you
on
for the
pistol.
23
So
months
let's just
even.
go on to B. We checked
you so
early,
much,
there
dude.
wasn't any trap play at the very least, so I love the way they worked the map.
Yeah, really good read and call to be
Okay,
able to
Karen gets some
make that
armor.
play
That's
happen
about it.
towards the B site.
We got a sheriff.
Next round coming up. They are buying up pretty much in full. Marshall, Gen on the Ghost. So playing a little bit conservative, looking to see if Gen.G does push out. Gen.G just spamming through the smokes up towards A main.
Again, full B main control as well from DFM, so that seems to be the crux of things. There's the arc rush through the wall, just to make sure that they don't get hit by a crazy trap play. But Gen.G this time, they're the ones who are eventually going to get all the rest of Rubble for free.
So that's a lot of info, but
Well.
it's a lot of pressure for Foxy9 as well.
Foxy 9, he does commit. Okay, the smoke goes up. He was going to go back. See, we got a perma smoke going on. Yeah, and they're like, why is there a perma smoke here?
You don't really have anywhere else to turn though. They will just try to
Keep
fake
an
it
eye on
out
the A
towards B,
push.
just
They
stop
have
any
him
sort of pressure.
fully
Bart,
locked
you
in
have
right
the
now.
spike, you have to watch out
Art
not to get
definitely
picked
can't
off.
commit because he's the
Only
person with
40
the
seconds left.
spank.
DFM, you do not have good control of this map right now. You have to land the shots.
They have to barrel through. That's the
They
only
got, yeah, they got to
way.
do something.
Texture alongside Yeoman right along the back, nipping at their heels. They try to spam through the smokes to find as much as they can. There it is, finally getting a kill, but also blast packing the site a little bit off. Still
sideshow
not too
movement.
bad. Managing to go in safe. Munchkin right around the corner.
You know, timing, Munchkin actually finds it for himself, eventually gets traded, but Karen's there to trade back. Jinbun still keeping everything alive on the site. And Akame, he can't
It's
quite
good
finish
damage
it,
though.
but Jinbun will get 3 on the board. So what looked like it might end up dicey, DFM is still able to get the spike planted and carry over 2 rifles.
Just 2 rifles. They lost 1. They lost Marshall as well. Not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, not the.
but
It,
still,
it could be
does
worse.
kind
With
of
their buy,
impact
it's not too
the
bad.
upcoming round a little bit. You know, it definitely does make you think, or at least it looks like they're kind of hesitant to push through a lot of these smokes.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have enough util left over to try to scout out inside the smoke clearly and then retake that space.
Yeah, the bonus,
And then
still
you've
not
already
too
run
bad.
out of options on
Three
being your
kind
util
of
being
hero
spent there as
guns.
well. So that's something that
I goes
DFM
in late, and it looks
consider
like
a bit more carefully in
they
the
might try
future,
late take A.
not having as much passive info to check if anyone's fully pushed out of A Rubble.
Okay, Prowler out from Gen.G as well. Not really spotting. Oh, almost caught in the reload. Yeoman out for the swing, saves Texture's life.
Yeah, and May a little too fixated on what felt like it might be a free kill on Texture.
Yeah, he just took a
Actually
timing.
goes down.
14
Without the
HP.
raise here, this bonus round looking a little bit dicier. They don't have all guns bought up because of the guns lost earlier. Razorvine not
Wait, what?
quite getting deleted, but
I mean,
Yeoman will step away.
did he
from
shoot too early?
That's a double up. It's a good crossfire. The reload
Hey,
comes
very
through, but
nice from
still
Texture.
has bullets left
14
in his.
HP.
And that's a triple for Texture. Showstopper online. A flawless
He gets
here
3 on
would let
14
Gen.G
HP.
get right back into the swing of things.
At least take one gun away, possibly. But it's tough on just the Ghost Munchkin. Sniffing right up from behind, spots him out, and there it is.
Very nice.
Getting that last kill, getting another point to himself. Still a little ways away, but you got that showstopper to tide you over if you're Gen.G. Now, something that is interesting is that DFM, you know, it's kind of switching over to
this first duel. This was
to the Lotus as well. And Gen.G was
one of those things where it's just like the small differences make a big difference.
Their comp that they use on every map during the offseason.
So if he doesn't get out there, he ain't getting that 3K.
And that seemed to be the case as soon as they saw
And it's a different
Astrobuff,
round.
that's where they switched over.
DFM, get out the Odin. Of course they do. The texture has his ult now. And their money's really good.
Notes about how this composition tends to operate.
I am inclined to agree, and they are quite experienced with.
I'm worried that DFM play this really slow.
Right now. Just controlling Rubble and funneling DFM off towards other parts of the map.
So Rubble completely under control of Gen.G again. DFM has to fight back there at some point. If it's not at the start of the round, you have to at least push them back, because right now, I mean, just watching, hey, Prowler came out, that doesn't really help you, because that's more information for Gen.G. Look
Spike is still in the corner at the moment. Yeah. Like, we know they're not committing for a little bit.
Boxes does spot them out by quite a bit.
Oh.
So showstopper from Texture. Oh, and he gets at least one.
Okay, the bait almost worked. He did get the 180 ult off. And while they go aggro over towards B, they do finally push over through A as well. So
yeah, but now that Gen does have at least Rubble, you know the Omen's not here.
it pretty much comes down to Yeoman holding on his own. He's got a fade eye to fight. Clever also.
Kept so much attention on B and C that it should be the weaker side. The timing is there for DFM, but can they get through Yeoman? He's been on fire so far today. Gets spotted by the Prowler, wants to reposition. Oh, it's going to be Charon arriving just in time for backup from above. Yeoman trying to slice the angles, waiting for Charon.
Oh my god, he got one.
Yeoman with another wall bang. He's
no way, he got
a
two.
Second one, and it's just going to be an absolute shutdown on A.
Yeoman played great.
With those few kills, the first one from Charon, and then the next one from Yeoman.
Yeah.
It just
Every single time there's support here though, Karen just came in.
Just in time. So much of it gone a little bit wrong.
Their rotates were nice. They did good with the B info that they had.
Hesitation from DFM. I mean, Yeoman, you know, he took quite a bit of damage, but unfortunately for DFM, Gen.G was able to halt them in their tracks despite the right reads. Oh my god.
Here the war cries coming out across the board, and Yeoman looking much
we got the Outlaw now that can one-shot everyone. We got Art now with the Bucky.
This time, finally
he's into the smoke to dodge the fade eye if it's going to come over.
Not trying to get pinged by the haunt. They'll fight here on Rubble.
I am all for it. A little bit of it. Thorns on the side, but not quite fighting too much either. Still continuing to spam on through. Gen.G will be able to pick up on the 2 kills now. The Prowler sent over as well. Yeoman continuing to spam and spray.
So many kills through smokes.
Found from DFM. They're all caught in the crossfire. The flawless for Gen.G picked up.
Yeah, it's incredible amounts of money.
It's an eco, but again, you look at just how well drilled this team is. And watching
do they want a timeout or are they good?
Just suddenly reminded me that this is another one of those maps that Yeoman was also good at when he was IGLing the old NONGSHIM squad and challengers. Playing that fade, really controlling the battlefield, fragging out as an IGL back then. And so he just needed to learn and download the playbook just a bit more for Yeoman as he starts to get a bit more comfortable here on this Gen.G squad.
You can see it in his eyes as well.
Trying to set the op up over towards A.
Feeling a lot more confident. 6 kills right now on the board. Oh, okay, but here comes that
yeah, I thought he might start getting melted there. Really keep this, keep an eye on the triple walk push for Gen.G.
As a signal to push out on towards C. May is holding close and tight. But here comes the burst. 2 kills already.
DFM was ready for it. They read this through. It's a bounce out, but still there's the trade just
Foxy
in time.
did pretty good to get one more though. DFM was super ready for this kind of push. May was just on it the whole time.
Does get seized right at the end, and they say, you know what? We don't even have to fight it.
This Viper can control it better. I don't know. It's a weird one.
Yeah, we're good. Let's get it.
I think the Astra adds a lot. I feel like the Astra adds way more on attack. But I do think I prefer the Viper on defense on this.
For the post plant, and it's a very strong
Weirdly,
tool
I
for
think I
post
prefer
plant.
the.
Some of these rounds, it looks like it might get
But
dicey
with
if
a
they just
Vice, I
kinda
like the
lose track
Viper
of
stuff that you do.
for that passive info, but for now, a good read on the
Honestly, I
first
think it's
FOC, right?
preference.
Odin
I
on
think
A,
people.
make them check
The
out of
Astra's
C,
way more
and they
versatile.
wait for it. It's a good trap.
No doubt about it.
One that definitely allows them to even out the score. Yeoman, yeah, he's got a lot right now in the bank. Just trying to find anything. Picks up the operator. Okay, nice.
Yeah, just gonna look to keep that, it looks like.
Ooh.
Wow,
That's
during
actually,
that,
yeah.
I mean, that's actually... So he sends the Haunt out, so he doesn't get shot on the jump.
And then...
That's, I mean, okay. Wow, that...
Yeah,
really
maybe
small. He
Bob.
doesn't,
Is
like,
that
it's not
thing
too
actually pretty
flashy,
good?
doesn't get
And
killed,
people
but
have
it's
been
pretty
using
sick.
it.
No, this is amazing, because the snowball just
Watch
doesn't
out
stop.
tomorrow.
You give up the round, but the economic snowball is absolutely continuing.
Tomorrow plus. It's in 27 hours,
See,
basically.
That does give convert into some value for Gen.G towards the end of it, because
Whatever
right now
that
the
is
score
in your
is
time zone.
3-3. There is still a chance for DFM to really put an end to things. They do have the ultimates to work
Okay,
with.
and the good thing about that from DFM was they got a lot of money, and now we start to get all the ults online, and it literally could be all the ults if they manage to get some orbs or some kills here. And Gen.G don't want to get X-Ect on against all these ults, so they go aggro.
It's an all-out brawl. Gen.G comes out on top. Munchkin barely escaping with his life.
This was a nice round from Gen.G.
They're close.
And that might have been something similar to what they wanted to achieve last round, right? Just don't give them a chance to use any of these ults.
Out of the fight with the advantage. Now onto the other parts of the map. Texture is just posted up and ready to truly receive them. And there's the first one. Blastback's away. Good shot from Art to really take him down. Spike still on his side, but unfortunately, as soon as the curtain falls, Munchkin lands the perfect
Like I said,
tap.
DFM have good
Just
money, so
down
they
to
can
Art.
lose this. But I'm worried that Gen.G are putting up a good amount of numbers
Over to the A side. He wants
on
to run as
defense.
fast as possible. Just gonna go for the plant. Get whatever he
Give them a lot of space, it's doable.
Ideally, sure, you try to find maybe
Do
one
they
more
want to
fight,
put the
1v1,
fade
but
or
he doesn't
into
have the
it?
leisure for that.
Okay,
Prowler
not
checks,
anymore.
He's in back of sight. Yeah, no time for trickery. You just
Very
gotta
nice.
fight. He thinks a little bit too much, and Foxy9 will arrive to receive another kill.
And it's really tough, right? I mean, 1-on-3, just really no room to escape to. It's a little bit unfortunate, but that's it. Still not too bad. DFM gets to buy back up with the spike planted as well. It's just a little bit more money.
I mean, this was good
but,
from Gen.G though.
Now they truly get to understand, right? Gen.G starting to push out against us.
Do
quite a
they
bit,
try and do
but
something
at the same
similar as
time,
well because they're up
if they're
against
pushing
5
out
ults now?
somewhere,
Wow,
that
what is that
op
kill? The guy at the
you know,
back
on
tanked
the
one.
other end of the map.
That's so unlucky.
Yeah, this op, you either gotta figure out the op first, or you gotta make sure you see where else they're pushing out from and fight it. But right now, it's Gen.G reading the patterns of DFM. No timeout just yet, though. Still trusting in the players to figure it out. All ults still online
8
here
ults.
for DFM as he completes
DFM want to fast take over towards C. Wait for the Prowler and then peeks. Oh, messed up the Prowler slightly.
Okay, so they're kind of just sacking the other parts of the map. Prowler, Gen still trying to hold, while the rest of DFM try to aggress straight in towards the C site. It's just the op here.
Big
and
shot.
That's what they've read.
Nice
Good,
shot.
But Texture, sharp on the flick.
Oy,
And you know exactly when the
oy,
call came through that they were going to lower that poison cloud, because that's when he switches his
oy.
sights
Oh
over to
boy,
the
this
middle
was
of
so
the
many to
smoke
take this
to
a lot
make
of
sure he's
space, and
ready to flick
Foxy9 with a
either
little
way.
jumpy kit
And
would
now
really
you
sell
know
this,
if
or he
there's a
swings off
rotate,
the contact.
There's a crossfire. Munchkin spots one. There should be the swing out. There's Foxy9. The paranoia, but Foxy9 is not
Foxy9
hit,
got that
and he will
extra
shut
kill
down
as
the
well.
spike.
This is a really cool setup from them. Nice, nice reaction. They're very proactive. Like ever since all these ults have come online, they're just so aggro on defense. They're just making sure they don't have a chance to use them. Like there's no perfect world at the moment, and DFM might time out, and they're just gonna be like set strat. Let's just commit the ults earlier.
First of all, Munchkin, getting the initial
They've been holding
shots,
on to
but
some of
then
these for like
Foxy9
3
is
rounds.
off of his contact as well. Munchkin, despite being behind,
Shakuru
was still
Shiro
continuing to
with the
spam
prime.
through
Thank you
walls,
so much,
just
dude.
making
I
it
appreciate
that
that.
much more difficult.
Thank you for the prime.
And that is going to have to call for the timeout.
You need to force Gen.G to cool off, not just your own team to really find a solution.
Gen.G looking a lot better. No, they're playing as a team the whole time as well.
In some of these matches in
Like
Valorant,
everything they're doing is making a lot of
see
sense.
the DFM players. I mean, the confidence still not quite there that we saw from them before. Lots of smiles, laughter. You could see it just in their posture alone. But today, a defeated look across the board. But it's not over yet. They have to regroup. And even that previous round, the idea, okay, if we think there's an op here, let's push it back. Let's send the paint shells, let's pressure them, and then let's rework
Would
the
you
other side of the
rather
map.
in
It just so happens
fresh starter and
that's going
core?
to be Gen.G who
Interesting.
controls when they regain sight.
I don't know.
Right
If the
outside
core's
of
pretty
C-main.
legit, I think the core's fine. Saves a lot of time.
This man right here, Yo Man, there were a lot of doubters all across. I mean, it just seems like Gen.G went from the heroes of Pacific to suddenly just one of the most doubted teams after the first couple games they played here in Kickoff. But they answer right back and say,
But are they going to
hey,
do like a
sometimes you just need a slow
set
start, but
all
here we
round
are.
like, when they have only 2 guns
Still
or
are those
3?
heroes. They're still very much in the fight.
Okay,
Texture
so
now on the
set plan to the from the
Pushing
get-go
through
is
the
just B
door.
split.
On with the Prowler as well. Nothing spotted though, but oh,
Viper
he
all
spotted
goes
the
in,
cave,
they
but there it
lose
is.
their
Art
smokes. They do have a backup one, but
And the pin
their
is
original
live, so the
plan of a
operator
B split is
constantly, that's another
completely
new position
on.
that they've used.
Because they just started walking over towards a Viper ult as well. And we have contact into Omen Flash.
And then there's going to be a Paranoia. The Prowler checks close, so the Paranoia has to get used early, but
Foxy 9
will
is
still
popping people in
capitalize
the
on that
Angels.
value.
Being able to TP back as well, Karon. I mean, they're getting away for
This
free
is the
with
most
some of these kills.
aggro I've ever
Hit
seen
up towards
Gen.G
B, so that's
play.
not
And
quite
it's
the
pretty much
option
because of the
that
ults that are here, but it
looking
looks
for.
nice.
DFM now just scratching their heads, looking for anything possible.
Chad is saying I get 10k a week. 10k a week? Yeah,
Trying to push
it's
through,
nowhere
but
near
the
10k a
Armand
week.
and the Poison Cloud together, you
That's
know that
crazy.
there's no information for you on B,
That's
and
like
you've already
top
given up
10
all of A,
streamers.
so you
Well,
gotta
actually, that's
imagine
probably
at
like
some
top
point now the numbers
20
also not
streamer
quite
salary,
favoring
right?
you. They look like it's going to be an all-out jump out. Okay, the hot does wonders, but Foxy 9 is
Dude,
going
Foxy
to be
9
the
is
actual
popping
wonder
people.
kid, shuts things down.
Once again, Foxy 9. I mean, the last time that he did this well holding angles was on this very map too. So there's just so much to be said about this Gen.G squad right now, and DFM really trying to crack the solution, but they haven't quite found it yet. I mean, it's always
Dude, what
these
is
rounds
that?
where it's just an opening op shot from
Wait, he's
Texture,
actually looking pretty
pushing out
calm.
somewhere on the map or holding, and off of the initial kill, DFM doesn't have much control on the other parts. That's when Gen.G starts to push up and set up a bit of a trap play.
Third round with all ults online for DFM. None of them used yet. That just means that they haven't even been able to set up, and it takes them too long. They're just not as fluid from further out. They need to creep up to the line of scrimmage, and Gen.G is not allowing that. Rubble, again, completely pushed out. Prowler all the way through, and then it's a reset onto B. C-side is your only option. C's used, and now a creep through.
Kind of just want a full send, and that's what they're looking to do. A little bit of a creep up, just letting Art be the first one in with the spike.
Full retake on this one.
Foxy 9 and everyone else have
Killjoy,
already backed off,
Killjoy
but
ult
at the same time, Gen.G has the ults
against
to kind of
Ray's
go
ult
for the
though.
retake.
Wait, it's nice timing. Oh my god, everything's getting popped.
All the way to the deep end, but the spike already goes in. It's a double from
Dude,
May.
Yeoman tanks
We've
one.
got some good showstoppers in Pacific, but it's not over
No
just
way.
yet. Foxy 9 answers right back.
How are
Evens
they
it out
still in
to
this?
a 3v3. Munchkin, operator in hand, but the lockdown, it should find value. It should push everyone into the corners. Right now, the ping's coming down from Gen.G. They know exactly
Who's
where
going
to
to time
look.
it with the ult?
Munchkin's gonna look far out. He gets one. Karon clears out the other end. Art staying alive with 7 HP.
Whoa, what a
and
shot
it's
that
just
is.
not lucky enough.
Damn, okay.
7
I cannot
is
believe
such a
they
good number,
cannot
but
believe they
no.
lost this.
When it
How's
comes
Foxy
down
9 managed to get a double kill over
Gen.G that
towards
is this
Waterfall?
rehearsed, this sharp,
They just all they had
this
to do is just
ready,
not give them away back in, just give them no
cannot help
picks.
you anywhere. It's all down
Maybe
to
they still wanted to go
just
aggro
skill,
because of the Killjoy ult,
The
but it's like
lockdown, they knew exactly where to look. They
think you
peeked
just-
the spot
I think you
where
just play the
Akame would be
spank.
on the map. Munchkin peeking out from door as well. I mean, that was cherry on top.
Every member just looking at the lone possibilities where the members
how many
could have
ults
run
did they get
away
out of
to.
them? 4?
And the fact
Oh
that
no,
retake works
that's
with
it
Munchkin
done.
on the operator.
7 on
DFM
defense.
scratching their heads. 4 ultimates used. Sure, you trade a couple back, but you're the one who needed rounds right now. Rubble, you're giving it a little bit, but still some information on Gen.G's side. No reason to rotate, and because of that, a push out from C-Mound. If you don't have Meteor, use Texture. He pushes out with the operator. That side of the map is now gone.
Not so much being held by Gen.G. Munchkin tries to get ahead. Yeoman makes use of that to spray him down. Takes down Art. That's the one of the controllers gone. Foxy 9
Dude,
comes
it goes
back to
Foxy
refill the
9's just
space and
popping
finds
everyone.
Jinpung.
Oh, it's so fast from Foxy9 as well. The backup, it's getting faster and faster. GN with a trade, spots Charon. Charon resets the fight and wins it.
They finally lost an Angel.
Now alone. Catches sight of Charon, but it's too dangerous to go up to the spike just yet. 50 seconds. He can reset. He can make things calm just a little bit.
He does have 40 seconds to work off of. Spike somewhere behind the wall, so he's able to still pick that up just to make sure not to cross on over.
And Gen.G, they'll just hold. Getting curious, a timing, but texture is Flicks still remain at the top as Gen.G move forward to 8.
Last round in the half.
So far, unstoppable on this op. Maybe around here or there, but Munchkin comes back in just to refill. And this time around, sure they took Rubble, but again, all of these smokes right there just to block them off. Foxy9 comes back in to refill. The whole of Gen.G are just down their necks right now.
Okay, they go for the aggro. Go for the aggro A.
Back into its rubble. I mean, trying
4 in a
as much as
pistol,
possible to get
similar
just
to
a bit of space. A hunt, Razor
the
Vines,
kind of
but
stuff
it's
we were
all
talking
being
about
shut
for
down.
last map.
Here comes Dexter.
Oh
Yeah,
god,
they're
they
all the
all
way through
tanked
with
the Omen Flash. They did great to get a 1-for-1 trade here.
But DFM, they're ready
Yeah,
for
maybe
it. They
Karen
reset the
forced
fight,
that a
they
little bit too much.
reposition. The spread is good. And they'll slow things down finally.
This gives them the breathing space that they need. Prowler to check and clear around the corners.
Insta gamble over
Try to
towards
play up
C.
numbers just to regroup around C. Gen. Uh-oh.
Foxy9. No real reason to push out that far out with everyone coming, but hey, you get the kill. It's even better. And then there's nobody here.
Yeah, now
so
what?
DFM, because of that push out, but it does make them wonder, oh, do we have to go somewhere else? Because if Foxy9 is pushing that far out, does that mean they're still holding on A, waiting for us to get pushed in? Maybe we have to go to B. And Gen.G, they can now continue to circle together.
It's all down to a little bit of timing as well. Gen.G is moving a lot more steadily. DFM already on towards the A side, but they're doing so much just to check and make sure that there isn't a single ninja on the side hiding anywhere. So they managed to clear that out. They got the spike down. Razorvine in place. Akame to watch tree.
TFM, they really need this round. They gotta pick their angles carefully and just hold. They can't start second-guessing themselves non-stop. Arcro's set up for a trade on the site itself, but Akame, can he stay alive on tree? The Prowler comes through. He needs to get the first fight. He does it. Now the angles have
Foxy9 is ridiculous. What are you meant to do?
To win their fight. May's already been spotted. He needs to swing out. He gets
Someone
one.
take him
Jinbun trying
down.
to go for
Nade on the
trade.
head.
Mei's trying to
Oh,
stop
the nade doesn't even
but it
hit.
doesn't quite go over the corner. They do
Yeah,
stop
there we
it
go.
in half, and the
4.
spray through the box will secure a 4th round
4 and
for
a pistol.
DFM.
Great little wraparound towards the end.
4 and a
It came
pistol,
so
maybe.
darn close, but thankfully DFM were able to stabilize. Off to the Rubble fight. May
That's
alongside
rough
his
though.
teammates
2
who are just
buys.
able to fight back and tell Gen.G, like, we are able to take these fights if you want them. And because of that, you know, down to the numbers game, they were then able to get the spike down. Sure, Akame wasn't quite able to hold down to tree, but at the same time, it is May after all. He comes back in just to hold the angle. And that's just a little bit of trust in the savior of DFM right now, May, once again.
4 rounds. I mean, given how things were looking, you'll take it. But we do have to recognize that that was on their attacking half. So DFM, this pistol, more important than ever. If they can get both pistols on this map, it'll set them up for a better chance here to try to bring us to a 3rd map, that Haven. The Des talked about it. Would be great to see how DFM might have retooled it. We've already seen
The day 1
banner of a Haven out
Foxy9
from
hater.
Gen.G.
Yeah, that would be quite
It's
the
definitely a little bit
entertaining map to watch
inconsistent,
for sure.
but I
Only
think
if it does
that's
come down to
always gonna
Still
be a
facing
thing
the threat
that's gonna take time anyway.
of elimination, but you gotta put
You
that
missed
out of your
Abyss, how
mind
was it?
right
Really
now.
one-sided. DFM kind of just
Swapping the
messed up
sides
their
on
B
over. I mean,
holds,
this
and then
is, again, a
Gen.G
map
just
where Gen.G
did B a lot.
has so much experience on. They did play against the Vise from before, against RRQ, and they have shown that they do know how to work against it. So it's up to DFM to really try to continue to change things up. Pose some questions to Gen.G.
This comp should be pretty good on defense though.
Halftime now over. It remains to be seen if that will be the last halftime for
This comp should be
DFM.
very
This
strong on
kickoff
defense.
before we see them again in stage 1. Just waiting, not fighting rubble, but it is a quick push out of C. They did have the shear wall already set up. So a little bit of a double up on
Okay,
the
as we can
value,
see
but either
though,
way,
looking most likely like a
have
fake
space
A
taken over.
into the
Good
pivot
jumping,
B.
Trying the bait and switch for May. Not gonna get the kill, but lands a little bit of scratch onto texture.
Could be a little bit as well. Not too bad. Gen in with the gravity wall just around the other end of tree to continue to hold.
Oh my goodness. What the hell?
All the way through. Akame
It's a
holding
really
Foxy9,
important
that's
kill.
huge. Now you know
And
the
with this
options much
info
more
over
limited.
towards
Art
C,
has pushed out
as long as
very
Art doesn't
far, but that will
overextend,
be the early signal
he's
for
going to get
fast
early
rotate if
info.
needed.
He needs to
Coming
get at
Art,
least one.
Makes the call. Lots of footsteps heard. He needs to get more than one. He only gets one, but
I
lots
think
of
he
damage
did good
done.
damage.
Delays them far enough. Munchkin, meanwhile, still toying with them with all the utility, the toxins, the reset. He's not going to get the kill, so numbers advantage for DFM.
A lot better now just to hold the angle. Sheer wall comes up.
Oh,
No
God.
escape for Gen.G.
Dude, I was like, surely one of these is going to hit. May bailed him out.
A much-needed pistol for DFM as they take both here on Lotus and look to
He's
try.
perfectly shooting around him. Okay, they got the pistol. They got the double pistol that they needed.
Here, the first one on the team. And interestingly noted, coming into this match, Gen.G, nobody on the team with a KD higher than 1.0. But on DFM, you had May, and I believe one other member already with a KD higher than 1.0. And now it's flipped.
Yeah, everyone forces into it. See how many, see how many. Well, they really bought way too much into this, by the way. If DFM want to get an Owler out next round as well, like there's going to be 3 people that have light armor.
Vise utility on towards C, sheer wall towards B with Art on
C's a little bit weak at the moment from DFM. I'm not sure why you put the Judge and the wall in the same pause.
DFM, they don't want to get timing on that peek out, so they will just plant the Judge for now.
Yeah, this is still nice from DFM though. They discovered the wall over towards C, so they are trying to mix it up.
Bait out some of these utilities and gathering information for the upcoming rounds too. Stars to come back up from Gen just to reinforce sites even further.
I can one-pop everyone.
Okay, there was no one spotted outside of C Mount, so DFM, I'd love to see them rotate a little bit faster, especially as you see that toxic screen come back up. You still have delay util over on C, and May goes down. That's the site opened up. Nobody here for backup.
What's that double thing?
Gen.G, not full information just yet. They will continue to explore with 35 seconds on the clock.
Okay, he's going to get another one.
Oh, he hears him.
Ooh,
Gets some
okay.
damage in, distracts him, not able to fill that A site.
But keep an eye on Foxy9, by the way. They discovered earlier that there was no wall here, so he's on an incredible luck. Yeah, and all they got to do is delay. And Foxy9 has done incredible. Now they got to speed up on site.
Not much time to work with.
Long range on the classic, and because of time as well, Gen.G just needs to
Molly.
wait even longer. In with the snake bite to fend them off. Pink shells at the ready as well.
Dude, Art's gonna tank this.
Just gonna throw it on a timing, and now they have everything lined up, ready to just spam
Yeah, Killjoy Molly. Killjoy Molly.
They can't even approach
They can't even get close to the spike.
for a defuse, and you will just have to run away.
Foxy9 played this great, but this whole overall idea was awesome.
DFM had the pistol,
go over towards C, no wall here, insert one, go all the way back over towards A, obviously hit an incredible shot, then get the plant down, and then the insider can then go for a flank once he hears everyone rotating. Dude, and then he didn't overheat and he goes joins his teammate because he knows win condition is just after plant mollies.
It does so much. I think towards the end of it all, truly the snake bite, the pink shells, the net. I could go on. Like
this was one of the most satisfying rounds to watch, to be honest, from like a tactical point of view. That was sick. Obviously, the first shot was the reason that it could all happen, though.
And now May forced onto a hero bulldog. Not the most glorious of weapons. We'll see if he can make it work. Foxy9
I'm watching the academy later. I might be Ryan. It depends how tired I get.
That weakens up.
If this is a 2-0, then I'll probably do it because I can get some sleep beforehand.
We'll see if it works to set up May.
You casting?
Just deep in the site.
It's gonna have to be quite a bit for May though. Still trying to hold out behind the boxes. Does have the boombot if he hears footsteps.
Oh, and Gen.G, they're a step ahead of it, right? It could be a fast rotate over because we're going to start to creep in. We still see nobody. It could be a rotation.
And Foxy9 is going to continue to get more kills, and Munchkin's even here to cover for him just in case! The perfect read from Munchkin! The IGL of Gen.G is back, and now the spike can begin its move across the map as Foxy9 will get a triple.
Was this an eco? This is the round.
Not even needed.
Not today, did yesterday? Oh, okay,
as
nice.
well, just considering the fact that DFM's economy is down in the dumps. It's 10 to 5
Carsten VOD
now.
review?
This
Did you
truly
get pansy for that stuff, surely?
Gen.G's lead.
And Foxy9 this time gaining some confidence.
But honestly, I don't mind doing it if you think
We're seeing Gen.G
I can be good.
slowly evolve, try to figure out how to work with the new pieces that they've gathered. And so far, it's looking good today.
Okay.
What are you chatting about?
Buy up the Odin on the side of Art, trying to
Yeah, if it's
spam
just
on
like stuff
through.
that you want to be talking
He will
about.
catch Kara.
If it's just color stuff that you want to see if you get it right for sure.
I didn't know they brought in kill streaks to Valorant. What in the world is
Yeah,
that?
dude's just spinning around a bit.
He's just a slow
But I call him the Odin
walking
guy.
tank. I mean, normally I would say that would break someone's mental. Gen.G is up by quite a lot, so I don't think it will
Oh, they
just
just laugh
yet,
this
but
off.
That is frustrating to play against, and I highly encourage the Odin, and I still think that looks annoying.
But hey, I mean, at this point, DFM, take what you can get. Now that's another kill for Akame. Gen down to block off the B side. The spike's on the ground. It's just Yeoman.
I mean, look at Art and Jinbung, the Odin. Oh, now he's a turret.
He actually is a
just
turret. Yeah, he's
kill streak of DFM.
he's just cosplaying the Killjoy turret.
That's insane. We always knew.
If you're talking about the right stuff, yeah, of course, we can do that.
Odin, but this is a whole
Maybe in
nother
between
The fact that it's the Blast X one as well.
this and Masters.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes it all perfect.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, it looked wild from his POV.
Oh man,
I'm taking notes.
yeah, I mean, at least they're bringing joy to some people. Maybe not the likes of Achilles, but hey, I'm all for it. I'm all for watching stuff like this.
Hell yeah. It takes skill, okay? 6 to 10 now. Gen.G tries to get ahead. Odin's all the way across the map.
Now the push out alongside the Odin from C. So this time it is a full push out and then just delay with the Razor Vines. You've got the shear wall on B. They've completely emptied it. The smoke to try to deny any advance, and the door opens
It's gonna
up.
get a little weird.
Foxy9, are they ready for it? There's 2 in the smoke. DFM, you cannot get curious. Oh, that's a timing, and Jinbung's ready for it. It's a quick trade by Foxy9.
You should run.
1-to-1.
Ooh, this creates a lot of pressure. Do the 2 on A
The
bail.
rest of Gen.G is still somewhat undetected, or at least mid-rounding it back towards the B
Yeah.
site, where
Okay, they pretty much get a free sight here.
Yeah, they see nobody
May
pushing
might have
out
a
of
nade to
blue
stop
room,
the
so they
plant.
consider it safe in the
Or
last couple
she
seconds.
has no satchels.
Boombot sent to make sure
But he
there's
has
no
double
push out for
satchel. He
Heaven
could
as
definitely
well.
delay this plant.
all the positions noted too. Meanwhile, Art, okay, tried to reposition, but spotted out.
Wait,
by
I
Karen.
like this reactive.
they know
This
that
reactive
Karen is
ult
at
is
Rumble, so
good
that's
though.
something that
Yeah,
Timbo
that
has to
reactive
care of.
Omen ult
Akame
is
meanwhile gets a
awesome.
kill on the site itself. Now,
And Karen's played it
continuing
incredibly
through, they
well.
push him out, so now all eyes onto Blue Room. Yo, man, he's been so good today. Dodges the paint chills, ready for the second kill. Holds on to the flank.
So quick to
Ah, he
react
did
with
great.
his peek now down towards Karen. Spots out the Odin. It kind of knows exactly where to look. One inside of blue, and that's Foxy9. Okay, slight whiff on it, but Karen comes back in to stabilize.
Dude, Karen played this
Gen.G
so well as well.
off
This
the
was a
round will pick
pretty,
up the win.
it's a pretty high level round with what was going on. There was so much nice stuff on
was
this
able
round.
to take someone out there from the smoke with the Odin as he's just running out. That would have been insane. But you see what he's trying to do. It looks silly sometimes, but he's basically trying to be the Neon in a sense, right? He's really drawing attention, trying to get chip damage, making
Looks
the
like
moves
have
on him as he
Monday
tries
to
go for
Wednesday
passing out
off.
with the
Wait, have
Odin,
Wednesday
and
off?
then hoping that GN can go for the trades as they try to deny anyone hiding in the smokes.
That's what it's meant for, but unfortunately for them, I
thought
think
there
one
was
of the
EMEA on
crucial
Wednesday, but
kills
maybe-
was Yeoman
maybe I'm fully
being
wrong.
able to take down May in that fashion. Now a quick little blast pack from Texture down into Rubble. Gen.G looking to fight.
The paint shows were used as well by May, but not going to take out Texture. And now Rubble, so far in control of Gen.G.
Little B main presence as well from Gen.G, slowly pushing up front to check and clear. It's just Gen to hold with the linear angle. Utility trade still with the Prowlers.
Now this time it's a double swing. Munchkin continuing to double up. Buddy system with Foxy9. The site is free.
DFM, if they swing this, they might. Yeah, they might have owned it.
Spike is dropped. Texture knows he's on a mission. He has to run. They have B site. He is tagged.
The fact that he's tagged honestly probably helps them on this one. But look at the mini-map. People are everywhere. Foxy9 doesn't lose an Angel. I swear to God, it's insane on this map.
All right, you know what? The wraparound from C has come. We've deleted it. And now onto the site.
Look at Munchkin.
Yeah, and they can get a really good plant.
Munchkin's waiting in spawn. And once he knows on a timing that there is no wraparound, they should have a better inkling of where they're coming from. You still
Was Munchkin that deep? Dude, they went all the way from B early.
It's just too good right now.
Oh, this
went
is so
all
much
the way around.
information. Foxy9 is quite prepared. It is May though, so if May can find that one-on-one, it could spell a little bit better for
Thing
DFM.
is, they should.
Munchkin waiting for it, wins the fight against May.
Now what? They gotta go through the choke against these agents. Smoke goes down as well. Honestly, the smoke goes a little.
On towards match point.
Oh, they're
Texture
saving.
getting stunned up, but there is simply no entry, and DFM will have to swallow their tears as they
and
save while they
six
give
goes
up
in
match
it.
point.
This was awesome from Gen.G though. DFM nearly had a good reaction, to be honest, over towards the swing, over towards A, but picking up the spike and getting out of there was everything. Yeah, Gen.G just heavy control on A, and then there was so much resistance that they realized they could probably take a timing over towards B.
To support
They
Texture,
were fighting
while
so much
Munchkin
here
takes
that
the other
they
angle
just took a great
straight
timing.
through from, Spawn, where,
Obviously, when there's like
it's
three
an angle that
or so
that
fighting
May
that,
least
they're going to be
expects.
weak somewhere.
That's just crazy. And at the start of the whole fight as well, I think a little bit unfortunate for DFM. You know, they wanted to take that fight to Rubble. They called Gen over to Blue, and unfortunately, that's kind of what leaks open the B site. So, you know, they're trying a lot of different solutions, a lot of things, but unfortunately, nothing sticks. And right now, it's the timeout, the final timeout.
See what DFM can adjust. The players, not necessarily look of defeat anymore, but perhaps one of fatigue, looking a bit like a blank slate, deep in thought for some of them. Meanwhile, Gen.G looking more comfortable than ever. And honestly, the biggest change for today, you know, earlier in the tournament, we saw Foxy9 come alive on this map. In fact, with that triple kill outside of B main, then he starts to go on these multi-kill rampages. Today, over on Abyss, it starts at Yeoman.
Oh, it's going to have to be one hell of a timeout.
Just when they need him, he continues to get these impact frags to secure that zone. And a big shift as well. Again, Foxy9, when he goes in that lurk, it's always with Munchkin. It's not the pressure
4
anymore
teams
that I have to
Korean,
do everything on my own.
3 out of
They're
4,
using their
right?
resources in a different way, and DFM has not been able to figure out the answer.
A little bit unfortunate, but right now, straight into it. Gen.G
Oh, we
looking
hit
to
fast,
finish.
Big Joe.
Cool blast pack straight into the side. Munchkin for the trade.
look at
Sneak
that.
bites to hold them off. Spike goes down.
And there's the haunt going through. That keeps him tied up. Paranoia at the ready. They're going to send the snake bite as well. Karen just pushes out on his own. Now 30 HP. He just acts as a scout. Meanwhile, we do have our coming in. It's going to be a shutdown.
There we go. It was a good run from DFM.
We'll stand back up.
Japan at least have a good amount of hope for a team for this year, though, which that's nice. This looked like a different Gen.G today. This was nice, especially Foxy9. I tell you, this guy didn't lose an Angel.
Found on this one guy, Yeoman. Maybe they had doubts against him, but he's
Gen.G
definitely proving
TALON.
everyone wrong today. Starting things off in the first map, carrying that performance
I
still.
feel like Gen.G after what we saw, but TALON refreshed a lot of their maps.
Karen hitting the shots that he showed us last year. Foxy9 this time being much more proactive on both maps, continuing.
They were very proactive on defense full stop, I felt like.
Against DFM and Texture, I mean, he's
Hello,
still
Jules,
getting
mate.
the 4Ks as well.
Yeah, just in time.
Just in
time for that interview, at least.
Expected them to when this roster was rebuilt coming into 2025. And a big round of applause to DFM as they exit Kickoff 2025. It might not be the finish they had hoped for after some of the successes.
No, but I think it's a
boy,
good
is it
start.
A massive improvement.
Yeah,
and it leaves hope for the rest
that's
of the
true.
year.
A lot of hope.
Oh, I can't wait. I couldn't agree more. I mean, they're just looking better and better, you know, and also, you know, some fun hijinks at times with the Odin. I mean, with a purpose as well. But down to it all at the end, once again, it is Gen.G. I mean, still through with their lower
probably
bracket run,
spontaneous.
but you still have so much confidence in them, seeing how they're able to play
I'm not
that much ahead of the game.
I'm not gonna set an alarm. It's more
Well,
just like if I wake
Gen.G will
up.
survive until next week to face off.
It might even be like
against
I'll just
TALON
hop onto the
Esports to
second
see
map or
who
something.
makes one step closer to that lower finals for the potential second seed going into Masters Bangkok. But now we do have the top 4 determined for VCT
And that's
Pacific
a W
Kickoff.
for Gen.G today. Taking victory pictures. Let's wait
The
for
drama
seconds.
of ruining people's watch streaks. That's actually true.
감독님
Yeah.
경기 어떠셨나요?
네, 좋았습니다.
짧게. 어땠어요, 텍스처?
Good.
Okay, everything went well. Munchkin, I need you. Munchkin 선수 인터뷰할게요. 여기 서시면 되고요.
Good.
네, 젠제의 먼치킨 선수 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. Now, congratulations, Munchkin. I just want to start the interview with how you guys recovered from DRX series and how you feel about how the team performed today. 일단 DRX전 어떻게 회복했는지부터 들어보고 싶고 오늘 경기력에 대해서는 또 어떻게 느끼고 있는지 궁금하네요.
일단 DRX전을 저희가 개인적으로는 좀 저희가 많이 못해서 졌다고 생각을 했기 때문에 다음 경기 때 저희가 보여줄 수 있는 퍼포먼스 다 보여줘야겠다라는 마음가짐으로 준비했습니다.
Honestly, we think we lost that series, and it was mostly on us. So we talked about how, you know what, let's not be afraid to show what we can do on the stage in today's game. Now, let's talk about Foxy9, because it looks like he has leveled up. Now, he's playing super smart in those clutch situations. So a lot of people are wondering if that was on you and Solo giving him special lessons. 일단 폭시9 선수가 진짜 레벨업 했거든요. 그렇기 때문에 또 먼치킨 선수 아니면은 또 그 근철 교육이 있지 않았나 약간 이런 것도 궁금해하시는데 어떻게 뭐 특별 교육이 있었을까요?
네, 재성이랑 좀 한번 이야기를 깊게 나눴었는데요. 재성이가 에임이 정말 좋다고 생각하는데 그 에임을 활용을 하지 못한다고 생각해서 자신감을 심어주기 위해서 많은 이야기를 했던 것 같아요.
Yeah, we had a long talk. I just feel like he has really good aim, but he wasn't fully able to unlock his potential because he didn't know how to utilize it to its maximum potential. So I think I kind of unlocked a new level with that little talk that we had. Now let's talk about the shifting meta because a lot of people are opting for reinventing their comps. But when it comes to Gen.G, as you showed today, you guys were fine-tuning what you guys already had, and it seems to be working. So where are we, and what are the talks about changing things up? 사실 지난 경기 때부터 메타가 많이 달라지면서 젠지도 이제 새로운 걸 가져와야 되지 않냐라는 목소리도 있었는데 오늘 정말 가진 거 그대로 다른 전략을 준비해 오면서 아이디어는 비슷한데 또 전혀 다른 모습을 보여주는 그런 양상을 볼 수 있었는데 좀 메타 해석이나 팀의 변화를 주는 부분에 있어서는 어떤 얘기들이 오가고 있을까요?
일단 실제로 태오를 사용할 수 있다고 이야기를 했을 때 정말 많은 이야기를 했었는데요. 태오 충분히 고평가는 하고 있었고 한데 그에 맞는 플레이 스타일에 맞춰서 충분히 대응할 수 있겠다라고 생각을 해서 네, 지금까지는 저희가 사용 안 하고 있지만 필요한 맵에서는 쓰지 않을까요?
안 하는 이유가 뭔가요? 그냥 좀 더 지켜보겠다?
아직 저희 기준에서는
필요 없다?
굳이 안 써도 할만하다고 생각은 해서
알겠습니다. Well, we actually talked about Taeho and kind of the thoughts of running him when he first came out, but we ended up learning how to counter that agent instead. But we do have Taeho ready on particular maps, and we are able to run it if we need to. But for now, we decided that it's too early, and we can win without the new agent, so why use it now, right? Save it for later. Now, next up is TALON ESPORTS. I'm pretty sure you guys are Talon's biggest rivals, or at least you guys are on their list of
you would want teams
to
to
beat,
think
right?
of the
So
comps.
anything you want to say to them? 탈론이 다음 상대인데 사실 젠지를 많이 경계하고 있는 것 같아요. 그렇기 때문에 한마디 해주시죠.
탈론한테는 많은 말을 해줄 필요는 없을 것 같고요. 너무 긴장하지 말고 재밌게 해보자.
Not much to say. Don't be scared. Let's have fun. Well, that was Munchkin, everybody, and thank you for the interview, Munchkin. 네, 이렇게 해서 먼치킨 선수 만나봤습니다.
Okay,
이어서 또
lovely day. Chat, we are going to end the stream here. Give me someone to raid. I'm going to go sleep. If I'm up in time for the Liquid Academy game, I'm going to watch it. If not, then... Well, I'll probably... Honestly, I'll probably at least be on for the second map, I would say. I think that's the best way to do this. I'll be on for the second map. And then I might be awake for the fast. Because I won't need that much sleep.
What a game Gen.G showing.
Kelly S for the raid? Yeah, I've never raided Kelly S. What's the stream chat?
Yeah, it's a throwback to last
What's the
year
Twitch
in a
name?
way. This is the kind of form we've been wanting to see from this Gen.G team. They haven't quite shown it before now in this kickoff, and it had some of us worried. Some people even foolishly predicted against them. Don't know who would do that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Very silly.
It's a real return to form for them today.
It's okay, guys. You're off the bandwagon now. We're back on the Gen.G.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Kelly S _ VLR. Thank you for that, Sonia.
Fully on the bandwagon just yet. We still need to see them play some better teams. They got to make their way through TALON and then.
Alright, I appreciate you all. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Shout out to Mods. I know this was a rough one today. But I appreciate you all.
PRX completely smashes Zeta, and I think a lot of teams.
And chat, if you are around also in 7 hours, we got
doesn't necessarily mean that you're 100% there yet, but this was a very promising sign for Gen.G.
we got
to be
Americas.
coming back into it, and you
So
definitely saw flashes of what we want to see
Liquid
from
Academy
them in
maybe in about
Yeah, they
5
were
hours or so,
absolutely in
and then
control of
7
Lotus
hours.
this time around.
We have Americas.
Easily.
9?
I mean, they looked so comfortable.
9
This
hours?
is their map.
Oh, yeah, it's a 10 instead of 8. Yeah, 10. Chat, if you're around in 9 hours, then we have Americas.
Story to map 1 for me. Yeah. DFM
Need some more sleep? Yeah. Dude, I shouldn't be doing maths or any kind of working out when I'm this tired. Okay, I appreciate everyone. Thank you. I'll see you all soon, alright?
Yeah, a lot of
Peace.
the usage that we were seeing from DFM yesterday, so brilliantly executed.
Yeah, I'll maybe be on for Liquid Academy. Chat, Liquid Academy second game, I'll be there, okay? Right. Maybe fast. Peace.
Gen.G was just one step ahead all the time.
I think DFM has shown a couple of times that when they're
YouTube stream, thank you so much as well. Thank you guys, I'll see you in a bit.
In this tournament, but I think Gen.G, as we kind of mentioned,